I mean, we do have some companies that are, you know, temporarily setting up to meet demand. You know, whether Porta-Brace, for example, would long-term make surgical face masks, I'm not sure. But in the short term, to be able to supply hundreds of thousands to meet the state demand and, you know, need to purchase for, you know, a $5,000 piece of equipment or something to be able to do that. So it really, you know, I think that maybe the intent here is shifting to be something, yeah, it really depends on the intent. And initially, you know, being able to do this long term, you know, some companies I think will get into it for that reason. Other companies are jumping in to assist and make PPE right now and may not ever be able to come up with a competitive price. In some cases, they may come up with a deal with the state and figure out a way for some kind of public-private partnership or something. In other cases, maybe not. So,
yeah, Lynn.
Yeah, thank you. In my world, we've been closed down for almost 8 weeks. We think we may be open soon, but it won't be the governor who makes the determination. It's become obvious to us and to other people in the dental field that it will be the supply chain that makes the decision. The supply chain is just totally broken, completely broken. Any dental supply company, anybody you talk to for certain things you might need to be able to protect your staff and your patients and to work, they're not there. You can't get masks, you can't get hand sanitizer, you can't get gowns. I mean, some of these things are things you always bought anyway, gloves. We use all this sort of stuff all the time. And you can't get it. You cannot get it. So anything that goes, and for instance, like Gordon's that can make masks or maybe something else, those are good things that you can, it may be a short-term thing. It may not be something that's quote unquote competitive in price right now. It might be more reasonable than other people, but it may not be competitive in the long haul, and they may not want to do it 2 or 3 years from now. But we don't know when the supply chain is going to come back, and we don't know when this is going to be something that we can actually get a hold of. And so you will not have people open if they can't get the supply chain to work to give the things they need. I mean, the hospitals have all this stuff, and you know, there's priorities there that we've had for the past 8 weeks. But in our world, this is still a real problem. We don't need respirators. We don't need ventilators. We need more low-tech, regular stuff. And we're trying to figure out how to get them. And so there are things that you can do. Competitive may not be the right word, and this may not be even a long-term program. Some people like the guy who's going to make the ventilator that helps with air conditioning, and you know, people, that may be a long-term project, but it won't be for some of the stuff we're doing and some of the stuff we need now.
Yeah. Joan, I've got a few others, reps. I'm going to ask them, and then I want to bring you on after so we can continue this discussion. So, Bob?
I think there's 2 issues here. One is critical need, and I think that's the highest priority. If it can be demonstrated that there's a critical need and there's no expectation it's a judgment call in the short run, and however you define that the need is not going to be met, then this is high priority. Yeah. They go to the top of the list. But as we move on down through that, if we get out of the critical needs, but there are other shortages in other areas, and a person has a potential to produce a product that is competitive, then I think then they may be eligible, but they'd be secondary to the critical need.
Good point. Zach?
Thank you, Chair. I was, I believe last week in this discussion, I brought up the issue of putting bumpers around the recipients of this to make sure that the the grants received were helping reduce the cost of manufacturing. I don't know if this was what this section of the bill is trying to address, but I think that was more for industries that have already been able to shift and have already created a product, and making sure that if they are receiving the grant, they can show that the grant is helping reduce the cost of producing the product.
Mhm.
So I think that was what my intent was, and that may not be what this section of the bill is. But I do wonder too, if I guess it really would come down to the business in if they weren't able to create a product which they could sell because it's way too expensive, then they probably wouldn't want this grant to begin with. But I can imagine it would be a challenge if they received a grant, were unable to offer the product at a reasonable or competitive price, and as a result they just don't sell any. That would probably put them at a disadvantage as well. So I wonder what the balance is between what we're talking about and being competitive and reasonable.
Yeah. Okay. Joan. Commissioner, welcome.
Hi, everybody. I'm having some stability with my internet issues, so I may be choppy because some of what I'm hearing is choppy, but we'll bear with it. So I guess I'm hearing the conversation and I'm hearing all these valid points, and I guess what I'd want to come back to is what the original intent was. I was not privy to the initial drafting of this, but a couple of things that I've been involved in that makes me a little concerned about who is actually going to do the assessment of whether or not there's enough demand, whether or not that particular entity has the capacity and ability to bring it to fruition. You know, if you're pointing at the agency, I'll tell you that we have been involved in conversations about getting more access to PE, and generally who's on the phone is the health network, the operations center, and the building and general services commissioner, because I think they're in a better position to understand demand, at least from the, and that's not even considering what Representative Dickinson was talking about, but at least from that perspective. And so I think it's a really, really difficult task to understand whether or not somebody has that capability and ability to deliver. So as an example, there's a very large firm that makes all this stuff that we're talking to about possibly producing it in Vermont. And the reason for that is to build up capacity and to build up what we're calling the insurance premium. It may be more expensive to produce here. It may be more expensive for them to buy it from this producer, but it's a premium they're willing to pay just to have the availability and to prepare for any other surge or any other demand curve. But in order to piece that together, that's not us at the agency, right? Like we're not, you know, so the health network is going out to all the other health networks in New England, et cetera, to build up the demand curve so that they know that there's demand, they know at what price point, and they have a trusted supplier they've dealt with in the past. So I feel like those are the decisions. When you first started talking, when I tuned in, I thought, yeah, we really need to have those parties at the table to actually make those assessments. But it just really depends on what the original impetus was for this, because it would be really difficult for us to assess, oh yeah, they have, you know, it's totally feasible for them to pull this off when they're competing perhaps with very large producers that are serving the biggest, you know, the largest components of the demand curve. So I don't know if that helps or hurts, but I definitely, you know, I heard about competitive price. That is odd because, you know, if we know that people are willing to pay a higher price just to have that availability, that might negate this, right? And then, but I'm still left with this question mark about how on earth would we be able to assess whether or not this entity has the ability to actually pull this off, and this is money well spent. And who is their market, unless we're asking that to be part of the application process. I don't know. But I mean, I feel like we wouldn't want to do that alone.
I would agree. And I think maybe we can put language in there that in consultation with, you know, the Emergency Operations Center, BGS, the others. I think VMEC is there that can help make some of those assessments also. So whoever we need to be part of this, let's make sure that we have it in the bill, I think. Christy?
Hang on here. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for chiming in and having an opinion on this. And I've been kind of writing down some notes. And I thought my original concept of this was that we're going to provide a grant for companies that has to have an eligibility determined. Instead of us maybe specifying the particular equipment like PPE, the respirators and masks and ventilators, et cetera, is just maybe we say something that is critical need supplies. And the part about pricing and being competitive is we're just trying to prevent price gouging and have some oversight that it's reasonable. And I agree that it's not going to be a 6 cent N95 mask from China when it's costing 94 cents here, as we heard from one manufacturer. But on the other hand, if it's stuff that we got to have, then the price needs to be reasonable. I think we were trying to prevent price gouging. And the flexibility part on the end is giving the agency or whoever that final section was, with the flexibility that they may create policies and procedures, because we don't know what items might change or what new critical needs equipment or supplies would come up in the future necessarily. So I think that's how I was understanding this. And if I'm wrong and need to be corrected, I'm willing to listen. But trying to be specific and then give some flexibility is hard to describe.
Okay. Zach, your hand is up. Do you have another question or no? Okay. Christy, okay. Any more questions for Joan or anyone? Any other thoughts? Do people think that's kind of the direction we should be going? I think we need to look at what Bob said, that, we have, I think, two different situations going on. We have critical needs now, and then we'll have ongoing needs of what Lynn said, that, there's going to be a lot of issues with different areas of our economy and businesses that are going to need help for a long run, and especially with PPE. So I think we need to look at that. And I think, what really interested me last week when we heard from some of the manufacturers, Gordon's, like, he was talking about, making the mask, but he need, if he could purchase this tool that he needs that could make him more effective, that he could produce more, but that he can, when this is done and he doesn't have to produce masks anymore, excuse me, and go back to his original manufacturing operation, that this equipment can help him be more competitive in his world and help him in his manufacturing. And so it's not a waste of money. Well, can't say a waste of money, but it's a better use of the money that we're giving to help us with what we're doing now, and then help those manufacturers on the back end when things open up again. So I think if we think in those contexts, it might help us also.
I would just, if I could add.
Sure.
So on this piece of like, is there demand, right? I think there does need to be some kind of demonstrated demand. That would be the sort of the term that I would use. And that demonstrated demand could come from, SEOC and BGS procurement or UVM Medical Center saying, yeah, we need this and this is, how much we need or whatever. That's demand. There also could be demand coming from others. There could be demand for cloth face masks coming from manufacturers and restaurants. There could be demand for N95 cleaning equipment or sanitizing equipment that UVM Medical Center doesn't want to use and isn't getting used in Vermont, but is wanted by Homeland Security or, FEMA or something like that. So I think that the notion of, demonstrated demand, do you have an order? Do you have a real customer? And, there is in some cases, there can be some judgment that needs to be applied there, right? Like, do they really have a customer? But anyway, I just want to caution that some of the demand, I think the highest priority is what Vermont needs, but that may not be the only customer.
Lynn?
Yeah, I just want to say that to really emphasize what Joan said, the supply chain needs to be rebuilt worldwide, not just from China, but there's many options. And the supply chain is broken across the globe, from what I understand, for some of these things. And we need what Joan was saying about someone who thinks that they can go and get something that is going to be done here that will become more reliable is an actual fact. That's what lots of different kinds of manufacturers are going to hope to do. You may pay a little more, or you might pay a little more for a while, and you're going to eventually have to work with the marketplace, and they will. I have complete faith that they'll work with the marketplace, but the supply chain will be different than what it's been in the past 20, 30 years. And this gives us a chance to be able to look at how that works. So someone like a Gordon's may start out doing something like masks, and they want to go back to their draperies, but they may go into a whole other different area that actually creates that is part of the supply chain that's maybe more of a niche, or that maybe can be expanded into more things in healthcare than they ever gave thought to before. And that's what I think that's the long-term play on this. Mm-hmm. The short term is the immediate demand, we can't get it. But when the supply chain gets rebuilt, just like we do with some things in Vermont, we are part of a international supply chain. And this is something within the country. I think this is where nationally, I think people are going to be looking. Customers, manufacturers, this is going to have to become part of what we do here that we've given up for 30 years in the name of cheap. And we're going to probably have to be a little bit less cheap and a little bit more conscientious about where the stuff comes from, so we have it when we need it and it's done properly. Because not all these new supply chains will be doing stuff with good quality.
Right.
Yep. Bob?
I'm just really concerned how we can expect a state agency to fully evaluate this. Putting priorities. If we simplify it and say it's only for those things that are in critical need, there are shortages, and there's no expectation in the future that they're going to be that the demand is going to be met, then they're eligible for the 20,000. But when we start moving away from that, I understand, and I fully support bringing back, tightening up our supply chain and making it closer to the end user. But I don't think the state agencies or anybody on this committee can decide which ones are going to be viable. Are we going to invest, $20,000 into several manufacturers to produce cloth face masks when the supply I don't know when and if the supply catches up with 6 face masks? Those are the kind of decisions that are going to have to be made. Typically, the market makes those decisions. We're trying to shortcut that. We're trying to mix in something, a crisis, along with economic development. And I'm nervous about the economic development.
Yeah,
Go
Can I
ahead,
raise
Joe.
my hand? Yeah. No, I mean, it's a great point that Representative Bancroft makes. Yes, there's no doubt there's need now and in the future. There's no doubt we want to encourage this. All of that is true. But the idea that we're going to be able to know who is better positioned, one versus another, to get $20,000 to get the equipment, I am doubtful. Like, I know it sounds terrible, but I am, just because I know in these other decisions, in the crisis, these were not our decisions. It was not the state. It was the users of the equipment to be able to vouch and verify who was a supplier that could be utilized or not. And so that is exactly the thing that kind of gives me pause about it, even though I love the idea that we're encouraging it. The other thought about how to reconcile those who are doing it already and donating it, there's so many factors at play, and then also to the funding of it. Like, should this be funded by the general sort of emergency response money that's coming to the state to fund the exact response? So reconfiguring to produce this should be in that category, and I think it's really more probably Secretary Sherling, Commissioner Sherling's territory, just because that's where who could vouch for whether or not this is a good idea for this particular manufacturer. I think Representative Bancroft expressed it well.
That's a interesting point. Okay, I think probably next week we'll have a discussion with Commissioner Sherling. Let's see, Jim, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add a little bit to Lynn Dickinson's remark. It's been forecast that there are likely going to be spikes this summer and this fall. And let's just take Portabrace for an example. It's going to give them, if they would decide to go and buy the piece of equipment that they described, it's going to allow them a greater versatility to meet that demand that may not be there when we need it. So I think this is a wise choice to make. Thank you.
Yep. Gene?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm getting the whole sense of the committee, and it sounds like we're building a program on some very good specific ideas. Some of the manufacturing, like we know we need the products. We know we need them now. It's good to have local utility. And what Lynn is saying is exactly true. We have no idea when that supply chain is going to get refilled. So to have this facility in the state is wonderful. However, as the commissioner so brilliantly said, this is really COVID-19 money. So I am wondering, is there a way between now and the next time we bring this up, we could get the same kind of research that we got in 345, where we're looking at COVID money with the additional hazard pay for employees? Is there some way we could find out whether we would have access to some of those funds for this purpose? Because I think if we're looking at it I think it gives us an entirely different way of looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, that question we can ask JFO to run that, but I think we're talking about PPE. That's high on the list. But the other place where dollars can be found also is FEMA dollars.
Oh.
And, so I think Charlie has had that discussion with Commissioner Sherling, and so I think he's right now the missing link that we need to talk to continue on, and maybe it's public safety that needs to be the lead on this and not ACCD. I don't know. But we'll bring in public safety next week and talk more about that, I think.
Good. And I also just wanted to say that on page 2, we go to, and it's sub D, and it's the agency shall give preference for grant awards to applicants who demonstrate the potential for developing new lines of business. And I think that speaks to both the Bennington people and also the Curtin folks, where even as we're doing this for COVID-19 and taking care of PPE and getting that supply chain built up and making it local, we could give preference to those companies that are saying we are going to buy a piece of equipment that will not only help us build up this PPE production, but will also help us in the long run make us more competitive in the state. So we could get a little economic development out of the COVID-19 money, as opposed to using COVID economic development money for COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zach?
Thank you. I guess I just wanted to reemphasize that and I don't know how much this addresses the issue, but I do agree with Bob and Lynn and others that and Joan, that there's too much unknowns, and we are not experts on market dynamics to be really determining what and how we should be involved in that. I think the industries themselves receiving these grants will be able to find their place in this. But I do think just to go back to the piece about the competitive pricing again, I do think that was perhaps I think that the intent of that, maybe this went into something else, but I really think this language should be geared towards that for companies that are currently making a product, if they receive this grant, that they're able to show that they are able to reduce the price of the product because of the grant. And I wonder if that language can be changed to reflect that and how other committee members felt about that.
Yeah. Well, I think we want to think about that, because the original intent was to assist companies in pivoting to producing PPE and helping in the crisis. And it's a different thought of allowing the grant to go to a company that has already done the pivoting and is already producing. And so that's a little different dynamic than what we originally thought of. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I'm just saying it's a different thought of using it, different way of using the grants too. And it could be that that's what we want. But I think that we should bring this back to the original thought, that we're morphing out too far and overthinking of the things that we want to do. And I think the original thought of this was to assist companies to pivot, and like Bob said, take care of the critical issues that we have right now and that we see coming down the road in the near future. This isn't something that we're looking at 2, 3, 4 years down the road. If some of the pieces of equipment that manufacturers purchase assist them going forward, that's great. I think that's great, but I think our immediate need is how do we help companies, manufacturers pivot now to make this effective?
I think that's a good point, Chair. And I don't know if we need language in here to specify that, because I think as it is, I don't know if a company that's already pivoted is eligible for these funds with current language.
Right.
Right.
Go ahead, Patricia.
Thank you. I think that this idea of cost reduction, because I know sort of one question that has come up, right, is the timing of when this potential program, if it does, move forward and come into play, sort of like, the timing. And as I was thinking about that, because I was on a call with the MEPs around New England yesterday, we have a weekly call. And, the person from the MEP in Rhode Island commented that she thought most of the manufacturers who were able to pivot there had pivoted. And so that brings me back to, I don't know that that's completely the case here in Vermont, but it does make me think about like a J.K. Adams. They've made the pivot, they're making face shields. I sent them a couple of ideas recently to say, here's something that I saw that might help with cost reduction, because there was a news article and they said they were looking at making improvements to their product so that it wouldn't be just disposable, but could be reused and cleaned and whatever. So I do think there's validity to this notion of, okay, I've pivoted, I've made investments, and I can improve the product, I can bring the cost down, I can provide a better product to UVM Medical Center, to the hospitals. So anyway, I just wanted to put that in there. I realize this starts to maybe sound complex or not, but certainly if it's easier to limit something like this to what the state is procuring from Vermont companies, from those particular companies, that's also another way to look at it. It's more narrow, but that could be right, because then they've already made the decision. Yes, there's demand. Yes, the product's approved. Yes, we're going to buy some. Now there are additional costs that the company is going to incur. Anyway, so that's just some other thoughts.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Joe.
Chair. So, the way, and I don't know if this solves it, but the way that that the emergency management it so far is that they basically contract and promise a certain portion. So in other words, like, let's say somebody wanted to do this, and let's say everybody had faith that this was the entity to bring it about. They contract for minimum runs of gear to support the operation. So it's almost like, so that entity will have a purchase order, let's say, and then they're able to go and produce. If it's just about assisting the producers. If it's for reimbursement, I think the COVID relief money can't be used for reimbursement of any donated things, but it could be used if there was, well, I guess it gets a little tricky. It depends on who's spending the money. I guess if emergency management already spent the funds reimbursed by the COVID relief fund. I don't know if that helps this particular effort, but generally, instead of giving the 20K as a grant to repurpose, it basically, we bring these entities forward, say, look, they could produce X amount of quantity, and then we line them up with purchase orders from people who need it. And then that'll be the kind of, like a purchase order, say, okay, we're ready, we could produce with this as a promise of payment. Rather than just betting on who's going to be able to produce and then sell.
Okay. Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm reminded of the crisis in World War II and how plants had to retool. And I think that this program, what it speaks to is having an infrastructure in place through this program, so that in the event that we see additional spikes, or maybe a year from now, we've got the infrastructure in place to handle it. That's all.
Bob?
It seems to me that I think it's important to kind of clarify, though, what the role of price may play. And actually, I'm not sure if price is the right word to use. I think it's cost of production. That's really what we're talking about here. And my concern is, or the issue that I want to raise is that where price or cost of production would come into play is where, for instance, hypothetical, we got 6 firms that applied to produce masks and really only need 2 of them. price would play, or cost of production would play a role in deciding which one of those gets the grant.
Mhm.
I think cost of production also plays a role, particularly for those funds that are that have already made the shift. If they get the grant and they can buy the machine that will lower their costs and hopefully maybe make them more competitive, or as in the case of Gordon, would help them be more competitive in their original product, then I think, that kind of thing deserves to get a higher priority as we move down through where we're going to allocate these funds.
Well, and maybe, I think what Patricia was talking about also was some R&D, like the company that was making the face shields would like to produce them so that they're more permanent and not throwaways, which makes a lot of sense to me. And so those might be areas, but I think we need to, we're definitely going to need to talk with Commissioner Shirley. Charlie?
But I don't know who's going to make those decisions, though.
Yeah.
Well,
And
those are going to be
that's-
tough decisions for a state agency to make, but maybe they can.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's emergency management seems to be on them, and BGS seems to be on the front lines of looking at all of this. Charlie?
Yeah, sorry, just the nuances between price and cost of good or cost of production, because in making the suggestion for the change there on competitive price versus cost of production, having a low cost of production didn't guarantee a low price to the market. It doesn't necessarily mean that supplier would be selling it at a competitive price. Their cost of production could be low, but they could ask for a high price on the other side. And you wouldn't be able to produce something or sell something if your cost of production exceeded your price that you sold it. I mean, so that was the reason for putting that in there. But something that Patricia brought up before is that some of the MEPs are saying anybody who could pivot to producing different products at this point has already done so. And I just wanted to find that out as to whether or not we're talking about a backlog of companies that have expressed interest in producing it, if only for the financing to purchase the equipment to do it. So do we really have a backlog, or are there the companies who have already, or who could produce PPP, and as a result of pivoting, have they already made that decision? I guess that's the question.
I mean, there certainly are companies out there that are still working on making proposals, I guess I would say. There's, one on gowns. There's a company that we're going to talk to today, later today, about N95 masks. I think we'll see some more N95 mask interest. And there are more companies working on cloth face coverings and trying to, find ways to do lower cost, higher volume face coverings. So I don't, that, like I said, that was a comment that person made. I mean, I do think, we've found a few, plugged some critical gaps, right? Like with the face shields, with the surgical face masks, hopefully with gowns here soon. But that doesn't mean, and I shouldn't say, and I think the state is still open to other companies that may have an interest in pivoting because they're looking for a better price too, right? Or, looking for different ideas. So I don't know how to answer that question exactly. I think when we talked before, I mentioned that VMEC is aware of and is engaged with, approximately 15 projects. Some of those have purchase orders, some don't. And there's probably another 15 that I'm just guessing that we aren't aware of, that people are working on different things. That's my guess.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, there's so many unknowns. It's just Yeah. You know, one week, I think you'll hear this from Commissioner Sherling, you know, one week, oh, everything's all set with gowns until the next week, the order for doesn't show up, you know, and then it's a problem. So it's very, there are a lot of unknowns.
Stephanie?
I apologize asking kind of an obvious, maybe obvious question, but when the agencies in Vermont have to purchase items, are they required to purchase the lowest price if available? And is there also, is there a requirement or a policy that they buy Vermont first?
I could take a stab at that. They are not required to do cheapest first, and they're not required to pick local. That's under normal circumstances. And during the crisis here, they've done all over the lot. It was really based on availability.
Mm.
So, and there've been suggestions put forward that the state should consider local in legislation. Those have been since resisted for fear of retaliation from other states. Again, I just think that we could probably accomplish this, maybe not through a grant, but through the idea of purchase orders, like building up the demand curve, getting people to say, I will buy it. And then that would be enough for the manufacturer to actually go ahead and do it. That's exactly what Commissioner Sherling is doing now. And so why wouldn't we just continue in that vein?
Okay. Jim, did you have another question? Nope. Okay. So where do we go from here? I think we'll invite Commissioner Sherling next week to have another robust discussion to see if we're going down the right path or not. Maybe we're not. Maybe things are already happening that way anyway. But I think I want to keep this idea going for now. I think it's pretty interesting to see if we can help some companies pivot that will help the state. So does anybody have anything else that they want to bring up? Okay, I think we've probably come to the end of what we can talk about on this subject right now until we talk to Commissioner Sherling. And I think once we have those discussions and we can work with, Charlie, I can have you work with David and probably wrap in, depending on which way we're going to go, but either Joan and VMEC and probably Commissioner Sherling to all work on another draft that we get all the points of view and get it back to the committee. That makes sense to everybody? Yeah. Well, here I go again, letting you off early again. It's just, Bill Botso would not be happy. Well, everyone, thank you again for Bob. Bob's hands up. Go ahead, Bob.
I'm going to see if I can keep you longer.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
People can leave, but I was curious. I don't know as I fully followed Charlie's comment about price and cost of production. And I guess what my takeaway was, and maybe I'm wrong on the premise that you were trying to make, is that while if we were to give a grant to somebody and they were able to lower their costs, which in and of it's a good thing for a Vermont firm, and even if they're charging an exorbitant price for their product, if they're making excess profits, other firms will move in, production will increase, those prices will come down, and hopefully, because they have that piece of equipment, they would be competitive. So I'm not so sure about having a competitive price on how you define that, because a competitive price to me is whatever the market will bid. I still think the relevant issue here is cost of production.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I thought that price does reflect the cost of production in some ways. Usually your price is going to reflect your cost of production plus a profit margin on top, and there's your price, right? Would you agree with that?
Well, my cost of production is pretty low, but my price is exorbitant.
Right. Okay. So you've got a pair of, but if you're not competitive, then you're not going to be able to provide, there's going to be a lower cost provider that comes into the marketplace.
Yeah.
That's right. I've got to be competitive, but if enough people come into the market and they lower the competitive price, I still can compete.
Right. So, right, you can still compete. So cost of production is an indicator of what your price could be, unless you're a dairy farmer.
It's a regulated price.
Yeah. So
well, it's a floor.
Gentlemen, you got to build into your price a premium for availability. So yes, cost of production is there, but going back to what Lynn said, is you also have to build into that the availability of that. So if I know I have a manufacturer of masks, and I'm a hospital and I'm looking in the near term of the next 5 years, there's going to be a premium I'm going to accept because of that availability. I just don't want us to get so focused on dollars without adding that other part into the availability feature, because that is a part of why we're talking about standing up this part of production in Vermont.
Right. And
we don't know how to quantify that.
We
don't know. I mean, the hospital may say, yeah, I'm willing to pay $2.50 for a face mask now.
Right.
But when the supply chain catches up, and I don't know if that's from China or wherever it is, and the price drops down to 10 cents, I'm not so sure that people will say, well, memory's trying to get kind of short here, and bottom lines to get squeezed, so I'm going to go for the 10 cents.
But it's a forward contract. It's like when I was on the, when the electric, like at Burlington Electric, we're buying future electricity at future prices. So purchase orders are, if you're a purchasing agent for the medical center, you're going to be looking at this and say, okay, I'm looking down whatever their time frame is, and they're going to make some assumptions. They don't buy. No one's buying right now. They're buying on a spot market for these kind of PPEs, but in the long term, these come from longer term contracts. That's all I'm saying. And I think that within that construct of what is the market, i.e. the medical center, what is the market willing to pay for that availability for a longer term contract, which sort of goes back to what the commissioners talked with contracts. I just wanted to throw a little, we got into economics, so I had to come and play.
On that also then goes back to, I think, what the commissioner was saying about the contracts right now are being awarded, and that contract is then including recouping the cost of retooling.
Right.
So it may not be at a competitive marketplace, would not have to pass the test of whether or not it's competitive price if there's a contract for that item. By definition, almost that is, so fulfilling a contract at a certain price.
Yeah, and you get that economic development piece into it thanks to whatever emergency entity is going to pay for it, because now our manufacturer has a piece of equipment that they then can utilize in other aspects of their business.
But it's a competitive price. I'm buying a product and security.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so in that sense, it's competitive, right? Yeah, because there's value in that guarantee.
Okay. Anything
Did I
else?
extend it long enough for you, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Bob.
You got another 5 minutes out of it, Bob.
Well, let's go to Econ 102.
Yeah. So we haven't mentioned elasticity of demand and the determination of price.
Yay.
Anybody
Boy, I
want
love
to,
this stuff.
anyone want to go to a worker comp white paper webinar?
Ooh.
That sounds deadly.
Did anybody go to that?
I did.
I
Yeah.
did.
I did too, but boy, I haven't worked so hard my entire life.
I had problems getting
My
in.
God, I must have tried 25 times.
I
Oh,
got in, but it was
Work.
deadly.
Yeah,
I
it was,
finally got in. And it was, you couldn't even, oh.
it was different, but it was interesting.
It was stiff.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, committee. Anyone have anything else? Okay. So we'll be back on Tuesday. What are we looking at again Tuesday? Yeah. I think
340, no,
45,
345?
346.
346.
346, that's it, sorry.
So, and I haven't heard back. I was hoping that House Transportation would look at the amendment that that we are proposing for the TNC, and but I haven't heard back from Athea. So I think by Tuesday hopefully Tuesday or Wednesday, we'll have something back from them, and so I think probably Thursday we'll look at this again. S342, like I told you, is going to be hung on the wall because of the vaccine. But I think I'm waiting to hear back from Steve Monahan. I want to know exactly the reason why they need some changes, and if it has to deal with the issues of COVID and workers' comp, then we'll take up the rest of the bill and start looking at it. I did get I received from Laura Backus Howell from NCCI their pricing of it. So we have that, and it's all over the place because it's going to depend on what our infection rate is and all of that stuff. So we'll see if hopefully if I hear back from Monahan, they feel we should be doing something, and we'll start looking at it Wednesday, and we'll just see what keeps coming before us and keep working on it. So we'll see you all tomorrow on the floor at 10:30, and we'll be together next Tuesday. So have a good evening, and thank you for all your work today. Thanks for Patricia. Thanks for being on with us, and appreciate it. And we'll see you next time.
Okay, so we're all here except for Trish Scott. So I'll call the meeting to order. First order of business is the additions and corrections to the agenda. I have one really. We've been asked to add an executive session to discuss a contractual matter at the end. And there are pay orders waiting for us to approve that we can look at between this meeting and the next week's meeting. But that's not really an agenda item. It just exists, but I'll tell you while I have you. Anybody else have any additions, corrections, changes? Okay. Cool. Board norms, obviously stick to the agenda, be respectful, you know, do the best we can with struggling in this format, although it isn't the end of the world. If you're here, you can click on your name on the upper right-hand corner and raise your hand. And if I see I can see hands as they go up on my control panel here, and we'll call you. If it goes ridiculously long, go ahead and unmute yourself and try and get my attention. That said, moving along, members of the public, if you're here to talk about basically our single item agenda, that's we'd ask you to just participate in the discussion then. If there's something else that you wanted to bring to our attention tonight, now is your chance. Unmute yourself and let me know. I'm looking for hands too. Nothing. All right, beautiful. Oh, just letting somebody in. Okay, so the new business item on here is something that we've been talking about for quite some time, working together to sort of do some long-range planning about where we as a district go in the next, in the foreseeable future. We've been talking about doing this essentially since we formed as a district. We didn't want to do too much too quickly, so we've waited now until really year 3, or our 3rd budget. And, we've come up with a 5-month conversation process, which is laid out in the sort of work plan. It's a bunch of circles that kind of steps us through the process. We hope that we have a bunch of time. We hope that we have enough time to go through this in a careful and considered manner. We have no idea where this ends up. There's no predetermined outcome here. It's really a process, and we've been talking about the process for a few meetings now about how long and who would be involved and what the timeline would be. And so we've come up with that, and we've added an extra meeting to every month, plus a committee that's going to review and ask questions and take a deeper dive into this process over the next 5 months to at least explore what options we as a district have. At the end of this in September and October, we'd like to be able to say, here are some things that we've looked at, and here are the reasons they do or don't make sense, and have options for the district that the board supports and talks and has community support as well. So we're beginning a very long process. There will be one meeting of this board each month dedicated solely to this process and discussing what we do here and the options that we come up with and how we get it going. Questions on that? Thoughts? Did I miss anything? I got a thumbs up. Thank you. Okay, so that's the schedule is actually posted. We'll meet tonight. We'll talk about this. The end of the month, the budget committee will meet and look at the work that we task the administration with. For tonight, we have 8 options that have been presented to us. We had asked for some options as a board, and Bill and his cabinet have worked together to come up with these 8 options. These are not the only 8 options. These are just a starting point. We may come out of tonight's meeting with 10, 12, 16 different options. At some point, there will have to be a winnowing process where we, excuse me, where we pare down the options before we ask for a deeper dive into what each option looks like. You know, we obviously can't go that deep into all these options just based on time. We'd be studying forever. But we can take a look, ask some questions, make some suggestions, have some changes, get some more research, and continue to go through the process of deciding what we look like going forward. So that's where we are. Each one of these options, there's a 2 or 3 page document talking about how teaching and learning works, how special ed works, what some of the financial implications were. There's also a really good 1-page sheet that went out to you today with a real high-level look at the financials, sort of like a financial summary of each option. You know, what we don't, I mean, none of these are carved in stone, and none of these are you know, I mean, it could end up being a combination of some from option 2 and some from option 7 and a little bit of option 1 thrown in at the end or something that we ultimately go with. It's that flexible, but this gives us a way to discuss what we're doing. So with that said, I'm not even sure how we necessarily want to go through this and discuss it. I mean, do we want to walk through each option? Do we want to hear a little bit about each option? I'm assuming that everyone's read the materials on each option. Maybe we can just open it to questions about, you know, in option this, what does this mean? You know, what's your pleasure, folks? Can you share each option? If I've been asked to share my screen and share each option. If I do that, I think the video will go away, but let me see what I can do.
Joe, if you share, I apologize for butting in. I've been doing Zoom for 2 years. It'll put people off to the side. Your screen will show kind of left and center.
Okay, I wasn't as sure with this because I'm sharing from the Google Doc. I just have to find it too. Is that it? Bear with me here. As soon as I find the documents, I will share each option. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is option 1. It's multi-page document, and I don't think because of what I'm looking at here, I can share it on multiple pages side by side. Sharing my screen, I have lost the ability to see if you raise your hand, folks. I apologize. So option one is essentially what we're doing now. Keeping the existing structure, we run pre-K through 12 locally, 3 elementary locations, and middle and high school at Leland and Gray. You know, under teaching and learning, we talk about, hang on, I'm letting some people in here. Okay. They talk about, under the teaching and learning, it talks about class size, classroom to teacher ratio, and class configuration. Essentially, that's, you know, what we're working with now. You know, it goes through the special ed, and there's really no change to the operational costs. And the future consideration is just the structural integrity of Leland and Gray. There is apparently a preliminary engineering report that calls that into somewhat question, not safety, but long-term viability. Questions on that one?
I've got a question.
Sure, go ahead.
So I was looking through all of these documents earlier, and I noticed that just about every option mentions the structural integrity being a long-term consideration for Leland and Gray. Can we talk a little bit more about what exactly that means? Like, is it viable? Is it a strong enough? Oh, sorry. I'm Keegan, Jamaica Rep Representative, School Board. Sorry about that. Thanks for the reminder, Mr. Anton. Speaking to the structural integrity of that building, because it is a concern for all of the options that were shared, can you speak a little bit more about how do we ensure that no matter what option we pick, what is it going to cost to maintain or update or improve the structure itself?
I have not seen the report yet. It's just preliminary. Bill, can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, actually, I was going to ask if Chris Medina, the Director of Operations, could weigh
Oh,
in.
sure.
Yeah, Chris Medina here, Director of Operations. So we had a preliminary engineering report done, which pretty much just came back that they want to do some further testing of the building, including some crack monitoring, structural load assessments, as far as some minor deconstructive testing, just to really see what's going on behind the walls. Again, as Joe mentioned, it's not really a safety thing at this point. It's our long-term viability of the building. So any option that kept Leland and Gray as an operating facility, I wanted to just put that out there as something we have to consider for financial investment. At this point, we don't have any information of what that would cost. That's phase 2 of the engineering. Once they do that, their further analysis of the facility, they can give us a better cost of what it's going to take to put into the building to ensure it's going to be operational for years to come. The only cost we have now is just from our capital needs assessment that was done, which is somewhere about $1 million. You know, just some upgrades to the facility, separate from what we're going to get back from the engineering report.
So it's more of a there's something there coming, but we don't know exactly what it is, but there is something we need to keep in the back, you know, keep in mind as we go forward. That building, if we're going to continue to use it, does have potential costs associated with it. I mean, we can run through the options pretty quickly. I can put up option 2 and run through it. Hang on one second. Okay, so option 2 is a tech-heavier version of what we're doing now. We essentially continue running, the 3 elementary locations and the middle high school at Leland and Gray. We look for financial efficiencies and use more remote learning opportunities, particularly in high school. It does change class size a little bit, but it doesn't significantly change operational costs. Just because, we'll be tech heavy, but even those require a person at some point. Dana, I see your hands up.
Yeah, the virtual learning part, Joe, Dana West, Jamaica Rep. Can Bob answer to this? Thibault, is this working through this COVID crisis? Is this virtual learning actually working for these kids, or is it not? Would this be something we'd want to get into?
This is Bob Thibault, principal. I guess I would say that online learning can be successful with certain kids who have the executive functioning skills to be able to manage that level of independent work. I would say as a whole, it's not successful across the board. I think in pockets it can be a successful way to broaden curricular offerings, but it's only good for particular students who learn a particular way and have those executive functioning skills to be able to manage it. So I would say it is not a silver bullet in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, I was just kind of curious if it's something we really want to invest in on a wholesale basis than just 1 or 2 classes.
Joe, if you're not quite ready, I would just say, Dana, part of this is we already have a partnership with VTVLC, the online virtual learning collaborative through the state of Vermont, which allows us 50 slots for students to access. We pay a small membership fee for that, and we contribute 1 teacher to teach 1 class throughout the year. So there's a financial implication of that, but we already do get 50 slots for our students to access and have had since I've been principal for the last 4 years. We have not yet filled those 50 slots in any of the years I've been doing it.
Thank you.
No, I would just add that this is the option that is the least fleshed out because we don't know what it would look like. Dana asks a really good question. We're kind of experimenting in that world now on an emergency basis. And Bob makes a great point that we have dipped our toe in the water in virtual high school. So it is something that the board has mentioned in the past, so we wanted to include it, but it's the one option that is presented tonight that really needs a lot more fleshing out before we could even understand what it would mean for students and opportunity.
Okay, so I think that I don't see any more hands or questions on that one. Can you share 3, Al? Oh, you have a question, or you're going to share 3?
I'm both. So this is kind of a question, actually, not just about 2, but Bill or Lori, if you could speak to the summary sheet that we have here that goes from 0 to 1, just to explain the difference in the offsetting revenues, how that happened. Why did we go from almost 1.3 million in offsetting revenues to 1,166?
Sure, I'd be happy to answer that. It's basically just for informational purposes only. Option 0 is where you, what the board voted for a budget, a $2.06 tax rate, unified tax rate, that will go to the voters. Now there are some incentives, so none of these take into account any type of incentives. These are just the unified tax rates before any incentives have been applied. But what I wanted to show you was more about where it is being headed. So we talk a lot about revenues, or revenues have such a big impact on all of these scenarios. So the number one, the drop in offsetting revenues is basically the drop in tuition students that has been happening. So basically, if we were to put together a budget for fiscal year 21 right now, this is what it could look like. Because in fiscal year 20, we budgeted for 49 tuition students and we collected on 38. So you can see there was a drop there. In fiscal year 21, before I knew about a couple of families moving out, we budgeted for 45. So this is showing basically where would the tax rate be if there were 38 tuition students. Does that answer your question, Al? It's just a comparison. Number one is just a kind of a comparison number.
Okay, so it's from 49 to 38?
In fiscal year 20, I budgeted 49 tuition students based on the information, of course, in the fall before students know where they're going to go when they graduate 6th grade. We received tuition from 38 students, or towns that send students. For fiscal year 21, I budgeted 45, knowing that there was going to be some amount of reduction. But if we only get 38, like we got this year, then the tax rate would be $2.12 without any other adjustments to the budget. So what I'm showing is that the decrease in tuition students is having a major impact, as well as increasing expenses.
Okay, got it. So would that be kind of considered worst case, or really just level setting with what you got, 38?
This would be, if we put together a budget today, this is probably where the tax rate would come out. So it's just showing where you're headed in the future if we don't get more tuition students or equalize pupils, that type of thing.
Okay, great. So Joe, give me 1 second. I will switch over to 3 if we want to do that.
Okay. I'm not sharing anymore.
1 second. There we go. Okay. There we go. Joe, I give it to you. I'll just scroll up and down at wherever you want me to.
Okay. So option 3 is to run pre-K 12 locally, but to not and to run elementary schools at Townsend Elementary and Newbrook Elementary, and to run middle high school at Leland and Gray. Jamaica would either be used for a special ed programs or return to the town. That one, class. We reduced some expenses based on reduction in a number of staff, but we also, as you and Lori were just discussing, lose some of the offsetting revenues because of tuition students. And so, the tax rate doesn't move a lot doing that. It changes some, but it's not a significant savings in terms of a tax rate. The student teacher ratio is about 1 to 17 in the elementary schools, and then is course dependent at Leland and Gray. So those are, I think are acceptable numbers in terms of class size. But, again, we don't see a significant change from the way things are now.
Joe, I raised my hand.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. It was on full screen mode when Al shared and I didn't see it. I see your hand is up and then Dana's hand is up. Go ahead, Emily.
Totally fine. Just a quick question. You said Jamaica used for special ed programs in this one. We don't separate our special ed students from our. I'm curious what you meant by that, or what this meant by that.
You want to have Stephanie answer that one, Bill?
I will let anybody who can answer that question answer it. Thank you.
Hi there.
Stephanie, are you still here?
Yep, I'm still here. This is Stephanie. So you are correct that we don't, put students with disabilities in one location. However, we are working with other regional areas to try to create more efficiencies and regional programming to better meet the needs of students rather than sending them out to out-of-district placements. So that would be something we could consider. And that's kind of what our thoughts were, was we would target certain populations of students who are sent out or would be getting sent out due to their level of severity and develop a program around them.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
Joe, it's Dana. I had the same question as Emily. I mean, I figure we don't separate them. We mainstream them, right?
Yep.
True.
This is Stephanie again. Yes, we do try to ensure we're offering the least restrictive environment for students, which means the most time with non-disabled peers. But there are several students whose needs we're not able to meet at this time, and so they are in out-of-district placements that provide the specialized treatment that they are in need of.
Thank you, Stephanie. More questions? People are asking questions on chat. I don't think chat actually gets recorded as meeting, so it would be better if you ask the question verbally than in the chat. Even if it does get recorded, it's just a lot easier to follow if you bring it up, and you'll probably get a better answer than just a chat question.
Joe, you get more than a better answer. You get a more transparent answer because everybody gets to hear it.
Correct.
So
Correct.
this is Keegan. I'll restate the question that I asked if that's your preference. I had asked about in the event that for option 3, if Jamaica Village School were to close, would there be open K-12 choice for Jamaica residents? And Mr. Anton responded by saying, no, it depends on what the West River operates, not specific to Jamaica.
Yeah, we're all one district now, so unless we close them all, there's not, or become a, opt to become a choice district, we're all in this together. Any more discussion of option 3? Dana, your hand is up still or again?
Again, the part about closing the schools, any part of closing the schools, does that vote still go to the townspeople, the legal voters of that town? Should they? So
Absolutely. Oh yeah, yes. We could, it would be a discussion if the option or options, if what we decided, if what we thought made the most sense was to close school or schools, then it would be ultimately a vote of those townspeople, or, in the case of Leland and Gray, the entire union. before we could do it. You know, so it has to make sense for all the stakeholders to have it happen. Okay. We ready to move on to option 5? Option 5 is to have pre-K 8 locally run with pre-K 5 in, I'm sorry?
4, Joe.
Oh, I'm sorry, option 4. Option 4, pre-K 8 locally run, pre-K 5, pre-kindergarten through 5th grade in the 3 buildings, Jamaica, Newbrook, and Townsend, 6th through 8 at Leland and Gray, and 9 through 12 would be school choice. It keeps our youngest students home. It still gets them congregated for middle school, and it sends them out into the world for high school. You know, Brattleboro, Green Mountain, Burton, wherever. You know, we would, there would be significant reduction of, well, there would be reduction in expenses based on, you know, less FTEs, about 60. But there would also be reduction in offsetting revenues, small school grants, tuition from the high school, and high school grants. We'd still need to put money into the building. And, you know, so that one doesn't, what's option 4? That one doesn't really, as tax rate, result in significant savings. You know, it keeps the ratios similar in the grade schools, and then high school is, you know, whatever the parents and student decide. Dana, I see your hand up.
Yeah, is this
Hi,
the
Mike.
worst case scenario in this option? Because the high tax rate and the lack of full usage of the Leland and Gray, I kind of count this as the worst case scenario option.
I don't know if it's worst case. There were, you know, starting it off, we just wanted to try and look at everything, all the different permutations that were possible. You know, from don't do anything to close everything, I think is you know, and trying to think of permutations in between. We may, you know, hopefully going through this and having these discussions, we see something that, you know, a combination of this or something that makes sense to us. But, you know, this, I don't know if I'd call it worst case, but it certainly doesn't have much to recommend it in my opinion either. Mike, you had a question?
I did. This is one of the options that has 3 small schools grants listed. My understanding is we only get 2 of those right now, and I believe it's Townsend and Jamaica. My recollection is that you had to qualify in a certain year, and in that previous year that had already happened, Newbrook didn't qualify. So I'm just wondering where the 3rd small schools grant is coming from.
Lori?
Right. So you're right, Mike. You know, I had 3 in there for fiscal year 20 because they had told me that we were going to qualify for Newbrook's one, and then they meaning the AOE, said that because they didn't qualify in a certain year, then they would not qualify going forward for Act 46 for the transition grant, small schools transition grant. So you're right. So it actually should be 2 and 1, to be honest with you, on all of these numbers. I was thinking this year that we're in. So
okay.
I just wanted to also clarify something above as far as the FTEs is concerned. And I can see the way I worded it there that it would be confusing, but it's there are a total of 60 FTEs versus a reduction of 60 FTEs at the top.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. I have another
Yeah,
general question for Lori. I have another general question for Lori. I don't know if you want me to hold off on that one or if I can let it fly now.
Well, ask it and we'll see.
All right. Well, my understanding is that we as a district are facing significant funding increases due to the change in the healthcare law, and which employees have family members that are able to qualify, and that takes effect on January 1st, right? So, and my understanding was it was a big number. Like if all the employees and all their families took advantage, it could be like upper 6 digits or lower 7 digits. So is any of that include? I don't think it is included in this, because I thought it was about $30,000 per employee or up to that amount of money. So I'm just trying to figure out if that's included in this, but I don't think it is.
None of those are included in this.
Okay.
That, that's for the support staff. That's where that falls under. And
I know it's a law change too, so.
It is a law change, and any anybody that falls underneath the support staff agreement, a paraeducator, which most of those are in Wyndham Central under special ed, then they would qualify for any tier of a plan. So right now we only offer a single plan under the current master agreement, but the law says they can have a family plan. So that's, it's the difference between, and some people only take like a cash in lieu offering. So it could be anywhere from $15,000 to $18,000 per support staff person.
Right. And wasn't there like 30 or 40 support staff that were eligible?
Yeah, it's around $500,000 is what the worst case scenario could look like.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so anything back to option 4? Okay, option 5. This is helpful to have you do this, Al. Thank you. So option 5, we have pre-K through 8 run locally, but we only run the program in 2 locations. We only run the pre-K 5 in Newbrook and Townsend, with a 6 through 8 middle school at Leland and Gray, high school choice, and Jamaica Village School is either used as the special ed facility, as Stephanie discussed briefly before, or return to the town. This one, I'm going to say, Lori, there would be a total of 55 FTEs. The tax rate is slightly better than the last scenario, but still not terrific. It does keep everybody, it keeps people home. It keeps the younger kids closer to home and then sends them out in the world again. And it does, there may be some advantages to having the special ed, it would be bringing the kids who are out of district placements now maybe back closer to in district, is essentially what that would be doing, if I understood what Stephanie was talking about. So, there are some, there does look to be some savings in this one, but again, not amazing. Questions on that one? Dana.
Yeah, putting all these kids into 1 or 2 schools, what if we get a sudden increase in population due to COVID? And everybody decides that Vermont looks better than New York City and having their kids there.
I don't really think there's an answer to that one. Al?
Well, there is.
I certainly don't have an answer to that. No.
Yeah.
My question, so this would be for Lori, and so I think what Mike brought up earlier about the small schools grants, that's going to flow through all the rest of these, correct? So where it says 3, it's actually 2. Where it says 2, it's 1. And in tax rate terms, what would one small school grant be worth their tax rate? A couple pennies, 3 pennies?
It depends on the school. And I also wanted to add with this particular scenario, if JVS were to be used for special education, it is possible that you would still get the small schools grant because it's used for educational purposes. Okay, but they're, so yeah, as far as tax rate, probably 3 cents, roughly, maybe 4, probably 3.
So are those numbers right, but the number is wrong, or are the numbers actually high because you had too many grants in there, Lori? I see you, Emily.
No, where I had 2, it should be 1. We had potentially 3 this year. That was my confusion.
Are the dollars correct?
The dollars are fine. Yeah, the dollars
are correct. It's just the number of grants that are wrong.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Emily, you had a question?
Well, I have a comment following Dana's line of thinking. I just wanted to make sure that people understand when you start tuitioning students out, which this scenario shows the 9 through 12 being tuitioned out. And if there is, as Dana suggested, a sudden influx in a number of students, that does have an impact because when you tuition, we've seen it locally in our school districts over and over. Win Hall was a great example of it. The state had to bail Win Hall out when it happened, and you have no control over how many people are living in your communities, and you just have to pay it when you tuition. So it can be a significant impact, and I just want to make sure people understand that, not just brush that off. There is an answer to that if the scenario plays out in the way Dana suggested. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Tina's got her hand up.
Hi, Tina Bills. I just had a question about the special ed. If the special ed ends up going to Jamaica, what grades is that for? Is that a K through 12 or is that a K through 6, or what is the proposal for that?
This is Stephanie. I'm hoping everybody wants me to be the one to answer that. It could be whatever the need is, and I think that it would take some work to figure out what population, either based on need we want to serve, and then take a look at, is it pre-K through 12? Is it middle school? Is it high school? Is it just elementary? Is it just pre-K? So we would have to look at that and target that, probably with a subcommittee, I would imagine.
Okay.
Anybody else with a question, comment? I gotta tell you, it's exciting to have so many people here, but there are 60+ people here. It's like, I've never had a Zoom meeting this big that I managed.
Joe, I don't know if you could see that I raised my hand. Carly Sanderson here.
Hi, Carly.
Hi. I have a question, a clarifying question. I'm not sure who the appropriate person is to answer it for me, but I'm very curious about if we go to the school choice, one of those scenarios that offers school choice for our high school. I'm assuming we're looking at regionally located high schools for that choice. But my question really is not so much about which schools, it's about the process for being tuitioned in. So do those schools have to take our students? Is there an application process? Choice sounds wonderful, like I could choose to send my kid to any area high school, but do those high schools have to take my child?
Bill, is that a question for you?
Carly, good question. Each school is different. In general, our region has declining enrollment in all schools. So I would suppose that if choice was offered, that there are many schools that would be excited to have students attend. There are different independent schools that have different processes. So, for example, Vermont Academy or Burn Burton, there are different pathways to those schools. Vermont Academy, for example, is hurting in enrollment, and so they are lowering the cost to attend. This year is the first year of doing that. Having been the former principal of Dover and seeing different relationships formed with different schools, Burn Burton does relationships with school districts, but in terms of being guaranteed specific spots at specific schools, you are absolutely correct. There is no guarantee. You'd have to work all those things out. So you make a really good point.
Thank you, Bill. And can I just add on to that question? Then, because you mentioned, for instance, Vermont Academy, which has their typically higher fees or things like that, will the district cover no matter where I choose to send my child, or will there be a flat fee and anything above that I would have to cover?
So for the purposes of this demonstration, we went with an average of $17,000. 17.4 is the average for a sending town to go to Burn Burton. Right now, Vermont Academy is accepting the average high school tuition, which I believe is $16,846. For comparison's sakes, Brattleboro, correct me if I'm wrong, Lori, I believe is $15,750. But again, it would be up to the board. The law states that the board can decide how much they would like to pay. They can pay the average tuition to independent schools. You must pay whatever is the allowable tuition at a public school. So for the purposes of this conversation, we tried to go with 17,000, which gave us a little bit higher than an average between something like a private school like Burn Burton and a public school like Brown.
Thank you, Bill.
Joe, can I add something to that? This is Marty Testo.
Yeah, sure. Hang on, Marty. I got a couple of hands ahead of you, but I'll stick you right in, okay?
Okay, sorry, excuse me.
No, that's fine. I got you.
All right.
Dana, you had your hand up, and then Emily, and then Marty.
Yeah, Joe, it's Dana. Hey, are we, I know it's school choice and anybody can go, but are we figuring in transportation on these things? Covering it or not? Is that a Bill question?
Yes.
Yeah, so Tammy asked that on chat as well. So again, for demonstration purposes, I believe we put in $200,000 for transportation. I don't know if that is too much, if that's not enough. It was basically figuring on a lump sum of money. The whole point of kind of going through these questions is to get that clarification from you all. So that's really important for us to maybe get that a little bit into a tighter window so that the board has the best information. But yes, we did build in transportation for the choice option.
Emily.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a sort of a broader statement based on Carly's questions around school choice. I just want everybody to be very, very realistic about what school choice is. And people have often heard me say that choice is a wonderful thing. We all want to have choices in our lives. But where I struggle with choice in school districts, public schools, remains around who has access to that choice. And you know, Dana just brought up transportation, and there's many other factors involved, including after school activities and all that sort of thing. And unless there's equitable school choice, I struggle with, you know, opening that path for our students unless we can guarantee all of our students have the same access to that school choice. So I'm not trying to say it's right or wrong. I'm just trying to say that if we ever walk down the path of opening up school choice for our students, I want to make sure my questions will always be around whether every child has access to the equal opportunity of school choice. And so I just want to lay that out there because there's so many factors involved in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Marty.
Thanks, Joe. I just wanted to add to that I sat in a Southern Vermont League athletic meeting today, and which was represented by numerous teams throughout our area, numerous schools, and without naming schools, there would be schools that at this time are not taking students because they are bursting at the seams. So school choice would not be an option for some of the schools that we may think could be an option for some of our students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Option 6. Okay. Option 7 is to have pre-K through 6th grade students stay here and to open up choice for grades 7 through 12. Again, Jamaica Village School could end up as a... You went to option 6, Al. Didn't we just do option 6?
We were on 5, Joe.
Oh, sorry. I keep getting ahead of myself. I really apologize. So option 6 is pre-K 6 locally, with pre-K being in all 3 buildings, Jamaica, Newbrook, and Townsend, and having 7 through 12 be opened up for school choice. This one, again, keeps the younger kids home and opens up the choice for parents and students. We have a further reduction in FTEs, and you know, we have a pretty low student teacher ratio in the elementary schools, and then send them off. This one would have 2 small schools grants, but the number is still right. And the tax rate, you know, hovers slightly above or slightly below $2. So again, not a huge savings here.
I have a question, Joe.
Sure, go ahead, Howie.
How does the 7 through 12 choice jive with the surrounding schools? In other words, does Burton, Green Mountain, Brattleboro offer 7th grade? Does Bill know that?
Bill does.
Thank you, Howie. Good question. 7th and 8th grade, it would be dependent. It kind of goes back to Marty's point on local middle schools that take students. So in our surrounding area, you have, I guess you could go Dummerston, Putney, the Mountain School in Winhall or Bonneville, Brattleboro,
Marlboro,
Hilltop Montessori.
Yeah, Marlboro, if you were on
Marlboro. So all a distance, but those are middle schools. But again, going back to Marty's point, the middle school would have to decide to take those students.
It would be nice if we had some guidance from the state on a regional policy for this kind of thing. You know, if we're going to start, if we're looking at closing schools, we have to look at the bigger picture and, you know, talk to our neighbors about what the long-term prognosis is.
I think that if the board was interested in going further down the road of these options that consider school choice, part of the task of myself and my colleagues would be to contact those possibilities and find out the reality of spots being open. And I'm game to engage with regional superintendents about that conversation as well. But we have not done any of that work until we hear direction from the board about what they would like to explore deeper.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Anybody? Dana?
Yeah, I know. I'm asking a lot of questions. Is school choice offered at 7th and 8th grade level? I thought it was just 9 through 12 in the state.
School choice 9 through 12 is a statutory thing. High school students can choose a public school choice. You can be a choice town by decision. I mean, Stratton, Winhall, they offer school choice for all their students. They don't operate a single school. So we would just cease, once you don't operate a particular grade level, those students then can choose to go get that education elsewhere.
And Joe, by elsewhere, you mean either public schools or approved independent schools? They have.
Yes. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, now we're to option 7, right? Okay, so 7 is similar to this, except in that we keep the pre-K through 6th graders. Here, we divide them up with pre-K through 2nd grade being at Townsend Elementary and 3 through 6 being at Newbrook Elementary Building. Jamaica then is either special ed or back to the town, and we continue with high school choice. I want to say, this has, again, a smaller number of FTEs. Educational spending is down a little bit. This one has the lowest tax rates of any of the ones proposed, and still not like, wow, that's so cheap, given what we look at now. So, it does get the Leland and Gray long-term, considerations a little bit off our plate because we're not using it anymore. But we'd have to figure out what we're going to do with it. It still has its issues, and I'm not sure actually what happens to Leland and Gray if we cease to use it. I mean, it's not a town school, so where does it go? Do we know? I see Emily and Bill smiling and shaking their heads. Like, yeah, we don't know. So we'd have to look into that if that was one of the options that we chose. Other thoughts on this plan?
So I would just add that I don't believe it's part of our charter. I actually found our charter the other day, and I've got to pull it out and give it to Bill so that you can look at it. But I don't think that option is part of our charter. Just let you know.
Okay, thank you. So we don't have the option to do that, or we'd have to amend our charter somehow?
I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that I don't believe it's addressed in our charter. I'd have to go through it. I'm not even going to do it. I'm just going to give it to Bill. He may have a copy of it anyway. But I was given a copy a long time ago of our Leland and Gray charter, original charter, and I just came across it the other day, and I had it set aside to give to Bill, but I don't believe there's anything in there about how we disband the school if it's not being used. I'm sure there's a legal way to do it. There's always a legal way to do everything.
Gotcha. Thank you. Additional questions, thoughts?
Joe, I have a question. This is Chris Jers. If you see my hand.
Yep, I see hands now. Thanks. I got you, Chris. Anna, Dana.
I'm wondering why the thinking going to the K2 in Newbrook, or excuse me, in Townsend, and the 3 whatever in Townsend, especially after the conversation last year where a lot of parents were against it, when now you're going to have some of your youngest Jamaica students from far out or whatever traveling a long ways to get to Newbrook. What's the reasoning of doing that split?
Bill?
No deep thought, just a model for the board to consider, and they can say that they don't want it, and we won't go any further.
Thank you.
Leanne.
Sort of noticing a trend where a lot of these options are involving opening up 9 through 12 or 7 through 12 for choice. I was just wondering if there was a particular reasoning behind that, or if it's where the most financial efficiencies are, or how that was chosen so often as an option.
Bill?
Just models around the state. I don't know of any models around the state that have choice in elementary and then congregate for middle or high. I could build that model if that is something the board is interested in. Just in preparing the board for this conversation, we just kind of looked at around other models that were around the state, and those were the most common.
Emily? You next, Dana. Emily, you're muted.
I just want to say once again that while tax rates on choice can be predicted, enrollments cannot, and so often tuitioning is very volatile. And I'm not saying it would be for us, it may not be, but it has been across the state for other school districts. And I just want to make sure that people understand that when you tuition, you don't have a choice anymore. People moving into your community are going to be able to have access. If they have school-age children, they'll have access to that tuition. And it has become a problem for some school districts across the state. And I think that we always need to be aware of that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana.
I have a question, Joe.
Hang on. Dana's got his hand up, and then I'll get you, Howie.
This is for Bill. Bill, when you figure out those choice schools with 7 and 8, can you add Floodbrook to that?
When you talk about the opportunity to use school choice for 7th and 8th, again, it would go back to that original point that Marty had, where as long as if choice was a path that the board decided to go down, I would contact schools to find out if they'd be willing to take those students. And just because I didn't mention Floodbrook on the first mention doesn't mean that wouldn't be a possibility. So yes, that would definitely be a possibility.
Yeah, I know. I'd probably be asked that from being the Jamaica rep and that being close. People would ask me.
Howie, you had a question?
Yeah, I don't really understand how that model of being flooded with students and having to pay all the tuition flies anymore, because the funding follows the kids around and the funding comes from the state. So even if, because we go to school choice, we get an influx of high school students, doesn't the state fund all those extra kids? It doesn't really cost us anymore directly. Am I
No,
correct?
it's not true. We pay locally.
How?
Bill. For Lori.
Go ahead, Bill. Or Lori.
Yeah, so Lori, jump in if I'm going to explain it incorrectly. But when you add a student and they show up before you count them, then they would become part of your equalized pupil count. And then your equalized pupil count becomes part of the denominator for your education spending. So it's not truly a one-to-one. I understand your point that if you have a student come in, you get to count them and they become part of your equalized pupil. But as we know, that's a rolling average over 2 years. If they show up after we count them in October, that could be a particular challenge. And it's not a one-for-one if you don't get $17,000 per student. It just becomes an equalized pupil, and then you take your education spending, you divide your equalized pupils to get your tax rate. How did I do, Lori?
Very good. It does take time to catch up. It takes, because of that 2 year.
Yeah, but it also lags behind 2 years too when things fall off. So it all sort of works out, I would think. I mean, I'm just trying, in the old days when you actually had to fund your kids out of your town's individual property tax, it made more of a difference when you were tuitioning kids out. But if we're only paying tuition, that's equal to what the state's paying us roughly. I don't see that we're risking too much on that basis. And on that note, too, I have a question for Bill. Is it possible to negotiate an agreement with a neighboring school if we were to close our 9 through 12 grades and tuition kids out? Could we work out an agreement with Brattleboro, with Green Mountain, to take our kids so we don't have to worry that they'll have no place to go?
Absolutely. That would be part of the responsibility of the board in planning for those, is to have some preliminary conversations along those lines.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It's called designating schools.
Thank you. More questions? I'm scanning for hands here. Okay. Option 8. Option 8 is to run pre-K through 8th grade locally, all in the Leland and Gray building, and again, open 9 through 12 for choice.
Joe, I'm sorry, I got a question. My hand's not working on my screen.
Okay.
Just in general, all these scenarios, options, whatever you want to call them, with tuitioning out all the high school kids or high school and middle school. Isn't it true that this district, if it didn't have, or if our SU didn't have a K through 12 district during the formation of Act 46, we couldn't have had our district that we have now? So how would that affect by law Wyndham Central not having a K through 12 district?
You still have a K through 12 district. You just
Where?
tuition the other students. They're still your kids.
Just because you don't operate a K through 12 school doesn't mean that you're not a K through 12 district.
Then why were we told that if the West River district didn't form, because they're a K through 12 district, that River Valleys couldn't form either to have their own district? What you're seeing now is completely different than what everyone was told during the formation of Act 46.
You have an understanding of this, Emily?
Well, I'll just say, I think what he's talking about is Act 49, which followed Act 46, which allowed the 2x1 or 3x1. Bill, help me out with all this. This was part of the law, but that's why you're linking it with the River Valleys and all of that. But K-12 district, how you operate within a K-12 district was not, it wasn't prescribed. You could decide how you would operate a K-12 district, but you needed to operate a K-12 district. And when you refer to the side-by-side or the River Valleys with us, that was part of Act 49, and it was an expansion of Act 46, and it allowed some other models to come into place. That's all. And Bill, feel free to jump in.
No, I mean, technically Ken is correct, because it wasn't Act 46, it was Act 49, which allowed for different models, as you're saying, the side-by-side, which allowed you to partner up with a K through 12 district, of which West River. And it doesn't matter what you operate as long as it is a K through 12 district.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, Joe, this is Samantha Bovat.
Hi.
Sorry, my hand's not working either online. So the term school choice, Leland and Gray is not a choice. So
it might be a little confusing to say school choice if Leland and Gray isn't one of them, that it's really tuitioned out. Just something to think about. When I think about school choice, I think, oh, maybe Leland and Gray is one of my choices, and it's not. It's not open to a minimal number of people or students. It's not open at all. So I think there's a difference between what people might understand as school choice and Leland and Gray is not open, period. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you. Al, you have your hand up?
I do. So now that we've gone through all 8, and I think several people have mentioned this, I think 4 through 8, in which Leland and Gray closes and we go to school choice or some form of that, just really wouldn't pass with the public. That's just my biggest concern. And then the other thing is we haven't discussed, I mean, we're looking at pretty far down the road here. We're talking 18 months down the road. Hopefully by then we have somewhat of a solution for COVID. You know, hopefully we'll be down that path. So I want us to not feel like we're living right now in the present, and that when this gets enacted, that we'll be in a different place, and that we should start thinking about that place. And one of those things to think about is, what if we were to build? What if we were to have a campus, a K through 12 campus, configured somehow, centrally located? Obviously that involves thinking of what to do with the other buildings, repurposing, etc. But I think, again, I don't think the people in this district will stomach having their kids being sent to other local high schools in the area. And I just don't think those options are tenable, and that we should look at the potential of building.
Thanks, Al. I have that same note. You know, what about another option where we have a single campus where we put everybody in one place? You know, how does that work? You know, I think, you know, the high school choice thing is a difficult one, and I agree with you that closing that building is probably not going to happen unless there was, you know, earth-shattering savings or something. But I don't see a driver, so I agree with you. You know, but that's, you know, these were the first 8, and you know, there really should come out of this, you know, 9, 10, 11, 12. You know, or what if we took option 2 and changed these parameters? What happens then? You know, that's really the work that the board and the administration needs to do over the next several months, so that we can come up with something that does work for our students and our community. I see your hand up, Dana.
Yeah, I was, you know, I like the idea of a one campus school, and you know, I've always said I kind of like to see that one campus, one curriculum. But you know, we also got to answer to the taxpayers. They're not going to probably like the way things are going to go in the next couple of years as far as money. So it's going to be a hard sell. And I don't, you know, we want to do the best we can for our kids. But, you know, if people can't pay the taxes, they're going to take the kids and move away. And it's going to devastate this area. That's all I got to say on that.
Al, your hand up again or still?
Again.
Okay.
Dana, I completely agree with you. Another thing I think that has kind of fallen by the wayside over the last 6 weeks, 2 months, with good reason, is the pupil weighting study, which could very well impact that tax rate that you're talking about, Dana, and would definitely be much more in favor of some of these lower numbers. Now, Emily could probably speak to how and when that will be enacted, whether it'll be phased in, whether, you know, I'm guessing phased in, but that should be tax relief for us as we start to implement things like this.
Joe, I'm happy to respond to that.
Thanks, Al. Yeah, go ahead.
I couldn't agree with you more, Al, on that. But I will also say that the focus in Montpelier is certainly on COVID right now. I would also, and it's forefront in my mind about the waiting study. I just mentioned it to somebody again today. The challenge that we are facing right now in Montpelier around the 19 school districts, which ours is one of them, who do not have a budget yet, is very significant for those of us in the 19 school districts. So I was having a conversation about that with someone today on the Ed Committee, and brought up the waiting study again, saying, and I'm going to say I continue to bring up excess spending threshold as well. We are in an unprecedented time right now, and a very challenging time. I also think we're in a very transitional time. And I would, as much as I really believe that we need to come up with some sort of solution locally for our taxpayers for that tax rate, because there isn't a person here that doesn't believe we need to be finding a place that works for our taxpayers. This is super challenging, but I also know that there's going to be some changes coming. Dana made a suggestion earlier about people moving back to Vermont to get out of cities. I mean, we don't know. There's a possibility something like that might happen. We don't know. And so thank you. So I would just urge just some caution as much as we can before we make too many significant moves. And I will continue to fight forward with what we can do with a waiting study, because it's not just us, it's many rural school districts around the state of Vermont that need help, and we're one of them. So thanks.
Thank you, Emily.
Mike, then Howie.
All right, so I do agree with what Emily, Dana, and Al were saying. I don't think that closing LNG is going to really fly with the voters at all. But it's going to beg the follow-up question, what is the SU going to do to help share some of this pain? How are we going to cut costs at the SU level? I know it's a different board, not governed by this board, but I would hope that maybe Bill could facilitate some SU board discussions that maybe looking at ways that we can save money on the SU level. That's all.
I think those are discussions that the voting reps from this board would have to initiate at the SU and bring back. And it's a different conversation than how we as a district move forward. But
right, but it's all related because the public views it as the SU. There's a significant amount of public who view SU spending as a driving factor of our current budget issues.
We need to clarify that view.
Fair enough.
Howie, your hand was up, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I remember at least 3 bond votes that we went through trying to get the Dutton gym renovated, theater facilities added to the school. Getting a bond to build a new campus seemed a really, really long shot. So I'm not sure that we can really include that in our plans right now. Thank you.
Al, you had a hand up? No? It's okay. I don't see any more hands. So we've had a request to, include another option with a single campus. We've had a little discussion of the waiting study. Are there any other options that we want to see fleshed out? I don't want to.
Can I just say something before we get into other options?
Sure, Marty.
All right, thank you. So I know there's been a lot of discussion tonight about obviously the educational academic piece. And with 8 different options on the table there, that can go in a lot of different ways as schools expand, schools shrink, consolidate, however you want it. One of the biggest impacts I would see to any of this would be the impact that losing Leland and Gray at the 6 through 12 level would have on the co-curriculars, which is a massive, massive part of this community. The support that we get for our athletic programs and our theater programs and our music programs is unprecedented in a small town. And if our students would have to go to other schools or choose to go to other schools where A, they wouldn't get to experience that, B, they might even get the opportunity to participate in it, could be catastrophic for many of our students. And so I know I get academics first, and I believe in academics first, but I believe that co-curricular is 1B. And I think you have to take that into account when we take into these 8 different scenarios where, you know, I'll use the example because it's right down the road, but if students from Leland and Gray had to go down to Brattleboro as a school choice, many, if not all, of our students would find it very difficult not only to participate in those co-curriculars there, but to deal with the constraints of the travel and what time they would get home and the impact it would have in their academics because they play so many schools up north. There's so many other things to look into. And, you know, I'm very proud to be the athletic director at Leland and Gray. And one of the main reasons why is because of the support that we get from the community for our co-curriculars. And I'd hate to see that be lost because of, you know, some schools some schools consolidating and things like that. I don't know. I think it's a special place and a special program. Thank you.
Thanks, Marty. I agree. Emily, you had your hand up, and then Lindsay.
Yeah, I'll be really quick because Lindsay hasn't talked and I have a lot. But I just wanted to say, first, thanks, Marty, because we all know how much Leland and Gray is supported. But I don't want us to limit our thoughts or options to building a brand new school for K-12. I think there's other possibilities to provide a K-12 district. Maybe it does require some building, maybe it doesn't, who knows? But I think Howie's point is pretty well taken, that it is always hard, especially in this time today, of thinking about asking for bonds. We've seen them not fly very well in the state recently, and we know that it's a big challenge. But we shouldn't limit our options to just one scenario of providing education. Maybe as a way to keep Leland and Gray and build something else, you know, smaller something. So all I'm trying to say is I have no idea. It just doesn't necessarily mean one big brand new building for multi-millions of dollars. There may be other options that we should keep in our minds. Thanks.
Thanks, Emily. What do you think, Lindsay?
So the thought that's coming to the forefront for me is that however the configurations end up working out, I think that it needs to be in the front of everybody's mind how much of an impact on all the different communities having a school creates. And that I'm not advocating one way or another at this point. I just know that it will make a giant change, a huge impact into what community feels like. And that could be a really great thing. And that could also not be a really good thing. And so I just think that we need to really consider what that means. And I think the part about the extracurriculars and people having something to support and get out there and cheer for people is a big part of that. So yes, we want the best educational opportunity for our kids. Absolutely. We also have to consider that the choices we're making are impacting the entire community and what it means to be a part of that.
Absolutely. That's why this is a long process with a lot of discussion. The more community involvement we get from the beginning as we contemplate any change at all is good. You know, the more the better. Anybody else? Any other options? So for the the way this process will work now is, you know, we've asked for we've asked for the single campus one. We've talked about not necessarily supporting the options where we go to tuitioning our high school students and getting rid of Leland and Gray. Is it fair to say at this point that we don't want to look too much harder at those, and that the energy of Bill in the cabinet should be put into looking at the options that keep Leland and Gray and the one additional option we've come up with? Keegan?
I think it goes like, in looking at this list of 8 options with the 9th added of a common campus pre-K-12, I think it should also not be forgotten that, you know, the choice to keep Leland and Gray open at the expense of closing Jamaica Village, I don't think that that's really a choice that I don't think the voters in my community would vote for that. Being a community member, I don't have children, but I do know the importance of having school options. If I ever did have kids and they were to go to school, their best option would be sitting on a bus for 45 minutes. And I'm not comfortable with that. And I don't think that anyone who has young children in this community would be comfortable with that either. So if there is a way where we can find a way to keep, I understand that between last school year and this school year, Jamaica Village lost Jamaica students, 17 of them, to go to Townsend Elementary School. I was not heavily involved in the conversation of school redesign last year. I was doing a lot of work in the district that I teach in. So I would be curious, is there a way that we can keep Jamaica Village open, yet optimize the number of Jamaica students that attend that particular school within the community? So when I asked earlier about would Jamaica students have choice, I was under the impression that there currently was that option to leave Jamaica, and how do we go about reeling in or reining in those families and bringing them back into our local community to at least make Jamaica a little bit more viable as a building.
So school choice was one of the things that in the formation of this district, the communities asked for, was the inter-district school choice, where, you know, the kids from Jamaica can go to Newfane or Townsend, the kids from Townsend can go to Jamaica or Newfane, and you can move elementary students around within the district. That choice was something that we as a board came up with a policy on and put in place in response to our communities asking for that choice. When you had asked about choice earlier, I thought you were asking about the choice that comes when you are a sending town and, you know, you're not operating a school, and therefore your students can choose to go anywhere, in district or out of, your district no longer operates that. For instance, our high school students, they could go to Brattleboro or Green Mountain or Burton or VA or any number of schools if we didn't operate a high school. If we stopped operating an elementary school in one town, those students would still only have choice to go to school within the West River Education District. They wouldn't have the ability to leave the district. So there's two different kinds of school choice. There's the inter-district choice that we have as an education district, and then there's we're not operating a school. You can choose to go to any other public school or approved private school. Right, Emily? Approved?
So then just to clarify, in the event that Jamaica Village were to close, and in the event that one day I have kids that are growing up in Jamaica, rather than sending them 10 minutes down the road to Wynn Hall or to Floodbrook, my kids would be on a bus being transported down to Townsend or to Newfane. Is that what you're talking about? I'm just looking for clarity.
Yes. Well, if that's what the district decides, that, then you know, if we operate one school if we operated one elementary school that was centrally located, all the kids would go to that. If we choose to operate 3, then you could go to the one that's closest to you. But yes, if we didn't operate a building, then students would have to get to the building that they wanted to go to. I don't remember whether Dana or Al had their hand up first. And Terry, I see that you can't raise your hand, so I'll get you in a second.
I'll let Al go first.
Go ahead, Al.
All right, so similar vein what Keegan was just saying, and the way that we have the law, our article set up, it's very difficult. It's a high threshold to have a school close, right? It's up to that particular town. So I would say my additional choice 9, needs to have some permutations with it, and that would be, the first one, yes, one whole campus, and then Leland and Gray, and only 2 schools close. Just some permutations so that we understand that maybe it might just be the Leland and Gray campus that gets rebuilt, and the other schools remain intact, or some variation in between.
Thanks, Al. Dana?
I was just going to add, Joe, to Keegan's comments that there was a group of individuals here in the community that felt strongly about keeping JBS open. They may be vocal. I don't know. I don't know how many in their numbers, how many people are really interested in it, but they're very strong attitude about keeping it open. And I mean, closing it and high tax rates might push them in a position to want to get out of the district. I don't know what it will cause. So I'm, getting hit with a double whammy. There might be some issues there. I mean, I don't think they're going to accept a special ed only type thing. I don't know. We'll have to find out at public meetings. People will have to come out to these meetings that we are planning in the future, and they need to voice. We need to know where they want us to go.
Exactly. Thank you. Anybody else? So Al, if I understood yours, you're now proposing the option of a single campus, like literally a single campus, and additionally perhaps explore the possibility of keep Leland and Gray and maybe one elementary school, or explore that a little bit more to maybe a central campus. I'm thinking, like Leland and Gray and Townsend, because they're right across the street from each other. It's almost a single campus, and it might be cheaper than trying to build a giant new building that takes everybody.
Well, I was still leaning towards building. So if Leland and Gray has outlived its useful life. I mean, poor Bob's putting Band-Aids on it all day long. So I mean, that has to be a huge consideration, is finding some land or rebuilding on site, something. So that would be priority 1 for the build. And then the other schools, whether it be all the other elementary schools remain open and we continue to put Band-Aids on them, or something in between.
Okay, thanks.
This is Keegan.
I see you trying to talk.
I am trying. Can you hear me?
Barely.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. So, Bill, my question, I currently teach in a pre-K through 12 singular building. And it has its ups and its downs. There are positive sides to having everyone all on one campus, but it also puts a huge weight on administration to deal with a disruptive 4-year-old in kindergarten while meeting the needs of a middle school student facing some emotional trauma and ensuring that the senior is going to be able to graduate on time. But that's beside the point. is there a great enough need where we could create a, like option 10, where a building or the buildings within the district become specialized? So for the students that have been going to Kindle Farm or going to Kernhattan or some other therapeutic environment that our kids go to, would there be the possibility of repurposing one of our current buildings to function as one of those alternative school placements? That way the kids are still within the district, but they're getting their needs met somehow within our structure, as opposed to being sent out to a completely different environment. Is there a large enough number of students where you could sustain a model like that?
That's what Stephanie was trying to explain, that if a building was not being used for pre-K through 12 education, that it could be explored in a regional basis to mimic something like what you have just explained.
Okay.
Carly, I see you've got your hand up.
All right.
I do. Thank you, Joe. So Carly Sanderson again. I have, it's not really a well-formulated proposal by any means, but I'm curious, since I really feel like if Leland and Gray's classrooms and hallways were full of students, we wouldn't be having these conversations, we'd be having different ones. So I'm wondering if there is a proposal that we could look at that would allow us to add something to our current Leland and Gray programming that would entice students to want to enroll at Leland and Gray. Having additional students tuition in seems like that would be a financial benefit for us. It would be a benefit to the students who are currently enrolled. I'm not exactly sure what sort of a proposal that might be, but it does seem to me that if we could think of ways to make Leland and Gray more enticing, and so our numbers of enrolled students increased, a lot of these conversations would be very different.
Bob, you heard it. Make Leland and Gray more attractive.
Joe, can I just... Oh.
Well, I think, I mean, part of the conversation I've been having with the staff the last couple of years is just that, and thinking about the benefits of a small school, being able to personalize education for kids and really be able to do a much better job of choice within choice, if you will, for those kids and the programs that you can create. So that's really what we're moving towards, I think. And in fact, I think the COVID-19 stuff has been an interesting opportunity for us to do that because we're small. And thinking, as we've been thinking about what the fall looks like, and hearing other principals across the state talk about the challenges of bigger campuses with 1,000 kids, 800 kids, and how they might have to deal with distancing. I actually sent a letter to the Dover sixth graders and to the Wardsboro sixth graders asking them, if you haven't made your choice yet, or even if you have made your choice yet, you should really consider what Leland and Gray can offer, because we're going to be in a much better situation than some of these bigger schools to respond to this stuff and be able to provide safety nets for kids by really thinking about sort of more personalized experience than they might get in a larger school. So yeah, I think that's exactly what we've been talking about, and I think we're well situated to do that kind of work. Absolutely.
Thanks, Bob. I really didn't mean to put you on the spot hard. Anyone else have anything they'd like to see explored? Questions about any of the existing proposals or the newly proposed options?
Joe, can I just add a little bit more to Carly's and what Mr. Tebow said?
Sure.
One of the things, I think Leland and Gray is extremely attractive because I have the opportunity to be inside the walls every day and work with the staff and the kids that are inside of it. What makes Leland and Gray a hard attraction at times is the turnover that we have with our staff, and sometimes being in the news like this or going through these meetings where you never know what's going to happen with the uncertainty of the school, and that makes it a hard attraction for families throughout the towns that surround us. So if we could get a little bit more, be more stable in what we're trying to do and prove that, hey, listen, we're going to be here. We're not going anywhere. We got staff that are staying here. We got great things going on here, which happen every day at Leland and Gray. We need to be able to back that up. But we've been fighting this fight for a couple years now, ever since Act 46 came out, and that makes it difficult. It makes Bob's life difficult. It makes Bill's life difficult, and you never know. It shows our turnover inside our classroom sometimes. So with some more stability, like, hey, listen, we don't need to have this meeting every year. That we're going to be here. We're not going anywhere. We're going to provide a tremendous opportunity and education for the people in this community and the communities that surround us. That's going to attract people to Leland and Gray.
Thanks, Marty. I got Tammy, Emily, and Al.
You better take Tammy first.
I did. She's the only one we haven't heard from.
Hi, Tammy Clausen. I think I unmuted myself. So yeah, I've been listening here all evening as well, and I appreciate the breadth of discussion. And one thing I was just thinking in terms of some of these a configuration of options or whatever, it seems like there might be a cost savings to bus everybody to one location. Now, whether the taxpayers could swallow building a brand new building that would house the pre-K to 12 or not, Townsend is pretty central. There's a vacant Janos building just a mile up the road from Leland and Gray and Townsend Elementary, and that could probably be converted into a very nice sized school of some kind to house additional children. So it's just a thought, just to be thinking about. Thank you.
Thanks, Tammy. Emily?
That's so funny, Tammy, because I was on the board when we took a tour of the Janos building to look it over at one point when it was on the market a number of years ago. That has been considered in the past. And I think it's another worthy option. I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you to Bob, who just said everything I want a principal in any school to say. And I do think that we are doing a really good job trying to reinvent ourselves. I will just say that it wasn't Act 46, with all due respect, Marty, it wasn't Act 46 that sent us down this path. It was a decline in enrollment, and it started long before Act 46. I mean, I could give you a list of the numbers of the bills that we tried to deal with even before I was in the legislature, trying to address the challenges that we were facing with declining enrollment, and the national trend that we've watched going on for quite some time, where families were looking to more urban areas to raise their children as opposed to rural areas. I don't know what the future holds, but I do think we're in a transition again. And I will just repeat it, that keeping whatever school configuration that we operate, we keep thinking like our principal does at Leland and Gray, and all of our principals I know do at our elementary schools in the same way. Try to get the best options we can, but over the many years we've been trying to do this, what we've done is we've had to lower our spending, and that impacted our programming. So being creative and thinking outside the box, both for our curriculum, for our programming, and for our facilities is critical to this. So I'm so excited to hear all these thoughts and options. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone.
Thanks, Emily. Al?
Totally agree, Emily. I'm a fan of all the options. I think it's great to be creative and innovative, and certainly something like COVID makes you be creative and respond. And I'm proud of our administrators and all the teams that have done so. But like Marty, I would say we have to create stability in the community. And I think, Joe, you already alluded to it. Taking the options 4 through 8, I think it is, that involved closing Leland and Gray kind of off the table and out of people's minds might make people feel a little bit better. And whether that means as we continue with Leland and Gray as is, or we build a new Leland and Gray, that at least people know that that's what's going to happen. There may be some reconfiguration with the elementary schools, but I think for the community to know that they're still going to have a central hub somewhere Townsend wise located, or Newfane, or in that area.
If everyone agrees, we can call that a direction, and we can stop putting energy into those options that get rid of Leland and Gray. If you disagree, certainly speak up now.
Well, I wouldn't want to take all our options off, but I mean, I'm one person.
So which options specifically, Dana? Any?
I was kind of like leaving 8. Option 8. And adding to it another part of that of keeping Townsend Elementary pre-K through 1 or pre-K through K, and moving the central office in with that. And if we had special ed, we could add that to the Townsend Elementary School, keeping the 2. And then offering school choice, or who knows what our high school numbers will be like. We could put everybody in Leland and Gray. That's what I got.
Okay.
Joe.
Yes, Howie.
Yeah, I would still like to see a comparison of what programs the surrounding high schools are offering compared to what we can offer. I don't think we should take that option off the table. And as far as making Leland and Gray unstable, this is the first time we've ever considered anything like this in the 20 years I've been sitting on the board. Last time, actually, we did what was about 20 years ago when we were looking into renovating the school. I remember the principal from Brattleboro Union High School came to the board and did a presentation on taking on the entire Leland and Gray student population back when there were more kids at the school. So I love Leland and Gray, but we have to look at all the options. And as far as I can see, our school offers the smallest amount of programming from the surrounding high school. So to take off all options, I think Bill needs to talk to the surrounding superintendents and look at a regional plan for what's going on. High school kids can choose. High school kids have access to transportation. It's not like an elementary school kid. So no, I would really like to see all these options pursued, particularly in conjunction with surrounding high schools.
But high school students already can choose to go to a different high school to get programming that they want. So we don't have to cease running Leland and Gray to allow our students to have that choice. They already have it.
Yeah, I'm not, and believe me, I wish, but we're talking now about serious budget shortfalls. We are going into this conversation because our budgets keep going up and up and up, and our enrollments keep going down and down and down, and there seems to be no way to stop it. And one way to stop it is tuitioning kids out and losing a building like Leland and Gray. Leland and Gray is a lot of maintenance, and there's a lot more maintenance coming down the pipe. So to be fair, this is the time to really look at that option. If it's not a good option, this is the time to put it to rest. But if it is a good option, this is now the time and place to look at it. It's never been looked at before, not in the past 20 years.
Bill, do you have an understanding of what you would be looking at from that?
What I wrote down is Howie would like a comparison of local high school programs of study. Would that be a fair ask?
Yeah. I would like to know what the other our neighboring schools are offering.
I can do that.
Okay.
And what their what their feeling is about taking on additional students. I mean, we know that it's probably they would have more tuition, things like every school would. But it would be it would be good to talk to them about it and get a confirmation. So if we're going to look at that, we know what we're looking at.
I suspect that those principals would say the same thing Bob would say if you asked him about taking on more students. Send them.
I would suggest that you also look at enrollment trends in those districts as well then.
Yeah.
Joe, can I add one more thing to that?
Hang on one second, Marty.
All right.
We good here? Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think it's important that you can look at what other schools are offering. I think it's important you can look at what schools might be taking kids, but don't forget the fact, ask the Leland and Gray kids what we're offering and how much they cherish coming to Leland and Gray. I think that's important too, to get the kids' perspective on what's going on at Leland and Gray day in and day out and the opportunities they have there. So I think there's a few more things you might want to add into there. If you're going to get opportunities from everybody, make sure you include the students because it's about them.
Thank you, Marty. And you're absolutely right. Okay, anything else to add to any of this? Or do we have the marching orders for Bill and gang?
Joe, I've got one last question, and I'll make it a quick one. And it has to do with alternative sources of funding. I did my student teaching at Burr and Burton Academy the same year that they received a $20 million endowment from the Rowland Foundation, or like the Rowland family. Aside from the education fund that's distributed through the state, do we know what other funding sources this district is able to tap into, like significant funding sources, either through grants or through endowments or through some kind of financial support system that this school district has tapped into, or that we would be willing to tap into?
Bill? Lori? Anyone?
Yeah, I haven't climbed the beanstalk to find the beans. There are some, I mean, Keegan's correct. There are some different legal realities around approved schools being able to have foundations and being able to have endowments. Public schools, after Act 68, there's a lot of limitations on that. Lori, if you want to add anything, I'm happy.
No, I think that Bill is right. There are some legal limitations around accepting money. It's why you can't have a town write a check to the school district just to offset costs. So we do tap into all the grants that we possibly can manage. And a lot of those are federal grants that come down through. I'm sure your district taps into all the same ones that we do as well. And, we're always looking for any opportunities that we can.
Thank you both. Okay, I think that's everything. I don't see any more hands. All right, so you know what you're doing for the next meeting, Bill. We'll review this with the we'll review this in the smaller group and bring it to the board on the next when we continue the planning process. And the date of that meeting will be June 8th. So you did ask for the executive session for the contract. So for that, that's the only thing we have left, correct?
Yeah, we just need to, just the board and Scott Tabachnik and myself. Everybody else can have a nice evening.
Okay. So thank you all for coming. It was really exciting to see such a huge crowd, and we'll be back. Austin, I can just pop you into the waiting room and you can come back afterwards. Is there going to be action after the executive session, Bill?
Hopefully.
Hopefully? Okay. So we'll be quick, Austin. Okay? You can unmute and talk to me.
Thanks so much for all the support.
Sounds good, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. All right, we're out of executive session. So who wants to make a motion?
I do. I just don't know what to say. I don't want to say too much or too little. What do I do?
So I think what you want to say, Keegan, is that you would like to authorize the superintendent to offer a contract to the selected candidate for the West River School District.
I would like to recommend that the superintendent offer a contract to the candidate for this position at Newbrook.
Is there a second?
Second. I'll second it, Joe. Dana.
Okay, thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded to allow the superintendent to offer a contract to the candidate. Any discussion, further discussion?
Roll call.
All right, all in favor? Lindsay?
Aye.
Keegan?
Aye.
Al?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Dana?
Aye.
Leanne?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
Howie?
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. The motion passes. Offer away.
One more motion, right?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All right.
Second it.
All right. All in favor? Do we want to go down the roll call? Lindsay?
Aye.
Keegan?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Ken?
Nay.
Okay, Ken wants to stay. Howie?
Aye.
Leanne?
Aye.
Dana?
Aye.
Al?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
All right, we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, good evening. I want to call to order the Guilford Select Board meeting of May 11th, 2020. As chair of the Guilford Select Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by Governor Scott as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and pursuant to Addendum 6 to Executive Order 01-20 and Act 92, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. In accordance with Act 92, there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the temporary amendments to the open meeting law, I confirm that we are A, providing public access to the meeting by video with additional access offered through telephone. Oh, there's Michael. We are using, yay, okay, we are using Jitsi Meet for this remote meeting. All members of the Guilford Select Board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if desired, participate in this meeting by going to https://meet.jisi/Guilford Select Board 05.11.2020. B, by providing, I confirm that we are B, providing public notice of instructions for assessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing this meeting, including how to access the meeting using the video in our posted meeting agenda. Instructions have also been provided on the town website at guilfordvermont.net. And I confirm that we are C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anyone has a problem, please call area code 802-254-4117. And I confirm that we are D, continuing the meeting if necessary. In the event the public is unable to access this meeting, it will be continued at a time and place certain. Please note that all votes taken during this meeting that are not unanimous will be done by roll call vote in accordance with the law. Let's start the meeting by taking roll call attendance of all members participating in the meeting. Michael Becker. He's here. Miranda Porch.
I'm here.
Don.
I'm here. I just was trying to unmute. Okay.
Thank you, Michael. Zon Eastis.
I'm here.
Okay. Rusty Marine.
I'm here.
Oh, good. Okay. And did I miss anyone? I don't think so. Thank you very much. Okay. I'd like to recognize the public. I don't see any public on the video, so we can move to the rules of procedure. The rules of procedure, I shall briefly point out, govern the way that the public and the select board interact with one another with courtesy and the correct etiquette. But being there is no public visible, I'm not sure we need to use the rules of procedure. Are there any additions to our agenda this evening, ladies and gentlemen?
I have none.
Okay. Are there any changes to the agenda order?
I have none.
Okay. I would ask for a motion then, if possible, for the edited, revised minutes of our previous meeting, which was on April 26th. Do I have a motion?
I will move it.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Very much. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, I'm going to take the roll. Michael Becker.
Aye.
Zon Eastis.
Aye.
Rusty Marine.
Aye.
Miranda Porch.
Aye.
Richard Wazansky, aye. The motion carries. The minutes are approved. Peter, do you have a highway? Update for us?
Yes, I briefly spoke with Danny for a minute and a half as he was rushing out of the office when I was here last Thursday. The road crew have been focusing on their usual spring cleanup at this time, which primarily has meant grading the roads, blowing leaves, cleaning ditches, and cleaning culverts. He said, other than that, one road crew member had been out with an injury unrelated to work, and he started work back again this week.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I did have a question about that. I had a conversation with Danny this week as well. And he said that Alan is working if Danny feels the need to have him, he was calling Alan to pitch in. And I didn't know whether that was an additional highway crew member or whether that he's taking someone's place.
So, from the conversation that you and I had previously, Richard, I think that Alan came in 2 days to cover for the other person who was out. We do have this grant project over on Carpenter Hill Road that needs to be completed. Prior to an email this afternoon, we had a deadline for that, that it needed to be done within the next 2 weeks. And so Dan was concerned about being able to get that done and continue the work that the road crew has been doing. And so he was going to consider bringing Alan in to do work on that grant project, since the town will get reimbursed for it.
Okay.
But I received an email and I printed out a copy, as well as I communicated via phone with Danny that grant has now been extended to October 15th for completion. I don't know what Dan's intentions are around that at the moment, but that's what it is right now.
Okay, so if we have an extra person working, then that's covered by grant funds, then that's legitimate in regard to the grant to increase the number of workers on the project?
Well, he actually was, from what he told me, was going to have Alan come in to be the primary person working on that project, partially because he has not done any cleaning of ditches or culverts for 2 or 3 years. And he feels that that's a big concern, and he wants the other regular employees working on that instead of special projects at this time, is what he told me.
Okay. So I'm still not sure about my question. I want to know whether the town is paying an additional employee in regard to what we think, how many employees we believe we have. Are we having an additional employee? That's something to find out if you don't know.
Well, let me communicate with Dan and I will get back to the select board.
Okay, thank you. Very good.
Is Alan retired at this point? I mean, I know there was an announcement that it was forthcoming, but
he's been retired as of March 30th.
Okay.
There was also some good news I had in my conversation with Dan, who said that he was going to postpone his retirement for 1 year, which I thought was very good news. Okay, are we all here yet?
Yeah, it looks that way.
Hear you. Are you on mute, Veranda?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. I knew I was missing that mellifluous voice. Okay, on to new business, the letter of support from the BDCC. Did you all have time to look at that?
I have not seen that.
Well, Peter, do you want to discuss that?
Sure. Let me just.
I have it in front of me if you want me to.
If you have it in front of you, I needed to open the document up.
Okay, I'll take care of this. Jennifer Strompson, who is the Director of Programs for the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, is writing to me. Perhaps that's why you didn't receive it, but I thought it was going into the folder. She's writing to ask if the Guilford Select Board would once again be kind enough to provide a letter of support for a grant application. The U.S. Agency of Commerce has provided with historic levels of funding due to COVID-19 We have a window of opportunity to put in place something that can make a lasting difference in terms of regional economic recovery, a new level of small business support in the form of zone-wide teams with 3 small business support specialists. This new region-wide capacity would help companies better utilize financial assistance available, increase financial literacy among business owners, and provide sustained technical assistance over the next 3 years to support business recovery and growth. As you know, the regional development corporations work with businesses from every sector and of every size. You may also know that we lack a dedicated funding stream to deliver this kind of small business support at any scale. While Southern Vermont has become very good at pulling together resources based on disaster and closure recovery, this is an important funding opportunity and a chance to bring in federal resources which would not otherwise reach our communities. She's attached a template, a letter, which we could use to basically provide a letter of support. And I'm asking the select board if you have any opinions or commentary on whether we should provide this letter of support. This would be, we've done it before, written a letter of support for them for a grant application. Any comments?
I have no problem with it. I don't really understand what it's going to fund, whether it's people and to deliver programming.
Yes, it's going to fund a staff of 3. It's going to be called Emerge, and that staff and the Emerge program will be working on reigniting the southeastern Vermont economy. And all she's asking us to do is just write a letter of support for the application.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Does anybody have a problem with it? I have no problem with it. Michael, you say no?
I have no problem.
Okay.
No problem. No problem.
Okay. Rusty? Oops. I don't see him here anymore.
I'm here.
Oh, you're here? Are you in? Can we, as far as you're concerned, can we send a letter of support with their application?
Yes, I have no problem with that.
Great. Thank you very much. So we will do that. Oh, he already said so, I think.
Oh, he did? Okay.
All right, Peter, so we will create a letter of support using the template.
Yep. Can you send me the template that they have and I will work on it? Last time we did it, we wordsmithed it a little bit to make it sound more like Guilford than just the standard.
Great. I'll look at a draft of it when you've got it done.
Okay. When you sent me the email, you did not include the attachment to it. If you could do that, please.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, not a problem. It happens.
Okay. Now we're on to reappointing the fire warden and deputy fire warden.
Yep. So every 5 years, the town has to make recommendations to the state fire service to either appoint or reappoint the fire warden and the deputy fire warden. I shared some documents from them with all of you. They generally very strongly recommend, if you have someone who's been in the role and is willing to do so, to reappoint those individuals. Currently in Guilford, our fire warden is Dan Stoughton and the deputy fire warden is Mike Kachuk. They have both been doing it for many, many years. They're both active firefighters, obviously, on our fire department. And I would recommend to the select board to follow the state's recommendations and to reappoint Dan and Mike.
I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
A lot of feedback in the back. I don't know where it's coming from. But anyway, wasn't it true that Mike was more active than Dan was in the past year? Didn't we discuss that?
Yeah, that was about 1.5 years ago, and from feedback I've received from several people, including people on the fire department, it appears that some situations in Dan's life have changed, and he's picked up responsibility and has been doing more in the past year.
Okay.
So the document I looked at today, I thought I only saw Mike's name on it, and he was being sort of nominated as the fire warden, not the deputy.
Nope, there's multiple documents in there.
Did I read it too quickly?
And so one is to reappoint the deputy, and one is to reappoint the warden. So it just so happens on looks like. Oh, I did. I apologize. I was just looking at scanning the document again. It looks like.
It's only Mike's name, right?
Well, there's two documents. There looks like, so we are having issues with the scanner in the office. It's been eating documents. So there is a second page that I have here in my office that recommends appointing Dan as the warden and Mike as the deputy warden.
Okay. Okay, Mike is deputy. All right. Does anybody before we need to have a formal motion to make these appointments? Do we not?
Yes, sir.
So before we go through with that, does anybody have any problem with appointing those two gentlemen as warden and deputy warden? Do I have a motion then to make these appointments?
I so move.
Thank you, Miranda. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any discussion? Okay, I'll take the roll then. Miranda?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries and those appointments are official. Thank you very much, Select Board.
Okay, I will have Dan and Michael sign those documents, and I will return them to the state.
Thank you. Okay, on to the dog ordinance. Now, we don't want to get too heavily into this because it's a hefty document. Peter, can you summarize what the revisions are? I mean,
I do. So I've put together a summary actually in the words of VLCT that I think put very well the changes between their previous model dog ordinance, which our 2009 ordinance was based off of, and this new one. And I was just going to read that out here because I think they put it much better than I could.
Hey, please do.
The most recent iteration of VLCT's model dog ordinance endeavors to take a somewhat new approach to the age-old problem of how to regulate man's best friend. Rather than placing the burden of punishment on dogs, this ordinance attempts to place it with those best positioned to change their behavior and who are ultimately responsible for their actions, their owners. Specifically, the ordinance designates any owner who has violated an ordinance a set number of times within a given time frame, both to be determined by a select board, as a reckless dog owner. In this case, this ordinance would require the owner to submit proof of successful completion of a behavior modification program designated to improve their understanding of dog ownership responsibilities. Instead of treating all ordinance violations the same by imposing the same fine, this new model takes into consideration the impact of harm dogs inflict upon society by instituting a tiered enforcement structure. And then they go on to list a variety of different tiers and what can happen. Few fields of law demand, this is again coming from VLCT, few fields of law demand so much immediate attention, elicit such reactionary responses, and draw the concern and ire of the public, or are confusing to administer and enforce as much as Vermont's dog laws. An ordinance may not solve or address your town's dog-related problems, but when coupled with a commitment to enforcement, an ordinance will likely lessen the frequency of these infractions. And they do go on to state one small point, which I think is relevant to the later conversation in this meeting tonight, is that per VLCT, the Vermont Supreme Court has made it abundantly clear that, quote, a town's right to control dogs that bite does not give rise to a generalized duty to control vicious dogs. Rubin versus Town of Pulteney, 1998. Existing state law provides only limited authority to regulate the behavior of aggressive dogs. A select board is given authority to investigate and hold a hearing when there's a written complaint of a vicious dog, but there's 3 categories that must be met. One, a dog bites a person. 2, that dog is off of the owner's premises. And 3, that bite causes the bitten to require medical attention. All 3 of these must be met to trigger the select board's statutory duty to investigate. However, this is the minimum that the law requires. For various reasons, the select board may want to take more responsibility by regulating aggressive dogs before they get to this point. In such an instance, the select board can use a local ordinance to potentially head off more dangerous consequences by extending the town's authority over potentially aggressive dogs beyond the basic legal obligations in order to better protect the public. That's all.
So, I mean, but so basically, in summary, we're coming up with a formula for tiered infringements. I mean, right?
Correct.
And those are not. We need to decide the tiers if we want to take this ordinance. If we want to accept the ordinance.
Yes, we do. So I made a few changes to make it appropriate to Guilford. So a couple, I highlighted in red a couple of the points that the select board needed to make a decision on. One, for example, was nuisance 5, which states a dog that disturbs the quiet. I'm just using this as an example. We don't need to go through all of them. But that disturbs the quiet, comfort, and repose of others by barking, whining, calling, or howling for a continuous period of blank minutes or more. So that's one. So we need to determine.
So that needs to be filled in.
Yeah. So there's a number of other blanks that need to be filled in, including the fines or fees. So one of the new changes that they made is that if the town notifies someone that they will be fined for a specific violation, that if that person does not contest that the town can not take them to court and go through the whole judiciary process and just have that person pay a waiver fee. And generally the waiver fee is less than the fine would be, obviously because we have less staff hours and other things that go into that process. And so the select board needs to determine what, first offense, second offense, third offense, and what the waiver fees for a variety of things are.
The way that I would like to suggest we handle this is that we don't do this in a meeting, but that I would be willing to volunteer to work with Peter to create a draft that would be a conceptualization of what the tiers are and what the fines are. But I am very happy to have another volunteer, or 2 of us, or just another select board member and Peter fill this out, and then we would look at the draft and we'd be able to vote on it and talk about it. But at the present time, with nothing filled in, there's nothing really to talk about, and I don't think that we should get bogged down in talking about dates and tiers and fines in our meeting. So that if we had a draft that we could discuss that was filled in, I think that would be much more productive. Is there any agreement about that?
Yeah, I agree, Rusty.
Okay. Does anyone want to volunteer instead of me?
Instead of you?
Yes, or in addition to me? And Peter?
I will help out with it.
Okay.
Okay, so Richard, how about this? I'll take the document and I'll make some proposals in it, and I will email it to you and Veranda, and then you can give me your input if you think it's sufficient or excessive or not sufficient enough, and then we can represent it at the next select board meeting.
Yeah, we'll probably have to have a conversation, the 3 of us, to iron it out, and then we can present it. Very good.
Okay.
I also volunteered, but I was on mute, so I mean, if anyone's feeling overstressed about this, I'm also willing.
So we can only have 2 select board members so we don't violate open meeting law. So
Okay, well, Michael, why don't you do it? Maybe you're a dog lover.
Okay, I am
All
a
right,
dog
so it's
owner.
Michael, Richard, and Peter, right? Let the minutes so reflect that. Excellent.
Okay,
Moving
Richard, I had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, there was also the suggestion in the document that Peter read that a town could adopt a stricter ordinance. And while I don't want us to work on that now, I do think that Guilford should have a stricter ordinance than, you know, one that only kicks in when a dog has caused medical harm to somebody else.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think we'll be looking at that.
So I think that we should postpone that for later, to work on later.
Yes, and
I do think
given
this.
the fact that we have 3 complaints before us, I think that we, you know, that's impetus for us to look very carefully at this and try to be prophylactic as well as punitive, if you don't mind my saying so.
And I do think that this new ordinance is stricter than our existing one.
Good. Okay, so then I would also like to then, in the light of this, make this suggestion that in regard to the complaints, that we should really take the complaints under consideration when we have the ordinance that will lead us to addressing those complaints. So I don't, and we can inform the complainers that we are rewriting the dog ordinance of Guilford, and we will take their complaints up in the context of the new dog ordinance when it's passed by the select board. What do you think about that idea?
I think that's a good idea.
Anybody else?
I think it's a good idea, except for the one case that seems pressing, which is the one we've heard about now repeatedly. You know, it just are we okay with putting them off probably for another month?
Well, you're talking about Sarah. What I thought we could do is email Sarah and tell her that we're working on it. And her question was, would it be worthwhile for her to collect documentation on previous incidents? And I would say that we should tell her yes, that it would be helpful in terms of looking at the case in the light of the new dog ordinance.
And Richard, it seems that she has already done that because I received communication from one of her neighbors who shared an incident just over a year ago with the same dog that has caused the current problem. So it does appear that she has been speaking with neighbors and other residents along that road to communicate with the town.
Mm-hmm. Good. So then we could email the 3 complainants that we take their complaint seriously. We are forging a new dog ordinance, and that we will take their complaints up in the context of that ordinance. How does that sound?
I guess, I mean, sounds good. One question.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can we? I mean, are we sort of obliged to enforce the ordinance or the law that was in place at the time of the incident?
It's complex.
That was going to be my question.
So at the moment, because there's 2 parts to that answer. So right now, the select board has to enforce the dog ordinance that exists, because that is the one that is in place and it has not been repealed or changed as is. If you change the ordinance, then that is the one that will be used to address the situation, regardless of when the event occurred. And that's because there's no statute of limitations on dog incidents.
Now, I have a question because, Peter, you wrote the letter to the dog owner to which we added a paragraph. Isn't isn't that letter still relevant? I mean, I feel badly that we haven't gotten in touch with the dog owner. We can tell the people who have been harmed by this dog that we're working on a new ordinance, but the dog owner, will have not heard anything from us. And I'm a bit concerned about that.
Yes, and I appreciate that. Yes, it is part of our obligation to communicate with the dog owner to get their side of the situation. I will add that we just delayed it by sending the letter by a week just so the select board could have this conversation. The other thing is that the communication I received from the other person on Lee Road did state that they felt that the owner has been taking steps to attempt to control the dogs, albeit was not certain as to whether or not the steps were sufficient enough, but did state that the owner was trying to take action, or has been trying to take action over the past year. But yes, you are correct. We do need to be in contact with them and give them the opportunity to share their side.
So, but that letter has not been sent yet.
No, because per the conversation I had with Richard and Veranda, that we would delay that till after this meeting.
Right. Do you have the letter in front of you? Do you think we should, or?
I don't know. I don't have it immediately in front of me, and it would take me a moment to find it.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to email that letter to us, and then we can have responses come in about what the board thinks about sending the letter as it is written?
Sure, I'm happy to do that.
And that's the letter to the dog owner.
Correct.
Right. We still haven't solved the problem of whether we have to follow the ordinance as it's. I mean, do we have to take action according to the ordinance as that is currently in existence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have a dog bite, and therefore we have to take action, right? A dog bite that required medical attention. And doesn't that kick into the fact that we need to have a civil, some kind of...
a quasi-judicial hearing?
We need to have a hearing.
Yes, it's called a quasi-judicial hearing. So per our current dog ordinance, it actually has to happen, a dog has to have bit in a person 3 times in order for that to happen.
That's right, and it hasn't. The dog hasn't done it.
Not to my knowledge, it has not happened 3 times.
Okay. So then we don't have to take any action yet. I think that's so ridiculous. I would want it to be 1 time. Oops, I shouldn't express my opinion like that, but I did. I mean, one dog bite seems to me to sufficiently call out the truth. It can be a very bad dog bite.
And per what VLCT was saying, something such as a dog bite, the select board could make the choice in the revised dog ordinance to make that more severe than the state says. So it could be 1 time, and that you need to have a hearing and you need to take action instead of 3, which is what our current one states.
Right, and that would be speaking to Miranda's point of becoming more firm. So
yes, and our question that it's a technical question. Can we even hold quasi-judicial hearings in the era of social distancing?
Well,
I mean, would it be like a Zoom situation or Jitsi?
I think that's a very good question, and I don't think that we can. I mean,
that's not correct. I actually I sent an email to the select board earlier today, sharing some information in which that it was one change that the legislature made last week.
Oh, yes.
That now enables, because this is one thing that had not changed, because quasi-judicial hearings are a unique beast in their own right. And they finally made a change that we can hold them remotely. However, if either victims or dog owners don't show up to them, that does pose, even if they're remotely held, that does pose some complications for the situation.
But we don't have to worry about that right now.
Not at the moment.
Right. So if I may summarize of what we've just discussed, and Peter, please get this down, as precisely as possible.
Yes, sir.
Peter and Michael and Richard are going to create a draft, a new dog ordinance. Peter is going to, that's number one. Number two, Peter is going to send the draft letter to the dog owner to the select board for review before it's sent out. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is there anything else that we just decided?
No. Before we move on, I just did want to say regarding the two other dog issues that I had listed on the agenda here. I did receive subsequent, Richard knows about this, but the rest of the select board did not. I received subsequent information from the person on Sugar House Hill that informed me that the owners of the problem dog installed an electric fence to control the dog, which has been successful. So that situation has been ameliorated and fixed, and the dog owner appears to be quite apologetic and feels bad about the previous situation. And then the situation on Cemetery Hill Road, the person that contacted me there stated they have not yet had an incident. The dog in note has been on their property, and a couple of weeks ago the dog owner was chatting with the couple and informed them that the dog has been known to be vicious in the past, and warned them that it was their responsibility to avoid the dog, which per the dog ordinance is in violation of the dog ordinance.
Yes.
So that situation, to my knowledge, no event has occurred, but those folks are concerned about this dog.
Okay. And there was something that we left out of our summary. We were going to send to the complainants a note, an email that says that there is a revision to the dog ordinance underway, and that their complaints will be taken up in the context of the new dog ordinance, right? So that's an important piece.
Yep. I am noting that now.
Okay. Are there any?
And do you think? I just have a question. Do you think that it's relevant to tell, in communicating with those people, to mention that we're creating a new stricter dog ordinance?
I would not say that at this time.
Okay.
What is the rest of the select board thing? It sounds like it has too much qualifying before.
It seems like we need to, I don't know, I feel like we need to enforce what we have in place now, since the complaints have been sent. Are we just putting their complaints on hold? And
no one's been bit 3 times.
Correct.
So there's nothing for us to do.
Oh. Yeah, okay. I guess I see what you're saying.
That's why we want to change it and make it firmer. But I was asking if Veranda's suggesting that we say to the complainants that we're making a firmer dog ordinance, and I'm not. And my own feeling is that that's not appropriate at this time to use a qualifier at the time, because we don't know what we're going to come out with.
I think that's correct.
Is there any other comment? Are you all there, Rusty? Zahn?
Zahn lost the connection. He's going to be back on in a moment, he said.
Is Rusty there?
I'm still here.
Hi, Rusty. Nice to have you. Nice to hear you. Just checking in on everyone. Okay, so I think that we're done with dogs for a little while.
Yes.
Okay, so now on new business, paving. Michael Becker had sent us an email about paving. Michael, do you want to basically state what your email said, and do you still hold that opinion?
I do. I mean, I think now that I'm allowed to, share it with everyone else, I just, after we approved buying the new truck at our last meeting, I had some reservations about it. I know it's important and necessary, but I immediately started thinking about other ways that we could save some money. I mean, because I feel like it's inevitable. Everything I've read really indicates we, should plan on a tax revenue shortfall. And I guess so. I floated the idea to Richard and Peter. First thing that came to mind was paving and whether that was something we could consider just not doing this year. Peter is, and I think I'll let Peter explain sort of the fallout from that, I guess. Part of it is we don't pay for all of it. I think it's only 20%.
That's correct.
But at the same time, it's, I don't know, a significant chunk of change. And I think also, Peter, you explained that, this grant money only comes around to help us pave every, 7 years or something like that?
Yep, it's generally on a 7 to 8 year cycle that we get it. We did, so as I'm sure you folks remember, we did actually receive a similar grant last year to pave Weatherhead Hollow Road. Because another town in our VTrans region who was going to receive this grant backed out, we were told that we were next on the list to be considered. And so we actually have not been awarded this grant as of yet. We don't normally hear about these until, in a normal situation, we don't normally hear about the responses on these till mid to late June. So it's while we were encouraged that there was a high likelihood we would receive it, it has not been guaranteed. And given the situation we're in, we don't know if the state is going to be cutting grants. They may not, but we don't know. And so, yes.
So if we didn't receive the grant, would we go? I mean, and we were in a different. If we weren't in COVID-19 hell, would we go on to pave anyway? Probably not, would we?
No, we would. I don't think that Danny was considering doing any paving this year. But because of the grant, he was considering it. Sorry, Zahn is trying to enter the meeting again.
So does that leave us with the fact that maybe we wouldn't pave unless we got the grant?
That was my understanding from what Dan had told me. Yes.
Mm-hmm. But Michael, are you saying that even if we got the grant and had to come up with 20%, that we shouldn't pave?
I guess I'm looking for other people's opinions. I was just and whether, I'm also interested to know if the select board feels like we need to, take action now as far as shrinking the budget, or if we need to kind of wait and see until, tax time comes and how we make out there.
So may I give a little brief input on this?
Sure, please.
Yeah.
So one thing that I shared previously with Michael, and this is my personal opinion, is we have applied to this grant. We don't have a response to it yet. I would encourage the select board to personally wait to see if we do get the grant, because even at that time, if the budget shortfalls for the next fiscal year are such that we really the town would not be in a place to spend $35,000, which is what 20% would be for this grant. We can decline the grant and we don't have to accept it. So I think that instead of saying no and backing out of the grant right now and losing it altogether, not knowing what our financial situation will be come October, I think would be poor foresight in my personal opinion.
Are there other members of the select board? I agree with you, Peter. Do other members of the select board have an opinion about this?
Well, my question would be, this is Rusty, what roads are we talking about paving and what condition are they in?
We are talking about paving 2 miles of Heinsberg Road from the Brattleboro line to the Halifax line. And I have a bunch of photographs that Danny sent to me of the road. It has not been paved in almost 9 years. If you want, I'm happy to share with you the photos. You can also drive the road yourself.
Well, to the Halifax line, some of that's dirt road, right?
Well, it stops at the bridge just before the Halifax line, right below the Hunt House.
Okay, I mean, Guilford keeps going a little ways,
Yeah, Guilford
right?
keeps going for about another 3/4 of a mile, but the pavement stops at that bridge about a couple hundred yards before it gets to Green River Road.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about Peter's recommendation that we wait to see whether we get the grant or not, and then make our decision about that in regard to this specific instance of budget cutting? Do we have Michael?
I'm in favor of that. Yeah.
I am too. What about you, John?
I'm comfortable with waiting.
Okay, and Rusty?
Yeah, I'm comfortable waiting.
Okay, Miranda?
Yes, I'm comfortable, and I'd like to hear what Danny thinks about the consequences of not paving it.
Well, actually, I can give a little bit of information very briefly on that because I did speak to Dan about that last week, and he did state that should we get in a severe budget situation, that he feels that paving is certainly one of the first things that he could cut from his budget for the upcoming fiscal year without a real detrimental long-term effect on the town.
Interesting. Good. That's good to hear. That news. Michael, in regard to your question about should we be cutting the budget now or making budget cuts now, it's not on the agenda. We can put a discussion of that on the agenda for our next meeting. How's that?
Sure. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, great. Let's move on.
Like that, it's hard to, like, with the open meeting laws, like, I'd like to just, with the 5 of us, just get some thoughts out there where we're all listening at the same time.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sale of the town truck. Do you, Peter? Do you want to talk about that?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So, obviously, at the 2 weeks ago at the last meeting, you folks approved the purchase of the new 1-ton truck in line with the capital plan for the highway crew, and Dan had already had several inquiries from a variety of local businesses just stating that in the future, if the town did have a truck for sale, that they would be interested. So Dan approached 3 different local businesses based in Guilford who had expressed previous interest and stated that it would be on a first come, first served basis. He gave them all the same amount of time to reply and noted that Mike Kachuk from MT3 had come back to Dan saying that he was interested. Dan was initially asking $25,000 for the truck, and Mike offered $20,000. And one thing I did share with Richard at the end of last week is that in a conversation Dan was having with the dealer in finalizing the details of the new truck, he told him that he had an offer of $20,000, and the dealer told him that was $7,000 to $8,000 more than they expected that we'd be able to get for the truck. So it's a very good.
Not $78,000 more than we expected to get.
$7,000 to $8,000 more for the sale price.
78. Sorry.
I'm sorry. So yes, so
our truck has been sold, and we are $20,000 the richer for it.
Correct. So the thing is that Richard was just looking for the select board to see if anyone had any opposition to selling the truck to MT3.
No opposition. Seems like the assistant fire warden is a great candidate for.
Great, and it's and I kudos to Dan for staying on the case and getting the $20,000 for the truck, which lessened the cost of the new truck. Very good. Let's move on. RFP for Tater Lane Culvert Project. That's in your wicket, Peter.
Yes. So at midweek last week, I received an email from VTrans notifying us that we can now begin work on existing grant projects. So last summer, we had been awarded a structures grant to replace or actually upsize and replace a culvert on Tater Lane that has collapsed and is in very poor condition. And since receiving that, so the next step is I need to put together an RFP and put it out. However, in conversation with Richard, we thought it prudent to inquire from the select board, given our current situation, whether or not we should pursue putting out an RFP. So this grant is for $175,000, and the town's share of that is 10%. So that's $17,500 is what we would be the maximum of what we would have to pay for that project.
And even if we put out the RFP, it doesn't mean that we have to go forward with the project.
That is correct. We do have language in our model, or our, not our model, but our RFP template that does indicate that if it is in the best interest of the town to not complete the project, that we have the option to do so.
And if anyone's driven up that road lately, it is a mess. It's pretty rough, Tater Lane.
I'm in favor of putting out the RFP.
I am too. Is there any Miranda?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Don?
Yes.
And Rusty?
I'm fine with that.
Good, thank you. Excellent. So the RFP shall be sent.
Okay, I will work on that.
Thanks, Peter. The next item, we're moving right along here. The next item on the agenda is under old business, and it's the budget scenarios. And I wasn't planning to have an extensive conversation about that, but Peter's Excel spreadsheet, that's what I was referring to, which showed us, I had it here a moment ago, which showed us how much at what, 10%, 15%, 20%, and 40% of budget cutting, how much actual dollars that comes to?
Correct.
Did you all get a chance to look at that?
Yes.
Does anybody have any comment about that? I think that would be a good tool for us when we have our conversation in 2 weeks about what to do about the budget at this present time. That would be very helpful. But Randy, Rusty, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, just I'm for what you guys were talking about. Yes.
Oh, okay. So I do have it here.
I did have a conversation with Penny this afternoon when I came into the office and shared with her some brief information about the spreadsheet I shared with all of you. And she, from things that she has been hearing as well, she said that she's anticipating that the shortfall is likely going to be somewhere between the 20 and the 40% range, thinking that the situation, hoping that it won't be 40%, but that it wouldn't be unforeseen to see that amount. And with that, she has already taken some steps to amend her portion of the budget and has made some changes which are going to go into effect July 1st, and that's going to cut $66,000 from the budget as it is.
Mm-hmm. Well, just glancing through the spreadsheet, I noticed that the Cemetery Commission has more money than any other commission. And while I haven't discussed the budget with the Cemetery Commission, I'm sure that we can donate back, you know, some of the money that we have in our rollover reserves.
Yeah, I mean, it would be, in that sense, for all of the commissions, all three of the, or technically, yeah, all three of the commissions that are noted there, the planning, or actually all four of them, all have reserves in the reserve fund, and it would be easier to just eliminate the current year budget and have folks use the reserve funds that they have for each of those commissions, if it's necessary.
Right.
Right. So I think that, you know, it would be important. I don't know, do we need to know what in regard to our discussion in 2 weeks, do we need to know the exact steps that Penny is taking in regard to her getting $66,000 out of the budget, or because that number would be helpful to us to know that we are going to be dealing with $66,000 that's already taken out.
So
Could we request a short summary, you know, written of what those cuts are?
Those cuts would have to be discussed in executive session because they relate to personnel. So those cuts actually are something that we could not discuss publicly, which we can do if that's like what the select board wants.
Yeah.
We need to be able to look at every possibility. So yes, I think we all have to go into executive session at some point. Not that I recommend it at all, but you know.
We do have to cut somewhere, and that's.
Yeah.
Well, so I think that
if we can't do it publicly.
Right. So why don't I have a discussion with Penny and talk with her about the select board's interest in hearing more specifically about the cuts that she's making in the town's budget, and then what her opinion is about going into executive session. Perhaps can we invite her into an executive session?
Absolutely, you can invite whomever you wish to be there. It just can't be discussed publicly.
Right, and for good reason. So, what does the select board think about that?
So,
Richard, I think that. Oh, okay, Michael, do you want to talk?
Right, go ahead.
Oh, I mean, we have our financial advice committee, or whatever it's called.
Finance advisory
so, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said it's called the Finance Advisory Committee.
Yes, I mean, I think that we need to get all of the information possible and go into an executive session with the people that we've invited to help us.
Yep. So I will talk also to the Finance Advisory Committee, which has not had a launch meeting yet. I think it's on the horizon. Peter, has there been a date set? As far as I know, there hasn't been.
No, we are struggling to find a date in which everyone can meet. So there were some emails today back and forth about figuring that out, and I'm waiting for a response. I've received a response from Rusty, and he's the only one at the moment. But that was just this afternoon or early afternoon.
Okay.
Never mind. I'll talk to you privately, Richard. Never mind.
Okay. So yes. So I will. I'll talk to Peter, and I'll talk to Sheila about the Finance Advisory Committee role in this. And as you remember, we added the task of their advisory capacity in regard to perhaps developing a new budget in the context of meeting the potential to make that we might have to make cuts. So the committee is aware of that. It's in their charge, actually. Okay, so just to summarize what we've just done now is that I know that Richard and Peter are going to talk about the Finance Advisory Committee. I'm going to talk to Sheila about the Finance Advisory Committee and letting Sheila know that we're planning to talk about budget matters at our next meeting. And what else was there? Did you have?
I was just curious. So, I mean, what's the point? I'm not opposed to it. I'm just curious what the point of talking about it at the next meeting versus this meeting was. I'm not sure what we'll know more than that we know now.
It wasn't on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda.
Well, the budget scenario stuff was on the agenda tonight, which is.
Do people want to discuss the budget now? I frankly don't feel like it, but but I'm
Well, I'd like to have the stuff in front of us.
What?
You know, to look over things. You know, not just do stuff off the cuff.
Yeah, that's the way I
feel. Is there a chance that I don't know what the governor's planning, but is there a chance that we'll be able to meet in person in 2 weeks?
There'll be a press conference on Wednesday and Friday of this week, and hopefully we will find out more information at that point. At this time, the answer is no, but we don't know what those 2 press conferences hold.
Well, is it possible? I mean, given his statement of May 6th, people can meet in groups outside of no more than 10. You know, in a social way. Why couldn't the select board meet outside? Because we're not a group of more than 10.
I like the idea of meeting outside.
It still has to. The only situation is it still has to be open to the public.
Well, we can arrange that.
But then it can't be more than 10.
Correct. And we cannot restrict people who want to participate in a select board meeting.
But could we have them join us by phone?
Instead of working out the details on this during the meeting right now, how about we'll work on the details and I'll be in communication with Richard about this.
Okay, right. And so what I'm hearing is it would be, and I feel this very strongly, that it would be good if we could get together to talk about the budget in person. I find it very difficult with, personally, with having a lot of papers and a lot of knowledge that we need to have, doing it remotely. And I think others of you feel that way too. Am I correct?
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, Michael.
I'm a little unclear. I mean, I understand Penny has some recommendations, but where does that sort of fall into the schedule here of all these various financial events that we're talking about?
I'm not sure I follow your question, Michael.
Well, I mean, somebody said Penny has $66,000 worth of cuts she's recommending.
Correct. Well, not recommending that she's going to make effective July 1st, which she has the authority to do as an independently elected official.
Right. It's not our budget.
Okay. All right.
That's to the town clerk and the town treasurer budget.
Okay. So she has the right. Got it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm good with that. Thanks.
Okay.
The select board goals, did everybody have a chance to look at the brilliant preface that we saw there? I just wanted to make sure that we saw that and that I don't think that we've approved these yet, right? We're going to approve them or not at this moment.
Well, you approved the goals at the last meeting, but it was the discussion of the preface.
Okay, so did everyone have a chance to look at the preface? And I don't think we have to vote on the preface, do we, since we already approved the goals?
Correct.
Right. I just wanted to make sure that the select board had read the preface, and if anybody had a problem with it, then we have a problem. No problem?
Did the preface go out? I don't think the preface went out to everyone, did it?
I thought it did.
I have it in front of me.
Oh, good for you. Great. I don't know where it is.
It was in the folder. You put it.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure I saw it in the.
Well, I'll read it to you. It's brief. May I read it?
Please. Yeah, I don't see it in the folder.
Okay. Each year, the Guilford Select Board sets short and longer term goals called Visions Below, in addition to our ongoing responsibilities. From these goals, we create a work plan as a framework to guide our actions. With the rise of the COVID-19 pandemic, we questioned whether the entire plan might be inappropriate. The Select Board agreed to move forward, acknowledging that community safety and preparedness are now among our highest priorities. During this crisis, we are collaborating with State Representative Sarah Coffey, as well as with Guilford's vital commissions, community organizations, and neighborhood volunteers who strengthens our response. And that's the preface. And then it goes into Vision 1, Guilford is a welcoming, inclusive, affordable, sustainable community. And then we have the steps that are the framework for that particular vision/goal.
Yeah, what Zon did is that he took the spreadsheet and turned it into more of, something easier for the public to understand. And our idea was that we could put this on the website and perhaps even put it on Front Porch Forum, because I feel as if it's part of our transparency.
So right. So right now we've already approved the goals, if you recall. We're not voting on the preface. I just wanted to know if anybody had any problem with the verbiage in that preface.
Yeah, it sounded reasonable to me.
Oh, sounds good to me.
Okay, very good. Let's move on then. COVID-19 update, Peter.
Yes. So, based on several different conference calls that I have been a part of in the past 2 weeks, as well as the governor's press conference earlier today, they have noted that Vermont has stabilized as far as is stabilizing as far as our cases of COVID-19, and we are now have the third lowest case rate in the country. Our case rates are now doubling approximately every 3 months instead of days or weeks, as other similar areas of New England and the country. The state is also using a broad spectrum of metrics, which I won't go into the details right now, but to review a variety of stages or steps to reopen the state throughout this summer. And the different models they are looking at could be anywhere from complete reopening, which would have fairly devastating effects on Vermont and a dramatic increase of COVID cases, to a staged approach similar to what the governor has been taking over the past 2 weeks, and not seeing any increases. The governor also announced today that child care centers may reopen on the 1st of June as long as they follow state guidelines. Last Friday, he announced that summer day camps may proceed as long as the summer day camps also follow state guidelines. And to assist both the child care centers and day camps to meet the state standards, the state anticipates making up to $6 million in safety grants available to organizations to facilitate that. Unfortunately, this time, due to COVID-19, they still feel, they being the state, particularly the Agency of Education, feels that it is unsafe to have in-person graduation ceremonies and no in-person instruction for schools at this time. And then lastly, they announced today that under certain restrictions that retailers may open, and the restrictions can be found on the Agency of Commerce and Community Development website.
Thank you, Peter. Any comments or questions? Excellent. Let's move on. Cabral.
At them. Okay. I move that we pay the following warrants. Payroll week 5/3/20 for the sum of $7,908.59. Payroll week 5/10/20 for the sum of $5,932.46. And expense warrant number 2021 for the sum of $132,000 $364.02, and expense warrant number FW21 for the sum of $58.50 for a total of $146,263.57. So the main expenses here were for the truck that we've already discussed, and also for retirement funds.
Thank you, Brent. Do I have a second? I'll second. Thank you, Michael. Okay, discussion? I'll take the roll then. Don?
Yes.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Miranda?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay, any communications here?
None.
All right. Do we have action taken?
I have the actions from the previous meeting. So you approved the Guilford Country Store liquor and tobacco license. You approved the purchase of the new truck. You appointed Ann Ryder to the FAC. You adopted the select board annual goals. You delayed the hiring of an administrative assistant. I was to make some estimates of potential budget shortfalls and what they would look like for the FY21 budget. There were 2 letters to be written related to the Lee Road dog incident. A friendlier message was to be added to the sign about the town office closures. Veranda and Zahn would write the preface to the select board goals. Peter would put the goals on the website, and then, yeah.
Very good.
Has the sign been changed? A few people have talked to me about that.
Yeah, it has.
It was changed as of Thursday afternoon when I drove past it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, and then actions to be taken, Peter?
Actions to be taken from this meeting is I am to return the fire warden recommendations to the state. I am to coordinate with Richard and Michael on finalizing the details of the new dog ordinance to be presented at the next select board meeting. I am to share the letter that was written last week with the dog owner for the incident on Lee Road with the select board. And I am to put out the RFP for the project on Tater Lane. And that was it.
Very good. Thank you. Do I have a motion for adjournment? 8 o'clock, precisely.
Yes.
I'll make a
I move
motion.
to adjourn.
Oh,
Oh, Rusty, thank you. Michael, are you seconding?
I'll be happy to second. Yeah.
Is there any discussion?
I think we should rehearse for next meeting, so we don't have so much in the way of technical difficulties.
Yeah, we've had a lot of technical difficulties, and I apologize if it's not my fault, but I mean, it does make it more difficult to have a smooth flowing meeting. Peter, maybe we want to look at, we can talk about, maybe we want to look at another platform like Zoom or GoToMeeting, which I'm not sure have this much difficulty. Anyway, was there a motion to adjourn?
Yeah, but you just needed to take the vote, Richard.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you, Peter. Zahn?
Yes.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Miranda?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries, and thank you very much. Have a good evening, everyone, and sorry for the technicals. We will make this better, I'm sure.
Bryn's name's here, but I don't see Bryn.
There she is.
Hi, Bryn.
Good morning.
I don't want to belabor the point too much, but the House had language that would have allowed a first and second DUI to be to wait, and their concern was with a third DUI. Then we'd all decided to just take DUI out of S-114 and deal with it separately. Can you just give us a little update on where we are? And then it was Matt's suggestion in the first place, so then we'll go to Matt.
Sure. So for the record, Bryn Hare from Legislative Council. Good morning, committee. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a accurate synopsis of what happened in the House. The DMV testified in House Judiciary that they had some concerns with the suspension of the timeframes for license suspension hearings for second and subsequent DUIs. Their concerns were primarily public safety related. There were also some concerns of some House Judiciary members. So the decision was made to expedite the progress of S-114 and make sure that they didn't hold up the bill with the rest of the important provisions, to strike the section regarding DUI civil suspension hearings and pass the bill without it. And there was conversation in that committee about dealing with it a little bit differently in another bill. And I think that the proposal that they landed on was to suspend the statutory timeframes for first and second DUI civil suspension hearings, but for third and subsequent to leave the statutory timeframes alone, so that they would unfold as they do currently under statute. So that automatic civil suspension would happen, and then the 42-day rule would apply for third and subsequent DUIs.
Okay. Any questions about what happened? Matt, do you want to?
Yeah, the issue with DUI civil suspension timeframes only came up, frankly, when the court suggested suspending them. The bottom line is,
Matt, can you wait a minute? There's a great deal of background noise someplace. It sounds like gurgling. If people could mute their.
Who's W. Manoli?
Commissioner Manoli.
you want me to continue?
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you because of that.
All right. Well, in any event, if someone has a vested right in a license and that right is going to be suspended or taken away, you need a hearing within a reasonable amount of time to pass constitutional muster. So in the event that the time frames for DUI 3s and above end up getting their right to have a hearing on whether their license is suspended, I don't have any problem with that. And if they're waiving it for 1s and 2s, and the license would stay in effect until they have a hearing, I have no problem with that. Senator Sears needs to unmute.
Excuse me. Any questions for Matt? Pepper, are you available, or is someone else going to speak for you?
No, I'm here. So James Pepper, Department of State's Attorneys and Sheriffs. I brought along Heather Brochu, who's the state's traffic safety resource prosecutor. She's kind of the foremost expert on DUI prosecutions. And I only brought her along to just kind of say that we don't have a real problem whether the language, whether these civil suspensions are halted for DUI 3 and subsequents, so long as it's a temporary halt, temporary pause. We think that there are enough kind of safety mechanisms in place currently that protect kind of the public safety, highway safety interest for people that are committing kind of DUI 3, 4, 5, And so I just wanted to have Heather touch base with you quickly on kind of our reasoning, and also just give you a quick update on the DUI numbers since the COVID state of emergency has been in place, just to kind of give just a sense of what we're dealing with, the scope of the issue.
Hi, Heather Gray, formerly Heather Brochu, State's Attorney, Department of State's Attorneys and Sheriffs. So for DUI 2s and above, essentially anytime an officer arrests someone for a DUI 2 and above, they have the ability to then reach out to, at the end of processing, could reach out to a judge and have conditions set for their release. And one of the conditions that is routinely set is a no driving condition or some sort of no drive without alcohol. Oftentimes on 3 and above, it's going to be a no driving condition that is set by a judge after has set under Rule 3. The judge would review the affidavit and talk to the officer about the facts of the case. And they can set that, and that certainly would give us the protections of not having the more serious offenders on the road and protect the public. As far as our numbers, I kind of went back and took a look. Keep in mind, not every DUI is there a civil suspension. There are times where civil suspensions, if someone has a DUI and they're under the per se level, they're not going to have a civil suspension. Or if it's a DUI drug and they've consented to giving a blood test, there won't be a civil suspension. There are also times, and I'm not sure if this has been brought up, but a majority or a fair amount of the civil suspensions, the offender defaults and never requests a hearing. So that never becomes a civil suspension. It's just a judgment against them, and it goes into effect. And that happens fairly often. I would say, going back at looking at the cases I had, about a third of them, the civil suspensions, I'd say 2/3 to a third, someone in there, they were automatic default. Because the offender chose not to have a hearing. As far as our numbers from going from March 15th to today, we've had one civil suspension that I can tell within our system for a DUI 2 or above. That was a DUI 3 on April 1st of this year. And we, from March 15th forward, for DUI 2s and above criminal charges, we've had 39. From February 29th to today, we've had 251 criminal DUI charges. 67 of those were a DUI 2 or above, with 13 civil suspensions, and 2 of those civil suspensions being for DUI 2 and above. Certainly with the criminal case, just keep in mind, their license still it can ultimately be suspended. It just takes longer. It would be at the end of the criminal process versus the civil. So they still have the civil suspension hanging over them. It's a longer time period before it happens.
So 251 people could have their driver's license suspended if the time frame's not met.
Well, out of those 251, majority of them are DUI number 1. So those time periods would not come into place, and as long as they requested a license suspension hearing, they would still have their license at this time. Out of those 251, 67 of them from February going forward were 2 or above. They could potentially, within 11 days of the offense for a 2 and above, you automatically, as it stands now, lose your license even if you request a hearing. So those 67, I would imagine, are under suspension at this point because it's past the 11 days. Best I can tell, only 2 of them requested a civil suspension hearing, but those numbers, there's room for error in those numbers a little.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Other questions for Heather or Pepper? So what's your position on a statute that requires, I guess I'm not clear. I guess I'm losing touch with your position on this.
Yes. So the way that it passed out of your committee and through the Senate was to halt civil suspensions altogether. I think there was some ambiguity in the language, but the state's attorneys would support either the halt to the civil suspension because we think there are adequate safeguards regardless of whether the license is actually suspended, or just leave things the way they are. I mean, we're fine either way, honestly. You know, we recognize the kind of constitutional issues that Matt's talking about by not having these hearings, but the numbers are so low right now that we could, you know, we would be fine either way. We think that there's adequate protections.
All right, thank you. Questions for the state's attorneys? Wanda Manoli, Commissioner of the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Morning, Senators.
Good morning.
Is that working?
You're working.
It is working.
You're live.
I'm live. How are you all doing?
We're doing fine, considering.
So I think Bren did a fairly good job just summarizing to the committee that we were asked on the House side, House Judiciary and House Transportation, to testify on the language that was laid out in S114, Section 5.3 or 5C, I believe. We first started looking at the language and we were very concerned because we did think there was ambiguity because it was telling the courts to suspend license in accordance with Title 23, 1205G and H. Judge Grierson did testify to the point that it is somewhat confusing because of the way the statute is laid out. The Department of Motor Vehicle issues the suspensions. And so as conversations occurred, I want to say that we did not support the suspension of suspending driver licenses due to DUIs. In the first instant that I just want to talk about, DUI 1 offenders, I have a choice to request a hearing, which holds a suspension in abeyance, or to begin the suspension, which is 90 days. Many Vermonters do choose to just move forward with the 90-day suspension because they get the process done quicker. Some of those individuals choose to go to the ignition interlock system fairly quickly, so they don't even have to have that suspension for 90 days so they can continue to drive. DUI 2s, their suspension currently is effective on the 11th day. In the same scenario, their suspension is for 18 months, but many individuals choose to participate again in the ignition interlock program while they're serving their suspension, and they move through the process over the 18-month suspension. One of our concerns with the language, the way that it was written, is that we would now not be able to offer that service to the individuals so they could serve their time, in which it is a choice, and we were concerned about that. We have serious concern over the DUI 3, 4s, 5, 6, and 7s in suspending their suspension. I do have Dave Evans, who's the unit chief for driver improvement, who manages all of these suspensions, and if you'd like, he could give you some detail on the number of suspensions that are coming in and the number of DUIs that go beyond, 2s, 3s, and 4s. The other concern, the way we were reading the language as it was proposed, we're required when an out-of-state individual gets a DUI in the state of Vermont to immediately report that to the other states. And the way we were reading the language as proposed on the Senate, we would not be allowing that to occur either, which could have an impact that we're not aware of in other states. So, our preference is to leave the DUIs the way they are in the statute and not to modify them from a public safety standpoint.
I understand that, Commissioner, and that's certainly a concern, but we still presume people are innocent until they're proven guilty. And I guess if you can't meet the guideline in terms of the court hearings, that does create a problem, and that's the problem we were trying to solve. So whether we didn't do it in a way that was acceptable or not, there's got to be a way to have people's constitutional rights to be presumed innocent until found guilty protected. And so that's what I would be looking for, if we can rewrite it in such a way that I think Pepper's suggestion, I have less sympathy for a second or third DUI, but I am concerned. So I guess
Senator, would you mind if I ask Dave Evans if he has any suggestions?
Not at all.
Dave, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Based on the senator's concerns and the testimony you've heard so far, are there any recommendations, since you know the program so well, that would help support the courts and allowing these individuals with serious offenses to move forward through the system without burdening it?
Well, I think the concern, especially the concern that I have surrounding this, are the repeat offenders. First-time offense in many cases, in a majority of the cases, someone's made a mistake, and they're not repeat offenders. And we have that small population that comes back for a second offense, and then it goes on from there to third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Arnold Gardner up in the northern part of the state had 20 or 30 DUI charges over the course of his life. We're trying to protect the people from the vulnerable here in our society from these repeat offenders. And I think the logical thing at this point to do would be to suspend the practice of suspending on first and possibly second offense, and continue to hold hearings on the third and subsequent offenses. I think that would suit the judicial system. They seem to be open to that. I think that goes a long way to keeping our roads safe. And I think that is a method that would work during this limited period of time where we're going to be doing this.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Any questions for Dave Evans? Matt, or Judge Grierson, would you like to comment on that at all?
To me, the only concern is that before we suspend someone's license, they get a hearing. So if we don't have the hearing, then the license has to stay in place. And if we get hearings, fine. If you want to do them for all of them, it's fine. If you want to do them for 3 and above, it's fine. Just so long as they get their due process. And that's the only concern that I had.
Thank you.
Judge? So remind the committee, for the record, Brian Grierson, Chief Superior Judge, that this process started because the Supreme Court, under Administrative Order 49, suspended all hearings except for certain emergency hearings, and civil suspension proceedings were not included as one of those emergency hearings. So if the committee took the language in the bill as passed by the Senate and changed the wording to say that the Department of Motor Vehicles, as opposed to the Superior Court, could not suspend, then there would not be a need for, across the board, in other words, all DWIs, there would not be a need for any civil suspension hearings during this emergency period. And as Pepper pointed out, certainly in these subsequent offenses, it's a matter of routine to impose a condition of not operating. If the committee goes in a different direction that's been suggested, that allow third and fourth DUIs to be suspended unless they have hearings. I would, if that's the direction the committee was going, I would go back to the Supreme Court and ask them if they would then open up or add to their list of emergency proceedings, civil suspension proceedings for third and fourth or subsequent offenses, third and above. I just can't represent to the committee that the court would follow through on that request from me, but I would certainly let them know the issue as it's developed since the original administrative order went into effect.
Thank you. Questions for Judge? Bryn, do you have enough to draft something?
Yes, I think so. As long as I have it clear that the committee does want to move forward with that, only prohibiting the license, only suspending those statutory timeframes for the second DUI offense, the first and second, and then continuing with third and subsequent as provided in statute. Is that what the committee would like to see?
I think so. Wanda, did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you. In listening to the conversation, would the committee somehow consider language? Because when you read 1205 and you start with the first offense, it clearly references if a hearing is requested. The suspension is held in abeyance. Otherwise, it takes effect on the 11th day. What I'd like to be able to do for individuals that choose not to have a hearing, be allowed to proceed, especially with DUI 1s and DUI 2s, as the statute allows them. I think the number of, and I don't know how to, maybe Bren could, we could be very clear that if, in the language that you're proposing, if the hearing is requested, then what occurs, otherwise, all other applicable statute is in place. Because again, I think the number of DUI 1s that don't request hearings is significantly high. And I think, I don't know if Dave has that data in front of him. And the same with DUI 2s. When they don't request a hearing, they go into suspension and they start with the ignition interlock program because they want to drive.
They don't request a hearing within the 11-day period, right?
That's correct. And then their suspension is in place, and then they move to the ignition interlock program. And Dave, I don't know if you have any data or if you want to just confirm that for the committee.
I don't have any fresh data in front of me, but the numbers that Heather Gray used when she was testifying is very close to what the last numbers I had. It's about a third of the people on a DUI 1 apply for a hearing.
And the remainder just start the 90-day, and then we have quite a few Vermonters who are enrolled in the ignition interlock program for DUI 1s and 2s. Correct, Dave?
Yes, that's correct.
So that would be my request, Senator, if you're going to move forward with this and support the potential of suspending until a hearing can occur in accordance with what judiciary is trying to do. But let's allow for the ones that don't want a hearing, the suspensions and process to continue.
I just think I'm comfortable with that personally. As long as people have their rights protected, that I know, some people who may be charged with DUI who were at 0.08, for example, may or may not have been there, and there may be arguments one way or the other. So I think this just protects people's rights, that's all. But if they choose to start the process, then that's their choice. Senator White.
So
Then
this
Senator
isn't
Nika.
this isn't exactly on topic, but I think when Bryn was, I don't remember if it was Bryn or Heather that was talking about people who are charged with DUI 1, but who are under the 0.08. How can that be possible? Did I misunderstand something?
Well, I'd let Heather answer that, but I think it's pretty simple.
I did mention that, and so we charge under the influence versus so we can charge either under the influence or under the per se. And there are times where people, because everyone has a different tolerance and reacts differently, where I can tell you there are visible effects of someone being impaired in their OA so that they are impaired under that 08 number. So there may be a DUI that's an 07 or an 06, and because for that person, they are impaired by the alcohol to the slightest degree, that a DUI charge criminal is charged, but our civil suspension statute states that we have to have a test of 08 come out of that data master. So we can't do relation back. There's also relation back with chemists that they might be higher of the 07 at the time, but for purposes of civil suspension, the data master ticket has to be 08 or above in order to proceed with a civil suspension.
But they can be charged criminally.
Correct.
Even though,
okay. As long as we can show impairment.
Impairment to the slightest degree is the
to the slightest degree. Actually, I'm impaired to the slightest degree when I don't have my morning coffee. But anyway, it's a very interesting conundrum.
The coffee or the?
No, no. Our whole kind of attitude toward impairment and drinking, and it kind of smacks of Puritanism, but that's beside the point. Well, anyway,
I think roadside safety is.
Oh, I agree with you, but impaired to the slightest degree is a kind of subjective. Anyway, I didn't know that. Thank you.
No, thank you.
So Senator, this is Wanda Manoli again. I'm just curious if the committee considered just extending the statute on the time requirement for the Superior Court, the 7 days and the 21 days, instead of just doing a suspension of suspension.
We hadn't. I don't think. I don't remember. Senator Nitka, you had a question?
Well, I just wanted to address the issue of the ignition interlock, and I think that I certainly would want to keep that in place because that's a great opportunity for someone to address their own potential alcohol needs, or one that's going on, so that they have an opportunity to say, yikes, I don't want this to happen again. And I have, you get a second chance there, certainly. That's very good for many people to kind of slow down what they're doing with regard to alcohol.
Okay.
So certainly I like them to have the opportunity, as Wanda said, to engage in getting, the interlock system. I know several people whom that's worked very well for.
Yep. So, Bryn, does that leave us with a proposal for next week to look at?
Yep. If I have the committee's permission, I'll work with the various stakeholders on some language. And
please, yeah.
The committee.
And just one other question: what would be the time period that this would be in effect?
Till the end of the emergency.
So right now, the date is what for the end of the? We don't know it yet, or is
it? No, who knows?
No, the way the was originally written, it was for the duration of AO 49. So when AO 49 was terminated, then
okay,
it would no longer be effective.
Okay.
Which is part of the problem that many people have, is there's no time frame here to, it could be September, could be July, we don't know. Okay, moving right along is Sarah Robinson's not available. So I thought, and I want to make clear, since I had a lot of concern about this, if there is a bill dealing with relief from abuse orders, I believe it will start in the House. And we've had a lot of discussions about the problems regarding domestic violence while we're in this stay-at-home situation. But this has nothing to do with H610 and the firearm issues. I know a number of people see the word RF relief from abuse and immediately jump to the conclusion that we're taking up H610, which we're not doing. It is not, to my knowledge, hasn't passed the House yet. So obviously we wouldn't be able to take it up, even if we could. So it hasn't passed the House. But we've been concerned about protecting victims of domestic and sexual violence. And so Karen's here to talk about an RFA issue that has come up. So I just wanted to make that clear to everybody. Karen, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Senator Sears, and thanks to the committee for inviting us in to talk today. We want to make sure that we express our sincere thanks to the courts to continuing to make access available to survivors who need RFAs. The court's taken some pretty extraordinary measures to make sure that that happens, and we're really appreciative of that. In fact, we're hearing from our colleagues across the country that this is not true in other states, and so it's really heartening for us to know that once again, Vermont is leading the way in centering the needs of survivors around, this issue of life-saving protection orders. In particular, I'm really happy to report that we're hearing that things are going pretty well out in the field. There are there's differences across jurisdictions. Some courts are handling this better than others, but we got a report from one of our member organizations in the Northeast Kingdom, Umbrella, this week that, in fact, things are going great up there. And so we're hopeful to work with the courts to make sure that those things that they're doing in the Northeast Kingdom can be replicated across the state. So as you know from the committee, from the memo that was submitted to the committee, along with this identical memo submitted to House Judiciary and signed on by the Commissioner of Public Safety, the Vermont Police Association, the Vermont Association of Chiefs of Police, the Vermont Sheriff's Association, of course, the network, that we have just this singular issue with the system, and it presents this gap in court protections for survivors. So in the current system, when a temporary order is issued, it expires at the time of the issuance of the final order. And final orders have to be served in person to the defendant. There are some, so if the defendant is in court, it's no problem. The defendant is considered to have been served if they're appearing in court, even in the conditions that we're in today. But there are some defendants that are not coming to court, and then it seems as if they might be evading the police service of the final protection order. And so then what we have is a situation where the temporary protection order has ended and the final protection order hasn't yet come into effect. And that gap can be fairly long depending on the evasion skills of the defendant. And in these times, what's really troubling is, now we've got police departments who already are, resources are stretched. They're, driving around town trying to find this defendant. And then also we have police officers who are have to be in this position of possibly being exposed to COVID-19 in order to get this service done. So what we're suggesting and what we all have agreed to is that we create a solution to the gap. It's a simple solution, we think. We hope that folks are supportive of it. The language specifically says that an ex parte temporary order shall remain in effect until it's either dismissed by the court or the petition is denied at the final hearing. And if an order is issued, the final order is issued, the temporary order shall remain in effect until personal service of the final order. So this eliminates the gaps. And we think it's just a really important change. As you know, this timing around accessing protection orders is very critical for survivors. We know from all the research that it's probably the most dangerous time for survivors when they're leaving this relationship and going into court and getting these orders. So we're hopeful that this can be an easy fix. And we really appreciate your concern about this and your interest in it.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Karen? Thanks, Karen. So, Senator White has a question.
So when you're making the suggestion, this is a temporary fix, it wouldn't be permanent.
Thanks for asking that question, Senator White. Ideally, it would be a permanent fix. It would fill this gap. Again, it's not, many cases the defendant shows up, but in those cases, folks that are not showing up to court and evading the police are probably the folks that present a higher risk anyway. So if it could be a permanent fix, that would be the ideal.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to try to get through, folks, but because Josh Diamond has to leave at 11 o'clock, we're going to break from this subject after we hear from Matt Valerio and hear from Josh on intercepts, and then go back to Pepper and Judge Grierson on this issue of the RFAs. Matt, would you like to? There you are. You have to unmute.
What would you like me to comment on? What Karen just talked about?
Yes, Karen's position on that.
Yeah, the thing about any of these orders is when the government is basically compelling you to do something and you have a right to a hearing before an order goes into place long term, you have there's these concepts of due process that basically say you have to get notice. If somebody's in court, they would have notice of whatever the order is. And I understand that there's a gap sometimes here between the issuance of a final order and service of that order if the person doesn't show up in court. But the ramifications to an individual, now I don't doubt that there are some individuals who are attempting to evade the order, but there are others who are they don't understand it, they don't take it seriously, they don't know what it's about, and the ramifications of violating the order are criminal charges. And to be in a position where you get criminal charges without being on notice of what the order is because you've never been served is a severe consequence for individuals who are unwittingly kind of in the process and not being served. So there is a concern there, and I wonder whether or not it rises to the level of a constitutional concern if you don't have notice prior to a final order being issued and served upon you. I'm sure that would be a challenge if this came up. I also have a little bit of concern that in the context that we're doing things right now, that perhaps other groups might be interested in commenting on this, and we're sort of in an emergency COVID legislative mode here as opposed to passing something permanent. But even if it were, I think you'd have constitutional issues about putting somebody in criminal jeopardy without having actual notice of what the order says.
Thank you. A question from Matt. I'm going to, unless Pepper or Judge Grierson have a pressing next hearing, I'm going to move to Josh Diamond and then Cameron Ward from the Department of Labor, because both of them are on a tight schedule and aren't available later. And if I had known that, I would have scheduled this just slightly differently. But it is what it is. So zooming away to Josh Diamond on the intercepts, which is the whole issue of should we do legislation to prevent the intercept of people's unemployment checks as well as their checks for child support and, the stimulus check. And then we'll hear about child support. But Josh, if you'd lead us off, please.
Certainly. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My apologies for the confusion on scheduling this morning and my schedule. As you all know, the Attorney General's office issued a directive with regards to the stimulus checks, essentially rendering an opinion that under 12 VSA section 2740 sub 19I, that those checks were not eligible for collection, in particular by those in the private sector. I know in the course of our discussions, probably a week or so ago, questions arose about intercepts, most likely from the federal government for purposes of child support. Those issues may also be applicable to unemployment as well, but I will defer to my colleague on that. And as it pertains to the policy issue, the Attorney General's office, expressed previously that we would hope that our the folks in government who may not be subject to this statute would also abide by that policy. But I will recognize that in my discussions, at least with the folks at Child Support, the Office of Child Support, there may be federal guidelines that are requiring these intercepts. And if so, that could raise questions of supremacy clause and conflict issues, preemption, if you will, on that. I have not done the analysis, but that would be one issue that would have to be considered. I think to the extent that legislation would be brought forth that would address issues that might be governed by federal law.
Actually, when we hear from Robin Yarnell, I think we'll get a better idea, but and I don't know if the committee's gotten it yet, but Michelle and Damian Leonard did a memo regarding this, and it looks like there are ways within child support, and we can hear more from Robin, but the person I think needs to prove that there is some difficulty in if that stimulus check or their unemployment check is attached, that their other family or whatever needs to be dealt with. So basically, there may be we were asked by the Senate to look at the issue of where there should be legislation. And what I'm hearing from you is that, at least in terms of the private attachment, that there is not a need for legislation. But in terms of the government, there may be a need for legislation, but if we do it, it would probably be usurping federal law. Is that accurate?
Yes, I would say that further analysis would be needed to determine whether there are conflicts where federal law may be applicable. And certainly our office would not object and welcomes further legislation in this area as it applies to the private sector. But I think there is a statute in place that provides some protection at this stage.
Okay. Question for Josh? Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Josh. Good to see you. Good luck with your next press conference or whatever.
Thank you.
Cameron Wood is the Director of Unemployment. And I guess we could all understand that he's on a very tight schedule. But thank you for making some time with us this morning. I think you understand our basic question is, what can we do to protect people's stimulus check and unemployment check from creditors at a time when this may be all that's sitting between them and dire straits?
Yes, sir. Good morning. For those who don't know me, my name is Cameron Wood. I'm the Unemployment Insurance Director for the Vermont Department of Labor. I will say that the Judiciary Committee has the Senate Judiciary Committee has somewhat of a special place in my heart. It was the first committee I got to sit in on when I was interning in Legislative Council. It's also the committee where I learned what a scone was. For those of you who may not know me, I'm originally from Alabama, so didn't know what a scone was. I will defer that story to Michelle Childs if you want to hear from her. Appreciate you guys having us. Happy to talk about this topic. I'll kind of go through what I've kind of outlined for things that we are authorized to offset and then turn it over to the committee for any questions. Just for starters, we as a department did not offset any of the $1,200 that came out a few weeks ago to those individuals who hadn't yet received an unemployment insurance benefit amount. We were trying to get those benefits to those individuals as quickly as possible, considering that they had been waiting for weeks and we didn't have an immediate path forward to get them paid within the next few days. So for those individuals, we did not offset any child support and we did not offset any potential overpayment amount. We were considering that to be kind of a prepayment of the additional $600 from the federal government. And so we didn't offset anything because we didn't have the time. So for those individuals with the $1,200, they received the full $1,200 from us as a department. But moving forward just to the unemployment insurance and how we generally administer the program and what we offset, we are obligated by our USDOL partners to offset for child support. And we work with the Office of Child Support, and I see that Robin is here this morning. Her and I spoke yesterday afternoon, and we do offset for that. We have information we transfer back and forth, so we understand how much to offset. And we never offset more than 50% of an individual's unemployment insurance payment or their benefit. So in that case, the person who owes child support will receive at least half of their eligible benefit. We are required to withhold child support for the additional $600. It's called FPUC, one of the programs in the Federal CARES Act. We are obligated to withhold child support for that benefit as well. And we are working to get that put in place. We currently don't have that built into our mainframe system. So if you're asking me, as of Wednesday morning, we're not offsetting regular UI, the additional $600 for child support. So someone may have their underlying UI benefit amount offset for child support, but they are getting the additional $600 currently because we wanted to get those payments out the door as quickly as we could, and we will circle back and build in the programming to offset for child support there. But we are required to do it by our USDOL partners. The other thing that we would offset is in the event that someone has an overpayment to the unemployment insurance division. And in that case, we offset their entire weekly benefit amount until that is repaid. That is also a federal requirement. We're required to offset their benefit amount in order to repay any overpayment in UI. In that instance, the individual is eligible for the additional $600. So we can offset their underlying UI amount, but we can to repay an overpayment, but we cannot offset their additional $600 federal benefit. And we've been working over the past week or so to try and address that issue in our mainframe. We don't have or didn't have the technical capacity when we started issuing those payments to identify the people that are being offset to get them the additional $600. But we feel that we've been able to work through the programming, and we should have that in place this week is our intent, and working with our ADS partners to get that in place as quickly as we can. So the people who are having their benefit offset currently, to repay an overpayment, they should be getting those additional $600, hopefully within the next week or so, once we're able to put that into production. I'll pause there.
To clarify, Senator Nitka has a question, but to clarify,
so to clarify,
has the $600 gone out yet? I spoke to somebody.
Yeah, to
Monday,
clarify,
I think,
to clarify, the 600 is
who had
not
received her $250. I'm going to use rough numbers, $250 unemployment check, but had not received the 600. So her total unemployment check was 250 and not. It was a little less than that, but I'm rounding.
So that's a situation I would be curious to look into. And Senator, if we could, if you could funnel me that information, who that individual was offline, we can look into that, because we've added the $600 into our system. So the programming is in there to. It basically is, if you get $1 of unemployment benefits, you get $600 added to the end of your payment amount. So I'd want to look into that one and see if there's something on that individual's claim that would be causing a problem.
Yeah, it didn't show up in what she was supposed to get. It was just the 250, or it was a little less than 250.
So this is Jess Ventura with the department. There's a couple of different things. The $600 is, she was an individual that hadn't received.
Hard to hear you. Too hard to hear you.
We can't hear you.
Go ahead.
Oh,
yes.
So if she was an individual that hadn't received any back pay yet and she was getting caught up, those the $600 only applies for claims filed after the week ending the 4th of April.
Well,
so
what I can do is just send you her name,
Sure,
and
yeah.
you can look into it, and
but
you can get
I
back
just
to her on it.
I just wanted to make it clear that the 600 isn't for all benefit weeks that someone could be getting paid. It's only from a certain date per federal guidelines.
Yeah, I just don't. She's been on the unemployment thing. So, she applied almost before, even before the $600 was announced. I think she's been. She got laid off the week of the week after the 13th, so right after the emergency declaration. But I will send you her name, and then you can look into it, Cameron. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Senator Nitka had a question.
Thank you. So with regard to people who are newly receiving UI, but were on a payment plan with you prior to that, did all of their money get intercepted that they would be entitled to now for the new stint of unemployment?
I apologize. I'll start apologizing for the train in the background.
Nice.
So
person on a payment plan,
yep.
Person who's been on a payment plan has been paying off, and then they get unemployed, they become unemployed. And now the question is, did you intercept all that new unemployment until that past debt was paid off?
Yes, ma'am. That is how our system is programmed. It is programmed to offset any amount that is received in an unemployment insurance check until it is paid off in full. And again, we're working to get the additional 600 to those people right now. But yes, ma'am, that is how the system is programmed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, so again, it's those are the only things that we will offset are for child support and for an overpayment to the unemployment insurance division. We do not withhold or offset or allow private creditors to attach someone's unemployment insurance benefits prior to them going out.
So,
we provide those benefits directly to the individuals, except the offsetting that I described there, child support and overpayment.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Cameron, Wood, or Jessica? Thank you both very much. And I'm sorry, Senator Benning. What I do is I point to your picture on my screen, but you can't see who I'm pointing to.
Nope. It's not a question. I just wanted to thank Jess. You've been very helpful with a lot of the folks that I've been sending names on. So I'll pass that message on to everybody. If you've got somebody that's out there stuck somehow, Jess has done a great job clearing that up.
You are Jess. Thank you.
Yes, I am Jess.
Yes, thank you. Thank you from all of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And Cameron, it's good to see you again. I didn't recognize you. I think you've changed a little bit, as of all of us, but Michelle, I can remember that now. And Michelle is somewhere on there, so say hi.
I'm here. I'll tell you the quick story, which is when Cameron was in committee early on, and I had rushed to committee and didn't have a bite to eat. And I texted him in committee and said, I'm sorry, really sorry to ask you to do this, but would you mind popping upstairs and grabbing a scone for me, because we're in committee until noon? I said, I'm really sorry to ask. And he's like, absolutely, absolutely. Unbeknownst to me, he had to text his aunt, Rebecca Ramos, and say, can you tell me what a scone is? And Rebecca's response to him was, Cameron, it's a Yankee biscuit.
Small world. Thank you very much, Cameron and Jessica, both of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just saying thank you. Thank you for having us, and happy to always come back and answer any questions you have on unemployment insurance, and appreciate the kind words.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Now I hate doing this, but now we'll jump back to relief from abuse orders. And the issue is whether or not, hopefully I'm stating it correctly, the issue is whether or not service is required in order to continue the relief from abuse order. And we heard from Matt, who had concerns regarding a person not knowing that they had a relief from abuse order and not having been served. And we heard from Karen that it creates a problem for the victim because the order isn't effective until it's been served. So hopefully I've summed it up to where Mr. Pepper is about to provide us testimony on the subject.
Thank you. James Pepper, Department of State's Attorneys and Sheriffs. I would start by just recognizing that the state's attorneys have a role in enforcing relief from abuse orders. They don't really come into play at this stage. So that just as a caveat, I think that this concern that's been raised by the network is a current concern that exists irrespective of COVID-19. However, it certainly is exacerbated when you think about the service and what it means and knocking on people's doors and having face-to-face contact. Certainly, this issue is important to think about during this emergency. It looks to me, and from the people that I've spoken to, that the network has really done their homework on talking to the right stakeholders about this and getting their support of this proposed language. The state's attorneys have no issue, certainly support kind of keeping the temporary order in place until actual service can happen of the final order. The defendants or the respondents to these RFAs usually have notice of the temporary order. They usually have notice of the hearing. And what we're saying is leave that temporary order in place until it can be replaced either by a judge dismissing the temporary order or until the final order can be actually served. So the state's attorneys have no problem support the language as proposed.
Okay, thank you. Judge Grierson?
Yes, good morning again.
Good morning.
With respect to this change, I will tell you that the proposal actually predates H610 and certainly predates the emergency situation we're in now. So this is something that has been discussed with the judiciary and other stakeholders that are listed in that memo and domestic violence folks long before the emergency period. Its adoption, I think, will address both the concerns that Karen has highlighted as well as Matt's concerns, because this would only come into play if the temporary order is actually served on the defendant. In other words, he will have notice or she will have notice of the final hearing. The way this works is that the temporary orders are often issued after hours. They're ex parte. The defendant is not part of the initial proceeding. But then that order is served and a hearing is scheduled, a final hearing is scheduled within a week to no more than 10 days after the order is issued. And what this would allow us, or allow the process to do, if the defendant is served with the temporary order and chooses not to come to the final order, what this will allow, the terms of the temporary order will still then remain in effect until the defendant is served with a final order. So they have had an opportunity to appear, and for whatever reason, they have chosen not to appear, but they certainly are aware of the terms of the temporary order. What this will also allow is, under the current statutory framework, that temporary order expires at the time of the final hearing. So within a week to 10 days, if the plaintiff comes in for a hearing and we have not been able to, or the defendant has not been served, and the plaintiff requests, we will extend the temporary order, but that means it's a new order that's being issued. And now there are 2 temporary orders out there potentially for service. So this would eliminate the subsequent temporary orders. It would mean one order is out there, and when it is served on the defendant, once it's served in hand, in person, the terms of the order will remain in effect unless it's dismissed by the court, or if a final order is issued without the individual being present, the temporary order will remain in effect, which they already have notice of, until they're served in hand with the final order. So I think it addresses, as I said, Matt's concerns about lack of notice or lack of opportunity to be heard, and addresses the concerns that Karen noted when she testified.
I guess I became a little confused, and that's not unusual during this pandemic where I get confused. So people are issued a relief from abuse order. It's not been able to be served. We want it to stay in effect until it can be served. And the problem is the difficulty of service in general, but that's exacerbated by the COVID-19 problem. Is that the problem we're trying to solve? Have I missed something?
Well, I think the COVID may have added to it, but as I was saying earlier, this is an issue that's been around long before the COVID.
But have I got a feeling for the issue that, is it possible I don't know I've got an RFA against me and I do something and then I get convicted, I get charged criminally?
No, because until you're served with the order, you're not bound by the terms of that order.
Okay.
So you could have an order out there, and that's the problem now. If there's an order out there and the defendant can't be located, there is no enforcement mechanism.
So if I'm not going to use Walmart, I was going to use Walmart. I'm in Price Chopper, and because I wouldn't go to Walmart during this pandemic. But I'm in the grocery store. There's an RFA. I don't know about it. I run into Karen, who's the person who put the RFA on me. I haven't violated the law because I wasn't aware.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct. So this would allow the process, once the person has served that temporary order, they may choose, as I said, not to appear at that final hearing. Right. This will allow the order to remain in effect without having to renew it continually.
But
why is it controversial then? Why didn't this happen before?
I can't answer that. It's something that I think that's why it's something that's predated the COVID emergency. It's part of, it's one small piece
And then,
of H610.
right, and then it got hung up in all
Yes.
the other controversy of H610.
Okay.
That's why I was trying to say this has been discussed long before
Right, so
this
it
session.
really is an issue that
It's
predates
something-
610, but because it was brought up as a part of H610, it became much
Right.
more controversial because anything you said or tried to do in that bill had general opposition.
Right, and that's why I wanted the committee to be aware that this particular issue, this very narrow issue, had been discussed long before even the
I think,
session.
and again, I'm not sure what I've agreed to sometimes, but I think my agreement with House Chair Grad is that they would take it up first and try to pass something in the House.
Right.
But I could be stand corrected. Michelle, did you work, or Eric worked on this, didn't he?
Yes, Eric worked on this, so I'm just kind of covering for him on
Yeah,
this.
but so he's aware of this particular provision.
Yep.
Are there other questions for either any of the witnesses on the issue of the RFAs? Well, thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
For us, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I'm beginning to realize that these Zoom meetings, sometimes we lose sight of trying to find all the information and 3 computers and a cell phone, and sometimes you miss some of the testimony. Thank you very much. So if we can slide back to intercepts, and or should we take a 5-minute break? Senator Baruth votes for a 5-minute break. I think it's unanimous.
Okay.
So we'll shut down for about 5 minutes, and then hear
Okay.
from Robin Arnell at the Office of Child Support and Chris Delia about the intercepts, and then go to the controversy of court fees. the next witness was Robin Yarnell. Is Robin still with us?
Yep. Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. I can't see you. But.
Very good. So good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you for inviting me to attend this hearing today to let you know what's going on with the stimulus payments and the Office of Child Support. I'll start with I guess what's known as the stimulus payments, commonly referred to as stimulus payments, but the economic impact payments. As Attorney Diamond alluded to earlier, there is indeed a federal directive that requires that those stimulus payments be subject to offset with folks who owe past due child support. So the CARES Act, as it turns out, excluded stimulus payments from being intercepted or offset for all debts owed to the government under the Internal Revenue Code, except past due child support. So as such, the IRS will be sending offset collections from individual stimulus payments to state child support agencies around the country. Fortunately, in Vermont, we are one of 5 or 6 states that have opted to distribute collections towards arrears to the family first. So most of the money that we will be receiving will be forwarded to custodial families, and then a much smaller portion will offset state debt that accrued when the custodial family received TANF or reach-up funds. We did some number crunching yesterday, and it turns out we wanted to kind of figure out exactly what that proportional breakout would look like. And it looks like that once we start receiving these payments, about 95% will actually be going to the custodial families, and the other 5% will be kept by the state for state debt. It's unfortunate. As soon as this happened, a lot of my colleagues around the country, directors, we were very concerned about whether or not we would have any flexibility with this law. As it turns out, there's very little discretion left to states and child support agencies. So, for example, if we had a situation where an individual owes past due child support to the state, if they had some sort of hardship situation, for example, we were concerned, have the flexibility to actually refund that stimulus payment back to that individual. It turns out that they've really tied our hands, but despite that, what we've done internally is we've pulled together within OCS an internal stimulus work group. We're trying to find very creative ways to kind of work around that restriction. For example, we're thinking of pulling out relying on our debt collection protocol that we have, contacting the individuals, perhaps negotiating a modified order to 0 for some portion of time, whatever seems appropriate, to make sure that we can make sure people have a softer landing with respect to the financial crisis. The other thing that the committee may want to be aware of is that as soon as the governor came out with the emergency declaration, we suspended all enforcements. That would include any sort of attachment of bank accounts or assets in financial institutions. Our biggest priority was to reach out to folks, offer up modifications, making sure that if they're in a situation where their order is currently too high, that we can work with them and file a modification with the court. Currently, of course, under Administrative Order 49, there are no exceptions for emergency hearings, or I'm sorry, hearings for child support matters per se, but in given circumstances, we provided guidance to our staff to, to see if they could style the motion in such a way that they could get an emergency hearing if it seemed warranted. Happily, I guess I would say, most of the folks that we're talking to are going to be receiving these unemployment enhanced benefits. So when we sit down and we run the numbers with these individuals, they are pretty much made whole so that the modification is not necessary. But we are putting together stipulations wherever possible between parents. People don't normally hear about those folks that have amicable relationships, but there are quite a few out there. So happily, we've been able to manage that, even though we are, by and large, teleworking. So with respect to the unemployment portions of the stimulus payments, benefits, I guess I should say, we are not, as Mr. Wood was saying, we are not currently receiving them. We are intercepting that state portion for those typical, I guess I call them the W-2 eligible earners. We have not received that other federal benefit, and nor are we receiving any portion of the pandemic unemployment assistance payment. Neither one of those have been programmed so that child support could be intercepted. But I will say that certainly I understand that people need these benefits, but on the other side of that, there are families who also need that financial assistance. So we will be in constant communication with the Department of Labor, to, keep track of where they are with that programming, and hopefully we can get aid out to the families as quickly as possible.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes.
So Senator Nitka.
So I'm just wondering, I wasn't quite clear with regard to the unemployment check that the payor would be receiving. Are you intercepting that whole thing, or are you leaving them, never mind the $600, are you intercepting their whole UI check as you normally would, or do they get left with anything of that?
Oh, certainly. As Mr. Wood testified, the most that we would be taking would be the up to about 50%, assuming that the child support order was higher. There is the Consumer Credit Protection Act protects folks from a complete, taking of the entire benefit.
And you're not at this time, although it sounds like you could in the future take a portion of the $600.
That's right. That's right. And so
right now you're not set up to do it, so that's the only reason you're not taking it.
That's right.
Okay. I mean, I wonder if there will be any more in the future. Otherwise, question. Oh no, they're getting $600 a week extra. So as soon as you get set up, you'll start taking half of that.
Not half, but whatever the obligation, the child support obligation would be. But they would be left with at least half in their own benefit check.
Okay. Okay. And do you know when you'll be set, when you or they will be set up to do that?
I do not know. I mean, I think we all are aware of the challenges that they have. And I will say this morning that there were some wonky things happening this morning with our system. And because we are all saddled with this old mainframe system, it's been very, very challenging.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Thanks very much, Robin.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Chris Delia from the Vermont Bankers Association. And Chris, I guess we're still working on this intercepts issue and whether or not, and what are the banks doing?
Well, good morning, Senator. Good morning, committee. Good to see you all. So I want to share with you that my association, as well as others across the country in our national trade, submitted a letter to Congress before the second, or excuse me, the 3.5 version of the CARES Act came out last week. We submitted a letter to Congress to ask that the funds coming out that are known as the economic impact payments would be protected, because would be protected benefits, if you will, because we find ourselves kind of stuck in the middle between the desire of the government to make sure that our citizens get these payments. And keep in mind that these payments are going to people who are impacted by COVID and those who are not impacted by COVID and still working. So there's plenty of people out there that are getting these, even though they're still gainfully employed. However, we wanted to make sure that it was clear in the legislation that these were protected. That did not happen, unfortunately. So if we were to get, say, a court order asking us to garnish funds in an account, we have no choice but to comply with that court order. We can't defy that. I'm really happy to hear what Robin talked about, which is not pursuing anything with the banks. We haven't seen anything come in from the tax department, because the tax department also has a system where if you owe state taxes, you're delinquent, they can ask us to search bank accounts for Chris D'Elia and then claim those accounts or a portion of the funds in those accounts. So at this point, the garnishment activity has dropped off to next to nothing, which is a good thing to see. So that's, at this point, if a court order were to come through, we would have no choice, but we are not seeing that right now as far as court orders are concerned. Just to give you a quick update, you'll recall when I met with you a few weeks ago, the stimulus payments, the economic impact payments, were going out in two forms. The first was direct deposits to bank accounts. That was going to happen over 3 weeks. That process completed as of today. Last week, the second process began, which was the actual issuance of paper checks in the mail. And that's going to happen over a period of 10 to 12 weeks, that those who did not have direct deposit with the federal government will now get these paper checks. So that's what's been happening as far as garnishments are concerned.
Thank you. Questions for Chris? So, and while we're all, I guess the next witness would be Damian Leonard. And Michelle and Damian, and I know Robin's still around. It's my guess that we don't need legislation.
I think, I'm not sure if, oh, Damien is still there. Yep, and I pulled him in because obviously he's the man on all these labor issues, and I'm just trying to see if I can relieve a little bit of the burden off of him because he's got so many places to be. But I think that's generally what the sense is that we're getting on this, is that between the Attorney General's directive with regard to existing law in Title 12 around protection of those funds, combined with looking at the two places where we know that the state is garnishing some of that money, but doing it pursuant to federal requirements. And then Robin, talked to you about the working group that they have, trying to see how, what little wiggle room they have. I don't know that there's really much that you guys can do on your end at this point, other than for us to keep monitoring it. And as things, if they change, we'll let you know, or certainly if you're hearing of things that don't seem to fit into those categories, from your constituents. Because I think when you first brought this issue up last week, you were saying that you had constituents who were receiving money that was less than what they were expecting into their checking accounts, but they weren't sure where that money was going. And so I think now we're kind of tying it to, it's either going for child support or it's going for either overpaid wages, to DOL or things like that. But if you hear anything outside of that, please forward it to me and I'll see what I can track down.
Okay, good.
Good. Damien, thank you for being with us. I know you're
welcome.
Well, you've finished that bill that you drafted for Senator Probst, so you've got nothing else to do these weeks.
That's right. Smooth sailing from here on out.
Sailing from here on out.
Anything
Anything to add?
A vacation in my backyard.
Yeah, right. Anything to add?
Nothing really to add. Just with the UI to date, the federal guidance has been explicit about maintaining these the various deductions from UI checks. And so it seems like the indication we're getting from Washington is that they have no intention of allowing for flexibility. Obviously, things change there on a weekly or daily basis, so that could change, and we'll let you know if we see something. But for right now, there's just no wiggle room on the deduction of overpaid UI benefits or child support obligations. And the one that hasn't been mentioned today is overpaid SNAP benefits. I don't know that occurs very often, but that's another thing that they can withhold from your unemployment check for. And Cameron gave you basically explained everything that I could tell you and more about what's happening right now with the withholding from UI.
All right. Good. I guess that's all good. Any other questions from the committee? So I think we'll just report back to the Senate that we've investigated it. Maybe Michelle, you could do a little summary of what we've done.
Yep, Damon and I were speaking about that, and I'll send that out to y'all. I know also Senator McCormick and Senator Ash had constituent questions around this. I'll send it to them.
I think it would be good to do a little summary that we investigated it. We believe that the Attorney General's order and federal requirements are the only ones. We've talked to the bankers, we've talked to people, we've done our investigation, and we don't believe that legislation is necessary at this time.
Sure. Yep. So I'll send something out to you guys this week, and you feel free to forward it on to folks. And
well, I think what we do is just forward it on to the full Senate.
Sure.
Okay with all the committee? We unanimous in this?
When do you have an idea? Are we meeting next Wednesday? Is that?
Yes, we'll be meeting next Wednesday. Part of the agenda would be this DUI thing that we just discussed. And then the House is continuing to work on S338, which is the Justice Reinvestment Bill. And we'll have some testimony on that. Hopefully.
Great.
About some of their changes. Senator White has a question.
Well, this has nothing to do with this bill. So if you'd rather wait until afterwards, this has to do with scheduling.
Oh, okay.
So if you'd
well,
rather
right now, I'm planning to meet every Wednesday from 10 to 12:15, unless they tell us differently, or unless we start working on other bills, like some of the House bills that came over.
So that I guess is my question: is if we're going to be asked to be working half time, then we need to be able to coordinate the different committees, because if you're working half time, it means that we're out there potentially trying to find other work. And if Judiciary meets Wednesday, then and Government Operations meets on Tuesday and Thursday, which we've been doing that. So we just need to do some coordination here.
Yeah, I'm not. Obviously, I'm retired and live on Social Security, so I'm free to meet whenever you'd like.
I'll be happy to join you next week, but I'm not going to do any talking.
Oh, okay.
Well, that'll be a change.
I'm going to add you to my wife and Mazza, who think that's a great idea.
Hey, I thought we had on our agenda the.
We do. Our next item
Yeah.
is we were just finishing up, and then we got into something else.
Yeah,
but,
I'm sorry to
I don't think
sidetrack us.
To start off with, in our witness is Pat Gable. Pat, if you could join us. The issue is the fees, not what we're doing with the fees, but the fees that have created this firestorm within the Bar Association of people that I've been hearing from, who are upset about the fees. So if you could give us a little bit of a history. We did check back, and there's documents posted on our webpage.
Yes, I don't know if you can see me.
We can't see you.
What do I have to do, Peggy, for them to see me? Because I am here.
I think you have to, I don't know. We can't see anybody except.
There might be a thing up in the corner that has a little camera.
There we are.
There you are.
We can see you now.
You're on mute right now.
The issue, Michelle did a look
Trying to
back.
unmute. There I go.
Okay, now you're in good shape. Michelle did a look back. Evidently in 2014, we passed a law authorizing the judiciary to pursue the e-filing user fees, or the case management system. Then there was going to be a report back, and I don't remember a report back. I don't remember who approved the fees and who approved all this. Is this internal decision, or did some legislative body make this decision, or how did we end up with a fee that evidently many in the Bar Association didn't know was coming at them?
So might be helpful if I very briefly did a frame of how we got here, and then we can talk in particular about the fees. So it's true that the first time that I came to the legislature about our next generation case management system was 2014. And you may recall back then we did a number of presentations to various committee chairs, because at that time there had been a previous case management system in the judiciary several years before that had not worked out. And we really needed to get off paper and get onto an electronic case management system. And so we did many presentations that year, and every year since then. So the committees of jurisdiction have been largely the Senate Institutions Committee and the House Corrections and Institutions Committee, because the funding was in the capital bill. So we did report to other committees about that, but we spent the most time in front of the institutions committees. And I did provide you just a sample presentation, because we probably made at least 20 of these over the years, maybe more, a sample presentation for your committee to see what update we had provided, I think, 2 years ago. And you'll also see, when you go back and look at the history, that we committed to the legislature to have a very formal governance process regarding the case management system project. And we committed to following best practices. We were given strong direction from the legislature to choose a vendor that was a proven vendor with other state judiciaries. And so with the guidance of the legislature and the committees who are providing the funding in particular, but also the extensive research that we did, we again did a very formal procurement process that included engaging an external project manager to make sure that that was a robust process. And following all of that and looking at what had happened with other state judiciaries, in 2017, we chose Tyler Technologies. Tyler Technologies is by far the leading provider of state judiciary court case management systems, in addition to county and municipal and all the rest. They are already in at least 14 statewide judiciaries and their e-filing component, which we're going to talk about in a minute, is in over 16. And as a result of that robust procurement process, then we had a very intensive negotiation with Tyler to develop a contract, because the provider in this case is providing all electronic case management needs and certain periphery needs for the entire judiciary. Our rollout has been a phased rollout. And so we went live in the Judicial Bureau last summer. That was a successful rollout, but one of the reasons that it was successful is it gave us a lot of lessons learned about this very complex project. And if I may mention, although the judiciary is responsible for this project, and we have scores of people in the judiciary working on it, and that includes project member teams, judges, court staff, it also involves people outside the judiciary working on it. And I don't just mean Tyler or our consultants, but we reached out to external stakeholders very early on and have continued to engage with them, because we always knew that with a project like this, we had to be a team working together. And so when we went out and rolled out live with the Judicial Bureau, it wasn't just affecting the judiciary, it was affecting parties that interacted with the judiciary. And we had lessons learned about what we could do in preparation. And then we had lessons learned about how we might change some of the configuration in the system. And we continue to have a continuous improvement model for the Judicial Bureau, where we will continue to work on improving that project. The Superior Court, which, as you know, is the statewide trial court in Vermont, is rolling out in a geographic way. And we had to choose a pilot region. And after looking at the talent and the interest in innovation in the region, the regions that include Wyndham, Windsor, and Orange, which is the region we call the WOW region, we felt that that was the best region for us to do a pilot rollout, because it's a combination of things, but looking at both the people within the judiciary and their interests in improvement, the judges who are there who were prepared to engage, and also our external stakeholders in that region who were interested, and many of them clamoring for an electronic case management system to replace our paper files. Therefore, about a month ago, it's more than a month ago now, and the reason I know that is we went live in our case management system project in the WOW region at the beginning of March. I think it might have been March 2 or March 3. And the week went by, and we really celebrated that week, because a lot of the lessons learned that we had developed from the first Judicial Bureau rollout, we were able to put into play. And that included a lot more training. So we did a lot more training and involved a lot more people within the judiciary. And then we also did a lot of external training. And so Judge Hayes, for example, led a training that took place in January of 2019, presented to the Vermont Bar Association meeting that takes place actually in Montreal. It's a continuing legal education program sponsored by the Young Lawyers Association. And that was I think it was maybe a 90-minute or a 2-hour presentation where hundreds of people were there from the bar, getting training on the system that included e-filing and the like. And interestingly, it also included the ethical obligations of lawyers. And the ethical obligations of lawyers are many, but among them are things such as competence and diligence. And Michael Kennedy, who's bar counsel, did point out that lawyers cannot avoid tech. I mean, I've been a lawyer for 45 years, and I can tell you the skill sets that supported me throughout my career didn't require a lot of tech knowledge. But Michael Kennedy will tell us all that that has changed. And because of the way technology affects lawyers' responsibilities to their clients, the understanding of technology becomes a part of our ethical obligation of competence and diligence. And that is one of the reasons we've partnered with the Bar Association on a number of occasions on a statewide basis, as well as partnering with local bars in bench bar meetings and the like to continue to do training.
But there's three questions
Okay.
that I have, and then I'm sure other committee members have a number of questions. Question number one is, when was this approved to have a $5.25 fee per envelope or whatever, per document? When was that approved? And who in the legislature, let me finish, who in the legislature approved it? Was it the Judicial Rules Committee, which I don't remember doing? Was it the Finance Committee or the Ways and Means? Was it the full legislature? Or did we do that in 2020 and give you carte blanche to do that? And then the second question that I've been asked by a number of my constituent attorneys is, when did the decision to allow this with, is it Tyler?
Yes, Tyler Technologies.
Tyler Technologies, are they able to increase the fees without any oversight by either the judiciary or the legislative branch? So could they say, well, it's really costing us $6 per envelope and now we'll just increase the fee? Or do they have to go back through a process? Those are the two major questions that I've had, and then we'll hear. So I don't know if other committee members have further questions, but.
So Senator, on your first question, the e-filing user fee is not the same as court filing fees that are set by the legislature. So the legislature sets the court filing fees for cases. Those are in statute, and when we collect those court filing fees, they go right into the general fund. The Supreme Court has a number of levels of authority to set a different kind of cost recovery. And although there are constitutional bases that I could talk to you about, I don't need to do that because there is also a statute that recognizes the court's authority in this regard. Let's see if I can find that for you. It's in Title 32. I sent it to Michelle. Anyway, I'll find you the section in a minute. And Senator Benning may recognize this analogy. A similar kind of fee would be the cost of ordering transcripts of hearings. And so the Supreme Court has a contract, or the judiciary has a contract with a private vendor. And so when a lawyer would like to order a written transcript of a hearing, because our hearings are kept on audio now, they actually engage with the private vendor and pay a set fee, or within a fee range that's set by contract between the judiciary and the private vendor. And so in this case, the court has the authority to set this fee. The money doesn't go into the general fund. The money is only charged to users of the e-filing system, and it was set by contract when we negotiated the contract with Tyler back in 2017. And the contract term is in effect until June of 2022. And then after that, Tyler and the judiciary can renegotiate on a 1 year to 1 year basis. The other thing I would mention is that even though Tyler is hosting this service, an attorney doesn't need to go to Tyler if they don't want to. They could, if they could find another vendor willing to provide them the e-filing service, as long as that vendor can be certified with Tyler, they could choose to work with a different vendor. And so you don't have enough time today to talk about why that would or would not be a viable thing to do.
So all of my constituents who are attorneys who have complaints about this, I should just send them to you.
Yes, and you know what's interesting about this is we've been engaging ongoing with all kinds of people on this issue, and most particularly since I mentioned we went live on the case management system over a month ago. A week later, we went into the judicial emergency, but the e-filing rollout just happened this past week. And so we're used to engaging with attorneys who have issues, and attorneys do have some issues that where we partner with them and say, oh, you have this issue. Let's see, what is it? Is it an issue of how we configured the system? Is it an issue of how our staff are interpreting how we configured the system? Is it an issue of the e-filing rules? I mean, we're actively engaged right now, for example, with legal aid. What I wasn't expecting is to be engaged by a vulgar tweet out of somewhere else. So we were kind of surprised about that. So
was I.
Yes. However,
Senator White has a question.
Okay. I'm going to turn something off my screen. I hope it doesn't affect this.
I just have a couple issues. I think that although there were mentions of the fees, that I have to say that when you're doing IT training, and you had the big training thing, is that people are so intent on learning the system itself and the IT that the fee itself, I think, was probably just a very small part of that, and it doesn't even appear until something like page 26 or something of the whole report. But I guess my other concerns are, first of all, it isn't $525. It ends up being $560 because there's a credit card fee every time you do it that's attached onto the top of the user fee. So I guess I'm concerned about it because I think that if you had, first of all, I don't understand why criminal cases do not have to pay the user fee, and civil cases do. And it seems to me that if you have a civil case and you have somebody with a lot of means and somebody without a lot of means, that the person with the means could just use the the Chinese paper cut theory of death, is you keep cutting until they finally give up, because every time something has to be filed, there's a $5.65 fee to doing that. And people could continue to, I don't understand the court system all that well, but I do know that you have to keep filing and filing and filing. And I just wondered why, for example, in Rhode Island, the way they do it is they have an initial $17, I think it is, fee that you pay, and then you don't pay every time you file something. And it just seems to me that if you had to file 10 things or 20 things, you're starting to get into a lot of money here, and people without means will not have an equal access to justice, is the way I look at this. So I wonder why, first of all, it was limited to civil, and why we didn't have a regular, just a standard fee for the whole case. And I have a concern about access to justice for people.
So on your first question, the criminal is exempt, and government lawyers are exempt. And
why?
I'll explain that in a minute. Indigent parties, indigent filings are exempt. And these track the legislature's choice of who's responsible for filing fees or not. And so in our contract with Tyler, if the legislature by statute has said that a lawyer or a filing is exempt for a category, that same category is also applied to the e-filing fee. And so that's a part of our contract with Tyler. On the issue of why we chose it, in the memorandum that I provided to the committee, you can see that many different states have chosen, and we were able to benefit from looking at the experience of states that had gone before us. And it goes back to an issue that Senator Sears and I have been engaged on a lot in different committees, which is unless you provide a general fund appropriation to cover all the costs of operating the judiciary, and you start looking at special fees and special funds, those only work as long as the funds relying on fees come in, and the policy of the legislature remains the same to charge those fees. And so we've looked at the policies in different states and also looked at what the impact would be on filers, because remember, when we're talking about this $5 plus fee, if you're in a civil case and you're not exempt, you're already paying a $200-something filing fee to begin with. And so one of the questions is, do you then want to add on to an initial filing fee that's already, for some people, quite substantial? And in some states, what they did with Tyler is they said, okay, we're going to estimate what we think the filings will be, and we will promise to pay Tyler the amount of money that we think covers those filings. And then when the filings come into us, it'll come off of our filing fee, then we'll turn that money around and pay it to Tyler. And what they found is they end up in deficits because for some reason the filings went down. And this was before COVID, right? So what we did is we were told, and this was the mission we were given by the institutions committees, and it wasn't just the institutions committees, by the way, because we talked to appropriations about this. We engaged with a wide variety of committees, because you recall that was back at the time right after the healthcare technology project had not done well, and legislators were very skeptical that a government project could succeed. And so we were given the mission that you're going to get this capital money to build your system, but you also need to make it sustainable. And so we made it sustainable by using the capital money for what we could use the capital money for using the tech fund for the things that were more appropriate for non-capital type money. And that is a little risky because the tech fund, has not been what was initially projected. And then to use the user fee for the filing fee. That way Tyler wouldn't get overpaid if it was an underused system. And we also, because the contract is renewable, negotiable and renewable, the period of June to 2022, by June of 2022, we will have rolled out in all the regions. And that would give us the time, just like with all the other parts of the project, that we would be able to step back and say, well, what did we learn? How many filings were there? How much did Tyler make? How did that work in terms of their costs? And we felt, as we surveyed all the other states, that this was a good Vermont system because it's sustainable funding for the system. So I think there are a couple of places, as I started to say, where as we're learning about how the system works for particular parties, we're going to want to consider changes. And so some of the changes we can simply make ourselves because we can configure the system differently. Some of the changes can be made by the judiciary through the e-filing committee once we've learned. And then once we've looked at that, we can also consider a different arrangement with Tyler. But I will say that for those cases that are civil cases, that where lawyers are involved, because self-represented litigants don't have to e-file. This is only for lawyers who are required to e-file. Civil cases to come through the system, if you have a lawyer, are incredibly expensive. And I'm sure you've heard from different committees that the real barrier to access to justice are the costs of engaging, when you have to pay a lawyer, and the costs that we have built into our own procedures, and the costs of delay caused by backlogs. And so there are many, many costs that are imposed on parties in the system where we need to all work together to do a better job. And in the context of those costs, the $5 fee, which replaces postage, if you're mailing something, and this is per envelope, by the way, it's not per document, it's per envelope. And that means that a filer could put as many documents as they wanted to into the envelope for the 5+ filing fee.
Any size envelope?
Yeah,
Senator-
that's what we're saying. I don't know, could crash the system depending how large it is.
Senator Benning had a question, and I want to hear from the representative of the Bar Association, Terry Corsones, who's been patiently waiting.
Senator Benning has to leave right after he makes this comment because Senator Benning has to be in court. Pat, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. It was 2017 when you first approached the legislature about an e-filing system. Is that what you said?
No, in 2014 is when we first approached the legislature with a system.
Okay,
And we've been
well,
making presentations along. It was 2017 when we engaged the vendor. But an e-filing system was always a part of the program that we started to talk about in 2014.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I became chair of institutions in 2019 and I had never heard that there was going to be a fee associated with this, to my recollection. I understood that this system was going to be put in place, but this is the first that I'm aware, once this kerfuffle came about, that a fee was going to be attached to it. Institutions doesn't have the authority to allow people who come to us to get money to charge fees. That would be a different committee. My other concern is, I'm going to mirror Jeanette to some extent, Senator White, that we are increasing the access cost for people who are trying to get into the system. And I do understand that although Defender General associated criminal lawyers can have the fee waived, private lawyers representing criminal clients cannot. Is that true?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay.
That
so
is incorrect.
all criminal cases can have that fee waived.
Correct.
Okay.
All criminal filings, there's no fee. And I would say in terms of the people who commented publicly in the press, most of those people are not from the region where we've done the rollout. And so the training has been concentrated on the lawyers who were most affected in the pilot region. So even though we have done state bar trainings, and we would have done another one in March just before the rollout if COVID had not canceled the Bar Association meeting. Many of the lawyers outside that region will not be familiar with what the lawyers in the region are familiar with.
Okay. Senator Sears, I do have to leave. I'm sorry
Okay.
that I can't stay on. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Benning. We'll see you soon. Terry,
And
did
if
you have?
Senator, if I might just comment, the authority to charge this user fee, which is basically covering the cost of the service, is not a legislatively mandated authority. It's an authority that comes under the Constitution, but separately, the legislature has given the Supreme Court that authority. And so it doesn't have to be done each time. The Supreme Court already has the authority to do that.
And Senator Sears, if I can just clarify, on the Senate Judiciary webpage, you have a link to that statute. It's 32 VSA 1403. And it talks about the Supreme Court under general rulemaking power has the ability to establish rules with regard to other fees that aren't specifically otherwise already addressed.
Yep.
And so you have that. And also I put, there's a link to the rule that was reviewed by Judicial Rules in last December that talks
Okay.
about the e-filing fees.
All right. Well, thank you. Terry Corsones from the Vermont Bar Association. Thank you for being patient with us. You may want to unmute yourself.
Yeah.
And I've heard from a number of attorneys who are not happy with the fee. So
Can you hear me okay?
we can. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the chance to give the bar's perspective on this issue. And to give a little bit of background from the bar's perspective, we have had a simplified version of e-filing in the Rutland Civil Division and Windsor Civil Division and Environmental Division for almost 10 years now. And attorneys have been used to that, and attorneys very much welcome an e-filing system statewide. There was no separate e-filing fee in the pilot courts in Rutland Civil, Windsor Civil, or the Environmental Division. Attorneys have also been used to e-filing, a more full e-filing in the federal court system. And in the federal court system, similarly, there are no e-filing fees, in addition to the court filing fees that you pay at the initiation of a case. And as Pat said, there have been trainings. I have not been to the local trainings, most recently in Wyndham, Windsor, or Orange. But persons who had been at those trainings have said there was nothing said to them about, or they did not take from the trainings that there's going to be a separate fee. So when e-filing first started last Monday, April 20th, as Pat said, the case management system was unrolled last summer in Judicial Bureau, but that wasn't e-filing, and it didn't involve people e-filing or paying an e-filing fee. So the first time that this e-filing fee, the $5.25 per filing, whether it's one page or many pages, it's $5.25 apparently, plus the added costs that were alluded to as well, was last Monday. And that's the first time that the bar, we got an email from Brad Meyerson, who I think also corresponded with you, Senator.
Yep. Yes.
With questions. And we got that email. That was kind of our first notice that there is this issue or concern. He didn't actually focus in on the $5.25 per page. He had a number of questions about it, and we tried to refer him to, some of them had to do with the court administration, calendaring and scheduling, et cetera. Otherwise, we then got an email on Wednesday, last Wednesday, from Matt Valerio, whose public defenders and contract counsel had, I think, flooded him with concerns and complaints about the e-filing fee and confusion about who had to pay it, who didn't, per document or per filing. And there were some apparently contract counsel, at least in the comments we got, that were charged it even though it was criminal. And I'm hoping that that has been addressed, but that's the notice we had. So on Thursday, Beth Novotny and I have a weekly call with Chief Justice Reiber and Judge Grierson and Pat Gable, although she was late coming to that meeting. And Jeff Lower was also on the meeting. So we said, we've gotten these concerns and these questions. And one question we had was the same you mentioned, Senator Sears. Is this a cost that can come up at any time, or what will be the next increase? And the response was, it's in the contract. We would have to look it up. We don't know. So with that, it appeared that there were a lot of questions, and we got a lot more concerns. So the BBA on Friday, the board met a special meeting to create a committee that I've sent you the description of the committee that has the board.
Yeah, unfortunately, that description, when I went to go to it on my iPad, it doesn't exist in my anymore. So we'll have to get that resent to us.
Okay.
Peggy, if you could take care of getting that posted, or I don't know what happened. Technology, right?
Yeah. Peggy, if you need it again, let me know. Well, anyway, it sets forth, we have a broad variety of geographic and practice area committee from around the state, including the affected counties. And it's charge and designation. They're having their first meeting tomorrow. So
good.
Committee on Friday, they're meeting tomorrow. But to let you know, part of the charge and designation is to review all the comments that have come in, as well as the constitutional issues, ethical issues, the degree of training. I know trainings have been offered. The bar has been trying. We've been receptive and have asked for updates on the system. I have never seen, I haven't sat in on every one. We normally have 4 or 5 trainings going on at a time. So I've only been to parts of it, but this was not anything that was highlighted or focused on, certainly in the trainings. And so they're going to look at the trainings and then make a recommendation to the board. I must say that today, the memo that was filed, I'm going to assume the committee will also want to look at something that is new to me, certainly, and I've tried to stay abreast of things. The fact that there were other options available in this contract with Tyler. My understanding, whenever there was a question about an e-filing fee without any kind of further explanation or elaboration, was this is something that's standard in state e-filing systems. It's in the contract. That's it. It's just a given when you have this kind of system. So I was myself very surprised and also concerned that apparently there were a number of other options that could have been taken, such as what you mentioned, Senator Sears. Rhode Island has a one-time e-filing fee. And certainly if a $17 fee is going to cover more than who knows how many separate $5 charges there would be in the course of a case. And it's not just civil. Civil includes civil, family, and probate. The only division that's exempt from this is criminal. So any filings in the probate division, family division, or the civil division is going to be subject to this charge. And to find out that this was negotiated when there were a number of other options apparently available without, certainly without the bar being consulted, without the public being consulted, and it sounds like without the legislature being consulted, that is very concerning. And that is something that will, I think, be added to the charge and designation for this, our VBA e-filing committee to look at, because if that's the case, I feel like we should have been given the opportunity to weigh in on that, and it should have been highlighted and focused on, because for all the reasons you've mentioned and in all the comments we've received, there's definitely the feeling that it was not highlighted, focused on, and it wasn't until last Monday that people were even aware that this was something. And I'll mention, just as an example of one of the concerns, somebody was representing somebody pro bono in a relief from abuse case, and she said there was no, you don't file a filing fee, a court filing fee for a relief from abuse case. This person who was representing an RFA litigant had to pay the e-filing fee. There was no option to waive out of that. So there's definitely issues or problems with the system which can be addressed, but that's just an example of one of the comments we've gotten. And you know, I'm also troubled by saying it's only attorneys that have to e-file. Right. So attorneys' clients are going to have extra charges when nobody else has an extra charge. So anyway, there are definitely, unfortunately, concerns that have come to light, and we would be very happy to work with, as we have all along. We've provided beta testers. We've tried to respond anytime there was a request for input, but there was not a request for input regarding this issue. So that's the bar's perspective.
Thank you. And I'm glad you're having this committee look at it. Will you also be looking at the constitutional issue that Brad Meyerson and others have raised?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to comment, Pat?
Yes, I'm not on everything that Terry said, but a couple of things. The lawyers who use the system have access to a number of different ways to learn how to use it. The trainings are just one. Our website, it's pretty easy to quickly go to instructions, and Tyler itself, because it's the vendor of this system, has trainings. If an attorney was charged an amount that isn't consistent with our e-filing rules and our contract with Tyler, we've learned that often because they didn't follow the directions to qualify for the waiver, because they do have to go in and qualify.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. I think we're having a hard time hearing you. Something is going on in our system. I'm gonna.
Should I try again?
I don't know what that is.
Terry, what are you doing? She's very clever. So is that better, or you still have it? Sometimes when someone has their phone near the video, that can happen. Like if
There's a
someone's
lot of background noise. Sounds like somebody's taking a bath.
Terry, try muting for just a while. Pat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just joking about Terry.
Okay.
So we're working with people. It's like 4 or 5 days now or so, that it's been going on. And so a lot of the things that people think, oh, I'm being charged for this, are simply because they need to learn how to work with the system. And I appreciate, it was great to have legal aid reach out directly to me so we could put a team together. And I would welcome if Matt wanted to just call or send me an email, that would have been great. And we probably could have avoided the whole hearing, but we're happy to continue to work with stakeholders, including the bar, as we have all along. And of course, we care about access to justice, but there is no free lunch. And so when we look at how to fund these important services, the legislature does have to be a true partner with us. If they don't want the court to exercise power it has to do one thing, then the funding for those services does need to be provided in another way. And as I said, Senator Sears and I have been working on this issue for a while now in a number of different areas. There are a lot of reasons why we wouldn't want to charge people fees, but then the funding needs to come from somewhere else. So I really appreciate that the committee is interested in this topic, and we welcome the input from the bar, and we're excited to keep going.
I want to make clear that we, the legislature, the Senate Judiciary Committee, did not have a role in establishing these fees. I understand that if we don't want that, somebody has to pay for these systems, and whether it's paid for by all the taxpayers or the users or how you've established it is one thing. It appears, and maybe it's COVID-19 related, but the rollout of this caught a lot of people by surprise, and the fees are what are the most objectionable part of this process. And if Rhode Island can do it for 17 for the whole case, then maybe we should look at some other systems. And I'm glad to hear that the Bar Association has a committee looking at this. And I think what I'll do is hopefully in a couple of weeks, we'll come back to this and see where we're at. But I do want to make clear, and I was just reading Brad Meyerson's email to me, that this was something that we had no idea was taking place. Senator, I mean, we knew there was a new case management system, don't get me wrong. But Senator White, we're actually overtime, so I don't want to hold people up. Go ahead.
I don't know how you identify an envelope when you're e-filing. If you, I mean, I guess each document that, do you just keep I don't quite understand.
You can put as many documents as you want in an envelope. It's not a real envelope, obviously. It's a technology version of an envelope.
And it actually works and lets you do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, up till now, that might change. But
if we could hear from Matt Valerio very briefly. Matt.
Yeah, no problem. And thank you for allowing me to do this. Look, as a practical matter, and first of all, I knew that the public defense system, both contractors, ad hocs, and staff system, was not going to be subject to any kind of fees because we can't be. And that was my understanding of anything that was going to happen. I didn't understand the details of how it was going to be rolled out or the like, but it really didn't matter to me because we weren't going to be, the fee issue wasn't part of what was our concern. The way this arose was that criminal defense lawyers around the state who were doing work in these WOW counties, as the court calls them, including contractors, were being charged fees and then for filing. And one thing led to another, and the issue blew up on the Defender General's listserv. And so over a 36-hour period, I got over 500 emails, some of which had a lot of misinformation and some of which had very good information about the fees. Clearly, there were a bunch of fees that were accepted by Tyler Technology that should not have been accepted because they were in criminal cases. There were also, as we started to whittle things down, discussions about the trainings in those particular counties. And there are some lawyers who very diligently took those trainings and came away with no understanding that there were going to be pay-as-you-go filing fees in non-criminal cases. That what was expressed to me was that the focus was on there was going to be some sort of fee, and the trainings focused on how you get your credit card information in so that Tyler could take the fee, but not what the fees were going to be and over what period of time. This is not an issue really for the Defender General's office. I just happened to be the repository of the 500 emails that I got over this short amount of time that I had to deal with. And so I brought it to the bar and said, look, you got a problem here because nobody knows what's going on and they're angry. And so my part in this really is to try to make sure that those interests, and I'm a board member, and I have been on the board of bar managers for, I don't know, a long time, 25 years or longer, that interest is satisfied. This is not a Defender General issue per se, but as an attorney and as a board member, it is something that I'm going to be paying attention to in that capacity. And so we'll see how the committee comes out. I don't think that the advertising and training regarding these issues, or even the development of the system, was something that was completely transparent, and that's a concern to me. But I guess we'll see what happens with the committee. And but to be clear, from my position as Defender General, I am not concerned about once people understand that they shouldn't be charged these fees. I do have concern that Tyler was even able to take fees for filing in criminal cases if that was not something that should have happened.
Okay, well, we've run out of time, and hopefully in 2 weeks we'll have a little bit of an update from Terry and Pat, and perhaps anyone else who wants to give us an update on progress. Thank you all very much.
We are calling the Putney Select Board meeting to order at 5:36. Are there any adjustments to the agenda?
Yeah, I just want to add one item under select board items, and it's allocation of sewer and water for Mockingbird Tavern.
Where's that going to go, Karen?
It can just go in, in the last item under select board.
Okay. So we have an item G. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we need approval of minutes from April 22nd, 2020 and April 29th, 2020. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Hang on, David. Okay, go ahead, David.
And seconded.
Before we move on to public comment on items not on the agenda, I just want to give a little spiel as to how this goes. All mics will stay muted.
You got to do that vote for the minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Josh. Is there any discussion?
Yes. So you don't have April 29th because I'm not quite done with them yet.
Oh, that's helpful, Karen.
I was working on them this afternoon and I have to confirm something and I have to go to the video.
Okay.
Okay, so you're voting on April 22nd only.
Okay. Do you want to amend the motion?
Sorry, what does it, I can't have things in front of me at the same time, so I'm not sure what it needs to read. If you ask for a motion.
We're just gonna, yeah, just a motion for April 22nd.
So I
striking April 29th.
I move to accept the minutes of April 22nd as presented.
And I second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
No.
Okay, hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Great. Now I will move on to a little spiel. All mics will stay muted throughout the meeting, except for the select board and the town manager. Will unmute invited speakers during select board items where they've been invited to speak. We ask that you send a message in the chat if you would like to speak at any point, and just to understand that the select board and town manager and invited speakers will speak first. And then we have a really packed agenda, so we are going to limit discussion of items. And we'll do that as we go, depending on how many people want to talk at a time. So, all right, is there any public comment on items not on the agenda? All right, then so I'm just going to check the chat real quick to make sure. I'm not seeing any public comment on items not on the agenda. We're going to move on to the select board items. And the first item on our agenda is the Forest for Learning. And Larry, our town attorney, was invited to speak on this. So I think we'd like to hear from him first. And then maybe Karen, if you have anything further to say.
Sure. Let me unmute Larry. Okay, Larry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Where to begin here? First, Lionel, this is the first time that we've met, although we've corresponded several times, and I appreciate your patience, although I can imagine it might be wearing a little thin by now. So I thank you, for all the correspondence you've sent me. And let me see if I can just explain how I got to where I am, and then see if we can come to an agreement on how to go forward. there's no question in my mind that everybody has proceeded with the school forest property with.
Oh, no.
Oh,
I'm not liking this virtual meeting stuff.
Are we still there? I'm losing you.
yeah. Oh, there you are. You're back.
Yeah.
Okay,
Maybe
I
you
don't
can
see it.
call
That's
it.
right. You can hear me.
Okay.
We can hear you now.
All right. So you don't have to look at me anyway. And so to begin with, I'm aware of the history, and I want you to be understand. I'm aware of the background in terms of the Act 46 concerns and how you didn't want the school district property to end up with the new Union District. To the town of Putney. Town of Putney would hold it. You all look frozen. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, fine. Again, my screen is totally frozen, so I have no idea what's going on. And so as I say, I understand the background, and let's see where we can go forward so that the town and the residents of Putney are protected. With no town school district in place at this time, the town of Putney is the only entity legally responsible to protect that property this time for future public use. And I know you folks worked very hard on organizing a 501c3 company, the Forest for Learning, as a legal entity to take title to the property. And then I believe it's your intentions to negotiate restrictive covenants with the land trust. Here are some of my concerns. A conveyance to a 501c3 entity is a wonderful thing, but it's no guarantee that the property will be permanently protected and preserved for public use. Even though the 501c. Oh, come on.
Karen, can we ask him to call in?
Yeah, we got to get this. This is important.
I know.
They come.
Let me,
if he
Can you
calls
hear me or not?
Oh, there you're back.
Larry. Where is?
Can you hear me?
We can, but you're going in and out.
Yeah.
And so it's sometimes helpful if you shut your video off, and it's sometimes helpful if you call in instead of using the computer to come in.
I will do whatever you suggest I do, Laura.
All right, hang on. I'm going to send.
I'll turn off my camera. Okay, the camera's off. Is that any better?
Yeah, you're clear now for the moment. Exactly.
All right. If you lose me again, give me your number and I'll call it directly.
I'm going to give you a number right now. Hang on a minute.
Is it the one in your agenda?
Yes.
That long one?
Yes.
Wow, it's got like 10 numbers in it.
You have to dial the 1571 and then the access code too.
All right, is that what you want me to do right now?
Please.
The sound seems all right for the moment, but.
Yeah.
Let me. If you lose me again, we'll try I'll try to make a call. All right. So where I left off was the 501c3 entity. It's, as I say, it's a laudable goal to transfer the property to a 501c3, but a 501c3 entity in itself does not have a perpetual existence. In fact, in my legal career, I've had to deal with other 501c3 entities which have dissolved or for whatever reason did not continue in existence. And I have to think of the town, at least while this issue is on my plate, and while I say it's on my watch, so to speak, I'm thinking of the town 50 to 100 years down the road, and what guarantees can we provide to the town right now that this property will be forever protected for future public use. Now, when property is transferred to an ordinary land trust, even the land trust doesn't rely on its 501c3 status. there are always specific covenants and restrictive, land restrictions and restrictive covenants in the deed, as well as rights of first refusal, restrictions on rights of transfer, those sorts of things. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Right. So even though some of those provisions are included in a 501c3 organizational document, those documents can be amended, they can be revised, they can be rescinded. The best and only way to ensure that land is encumbered for future use is to make sure that the restrictions appear in the deed of transfer so that it runs with the land, and that all subsequent owners of the property are aware of the deed restrictions, both for its public purposes and its use. So that's just to kind of set the table and see how we get there. If it is the intention of Forest and Learning to negotiate land restrictions with the land trust, then I recommended to the select board that the select board have some input and involvement what those restrictions are to make sure that it is indeed protected for permanent and perpetual public use. I also think
We can't hear you now, Larry.
a reversion if the public purpose is.
We lost you.
Now I'm gone.
Your last
Lionel, I ask, can you please stay muted until we call on you?
I did not unmute myself. Someone else did.
Okay. Oh. Larry, we couldn't hear you on that.
All right. If you can hear me now. Yes. Just somebody say yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And it says, and it says poor network connection is what's coming up. I'm going to call you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
That's probably for the best. Thank you.
So Karen, I dial 157 131.
Karen, are you hearing him?
Karen's muted.
Yeah.
Why is Karen muted? Oh my gosh, it's like a bad SNL skit.
Guys, give me your phone. I'm dying. She sent me a private number. All right, now we're on record. So some of the rights that I've suggested the select board should consider would be a right of reversion to the town of Putney in the event the property ever ceased to be used for public educational purposes or for what I call traditional recreational uses. You might want to consider a right of first refusal to purchase the property, even though there's a provision in the 501c3 docs that says it may not be sold. It doesn't indicate what would happen to the property other than it would have to be used for some other public purpose in the event that that entity dissolved. And there are a number of 501c3 purposes that may not be consistent with the intentions of the town of Putney or its future residents. So I think the town of Putney might want to have some input into what future uses would be allowed of the property, and in the event those uses are not conformed with, that it would revert to the town. I also don't think the property should be sold to a third party without town select board approval. I think that's something that the select board may wish to make sure is put in place. So I'm not trying to create difficulties for any entity, any party. The select board is the legislative body of the town of Putney. The town of Putney has been entrusted with 167 acres that propose to be transferred. And that property is public property. It's property that is presently in public domain, and it should be forever at least protected and preserved for that purpose. But the transfer to a 501c3 entity does not achieve perpetual protection. And that's the only point I wish to make legally. is that I don't want people to misunderstand that by conveyance to Forest for Learning that they have achieved perpetual and permanent public use. It doesn't work that way. For temporarily, while Forest and Learning is operating and conforms with its bylaws, that may well be the case. But 50 or 100 years from now, if that organization no longer exists, this property could be in the hands of some other entity, or it could be at a totally different use than anybody here envisions, unless there are really specific and guaranteed restrictions in the deed, or if not in the deed, it may be possible for to create what we call a freestanding, a declaration of restrictive covenants, which survive the deed, legal obligations and restrictions that obligate the property that would be of record that survive this particular conveyance. And Attorney Fisher and I talked about that briefly, but none of the purchase and sale intentions are binding. I want people to understand that. Once a deed is executed, and it was executed in a very general fashion to the town of Putney, none of the purchase and sale intentions and the meeting minutes, none of that stuff controls anymore. A deed of record becomes a full and final document enforceable within the four corners of the document. That is why land trust documents do not rely on any outside documents. Land trust documents have all restrictions, maps, and covenants attached to the deed itself, so that within the four corners of the documents, all intentions, present and future, are explained. That was my concern in having such a general deed from the town of Putney to Forest and Learning. There's nothing specific in that deed whatsoever that protects in perpetuity the land for public purposes. So those are my comments. I share those as your town council and as an attorney who's been involved in many, many land trust transactions. And it was always of some concern to me that it seemed to be this was being handled in although a very well-intentioned fashion, without some of the permanent protections that I've been accustomed to seeing. So with that, I've shared my comments, and you folks, if you have any questions, I can answer them. But I'm more than happy to work with Attorney Fisher and Lionel and everybody else to figure out how we can accomplish what you want to accomplish in a permanent and binding way.
Thank you, Larry. Karen, I'd like to turn it over to you first if you have any questions or comments.
I don't have any at the moment. I'm sure Lionel would like to speak.
Okay. I would like to give the select board an opportunity first. And Larry, you're able to hang in for a while with us?
I am.
Okay, great. So Josh, I'm guessing you have something you'd like to ask or say?
I'd like to understand how we got to the point where the select board had a deed in front of us that appeared to have legal counsel's approval that we voted on. And then legal counsel came back and said, no, this isn't right. I'm just confused as to how that happened. And I understand frustration on the part of Forest for Learning. I'm also frustrated because I certainly had the feeling this was all being done the way it was meant to, and when it was presented to us, that became clear it wasn't. And I don't know how that happened. So, can you shed some light on that?
Well, maybe Karen can shed some light. I expressed concerns in writing and in person to the town months ago, and even Lionel was made aware of my concerns about restrictions, the lack of restrictions, permanent safeguards for the town, and those are in emails and of record, and that's it serves no purpose to necessarily go through those. But I've been consistent all along, Josh, that I just had some very serious concerns about the generality of the process, and
I was led to understand that the select board were comfortable with the transfer and did not wish to place any further protections or restrictions on the transfer because of the good faith work by the school district and Forest for Learning in the past. And that was, that was my understanding of how it came back to me. And I felt that, I had done my job as town council by raising the concerns. And then more recently, within the last couple of weeks, Karen again had a conversation with me and said, boy, Larry, says, maybe I should go back to the board again and remind them of your concerns. And I said, well, Karen, listen, I'll put in a longer email what those concerns are, and you can share it with whoever you wish. And I did that, and I'm speculating, but I believe that Karen shared that with one or more of the board members, my concerns some time ago, and my letter to Bob Fisher. I'm looking at the email to Bob Fisher, which was pretty recent. It's April 3rd, where I outlined, and I had a good conversation with Bob. Bob seemed to understand my concerns. He's also been involved in a number of land trust transactions. So nothing I said was of news or startling to Bob. And I think we both kind of agreed that maybe we should just slow this process down a little bit and make sure that all the legal steps will be in place to make sure this is permanently preserved and protected to the extent we all want it to be 100 years from now. So Josh, that's how we got to where it is.
Okay, thank you. I guess I don't know whether, I don't know what happened, and I mean, we don't need to rehash it. I think it's too bad that however that miscommunication occurred, or that I didn't have a clear message. I mean, the message when we took that vote 2 weeks ago was everything's set to go and Larry has signed off on it. And so I'm not sure how that happened. And we don't need to rehash it. Thank you for the explanation. But we need to figure out how to move forward because we do all have the same intention of wanting to make this happen.
So Josh, if I may, just one comment. Josh, the deed you have in front of you is lawful and it would convey the property, but the deed you have in front of you does not achieve the kind of protections that I've articulated in email correspondence for a couple of months now.
Okay.
Thank you. Josh, do you have any more questions or comments?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. David.
I have a question to Lionel, actually.
Okay.
The time for that. What I want to understand, Lionel, is how does having these restrictions on the deed, the language our lawyer is advising us to try to put in there, how does that stop you from doing what you want to do with the land? How is this a roadblock to you? So I can understand, your position.
Lionel, is Lionel still muted?
No.
Okay.
There.
Can you hear us, Lionel?
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. I have a lot of things I'd like to share with the group, but I'll be glad to answer your question first, David. The process of land protection is complex. There's always less money available than people would like. And are you able to hear me?
I'm hearing you so far. Thank you.
Okay, there's some feedback here, so I'm not sure why that is. So there are two basic ways that one can convey a conservation easement. One is for free. Actually, there are three ways. If you're really unlucky, you end up paying to have a conservation easement done on land. And that is unfortunately something that started happening in the 80s as a result of costs associated with appraisals and legal fees and so on that land trusts became aware would break their banks if they didn't somehow get those costs covered. And so some folks actually pay land trusts in order to take their land. In other cases, it's a free situation where people approach a land trust and they say, I would like to protect this land, and they donate the easement. The value of the development rights are donated. For the lucky few who happen to have a property that is ecologically significant, that is strategically important for larger scale conservation efforts, statewide and regional wildlife corridors, and other issues of biological diversity conservation. And if the cards are right, if things time out well, those few people are actually in a position to sell the development rights to that conservation organization. And that's money. And Forest for Learning, as you probably remember, has very little money. The only money it has is being held by the town of Putney, which now I guess we're going to have to spend on legal fees with Bob Fisher, from what I gather from this. But our hope for a couple of years now, as we've been thinking about this property, trying to protect it, trying to ensure public access, not just on paper, but in reality, in the form of trails that are not eroding and bridges that are not collapsing. The only way to have Forest for Learning function and to have the land cared for in the way that everyone has always said they'd like to see it cared for is if there's funding available to maintain the property and maintain that public access. And we've been talking about a boardwalk that may cost upwards of $50,000. And so, to answer your question, the issue with associating restrictive language to the deed is that it effectively makes the property protected already, and it becomes unattractive to land trusts. Land trusts are, like I said, everyone has limited funding. Land trusts, especially so, they all must prioritize where they're going to do their conservation and why. And they do not waste time protecting land that is already protected. They protect land that is vulnerable to development. In other words, not protected. And I have registered these concerns to Larry Slayson. He made reference to the fact that he has communicated with me about this. His communication was simply to send a few questions my way.
Hey, Lionel,
I replied,
if this is going beyond what David asked, can we just stick to the question that David asked right now?
Yeah, this is answering David's question.
Okay.
David is asking, why would it be problematic for Forest for Learning to have restrictive language associated with the deed?
Okay.
And
it just feels like you're going down a different road.
It's something, well, there are lots of roads that Mr. Slayson has opened up that need to be walked on. Absolutely.
I can appreciate that. David, do you feel like that answered your question?
I think it does. I think what you're telling me is that to be one of the lucky few, you need to be able to sell the development rights to a land trust, and you can't do that if the restrictive language is attached to the deed. So that you won't be able to. Basically, that's the answer, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I got it. Okay.
So I have some questions for Larry. Larry, looking back on the original deed, the charge to the town is pretty clear. And I appreciate where you're coming from and the concerns that you've brought to us, because I think that it is your job as our town attorney to bring these kind of concerns before us. But again, looking back on the original documentation, the charge to us is really to be a pass-through. And the intention of the school board was maybe not as clearly outlined as you would have liked it. And maybe looking back, it could have been done a little bit better. But I'm curious if we're stepping outside of our role as a pass-through right now.
Yes.
If you're directing that to me, I think you have to decide, your own parameters and your own obligations to the folks you serve and your voters. I think it's clear that the voters intended for this property ultimately to be managed by a nonprofit entity.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not it was specifically Forest for Learning, that was ultimately, I believe, approved by a town vote. But I think it also runs through all the documents that it's the intention that it's going to be perpetually preserved and protected for some type of public educational use. And as I say, I don't mean to disparage anyone. This has been great work and a lot of work getting this 501c3 together. The question is, when ultimately will we have protections in place which permanently and perpetually protect the property? Now, I agree fully with Lionel that we could end up making it less attractive for a land trust to purchase development rights if the town restricts it. And so I think that if Lionel is working with or has communicated with a potential land trust and those conversations are underway, I think it's a wonderful thing. I would hope that the Forest for Learning would allow or encourage maybe some select board input as to what some of those restrictions and restrictive covenants would look like and what those public uses would consist of, so that the town, that the select board can feel comfortable that those uses are protected. Also, I'm not aware that the land trust would object if the town had a right of reverter. I mean, I guess it's something I would like to ask Vermont Land Trust or otherwise. If the town of Putney, for example, says in the event the property were not used for public purposes and public educational purposes, it shall revert to the town of Putney, or that the town of Putney would have the right of first refusal to buy this property for $1 before it were ever transferred to a third party. It would not be my intention to inhibit a land trust from restricting this property and paying Forest for Learning for those restrictive covenants. But I think town of Putney should be the ultimate repository of the land if the uses are not complied with, or if organizations dissolve in the future. I don't like it going through IRS 501c3 legalese and then having a battle of what will be the future use of the property and who ends up with it. That's happened before with 501c3 entities. And that's why, again, land trust doesn't deal with that. They put it right in the deed what the restrictive covenants are, and who gets the property and who gets rights of reversion and who has rights of first refusal. All I'm asking is that Lionel and Forest for Learning include the select board in their process when they negotiate, and that the ultimate rights come back to the town of Putney, not some other entity, in the event of breach or dissolution. That, in my opinion, would be what the select board is vested and charged to do. And I think the town has made it clear that they want the select board to cooperate with Forest and Learning to the extent possible to do that. And I'll make one further statement. To the extent that Bob Fisher works with Forest for Learning and negotiations occur with the land trust, I will represent the town of Putney at no cost in protecting the town of Putney interest on behalf of the select board in this endeavor. It's for a public purpose, and I would contribute my legal time to that, representing the town of Putney.
Well, thank you for that. So let me ask you, if they put the right of reversion in to the deed, that's enough to make you feel, would that at a minimum be enough to make you feel comfortable?
I think it's an improvement. I think there's a number of things that a land trust would agree to do to enable Putney to have a right of first refusal, to have a right of the written consent before it could be sold, a right of reverter, all of those sorts of things. And again, does the select board wish to have any involvement in the types of restrictive covenants placed on the property? Does it wish to have any involvement? Who can use it? For what purpose? Type of thing. I mean, those are the questions I raised. I don't mean to suggest I have all the answers. That's for the select board and Forest and Learning to iron out.
So I honestly, I don't know that that's our position, but Lionel, would a right of reversion and a right of first choice be a compromise that you would be willing to make on this? Do you feel like that would not, that wouldn't affect the property in a negative way?
Well, I can see that I'm not going to be actually afforded an opportunity to simply speak, that I'm going to be asked specific questions. So I'll take the opportunity at this time to ask a couple of very specific questions of you and the rest of the board and Larry Slayson.
Lionel, I'm happy to let you speak, but this is a process. And so
yes, it is a process. It needs to be a give and take, and there has been simply take happening. I respectfully ask, have you received the letter that we wrote? And can we make that public record, the 8-page letter that we submitted yesterday?
Absolutely. I received it. I read it. I can't speak for the rest of the board. I see David nodding his head. He read it. Josh, were you able to?
I haven't read every word, but I've read the bulk of it.
Okay.
And
Did Mr. Slayson read that letter?
It automatically becomes public record when you forward something like that to us. So
I'm just wondering if Mr. Slayson has read the letter. Are you? This conversation is feeling somewhat surreal to me because we've been talking about things that are all addressed in the bylaws of Forest for Learning, which were sent specifically to all board members, select board members, a week ago. And if you have read the bylaws and you have read the purposes and the specific purposes, it is abundantly clear that we would be in violation of our bylaws if we did not protect the land in perpetuity and make it available for public use. So can we please take a step back and discuss the bylaws, which I presume everyone on this call who's involved in the issue has had an opportunity to read. And can we please discuss whether or not the bylaws satisfy the concerns of the select board and their council?
So Lionel, I'll respond to that. I guess I've got to be clear in what I said initially. My concern is indeed that 501c3 bylaws are not binding on the parties and do not constitute a binding restriction on the property. They are not. They are. Excuse me. Let me finish.
Yes.
501c3 bylaws do not run with the land. Run with the land means permanent restrictive covenants in a deed which run with the land. Whoever uses, owns, occupies the land in the future are subject to covenants which run with the land. 501c3 entity bylaws, just like corporate bylaws and organizational documents, govern the organization but do not run with the property. And so even though your organization is set up for this purpose, and laudably so and with good intentions, the organizational documents are not a legal document which binds the property. And that's the point I was trying to make with my introduction, that a 501c3 is no guarantee that property will be permanently protected and preserved for public use. When you negotiate the restrictive covenants with a land trust, when they buy those covenants are going to be recorded and will be permanent restrictions that run with the land. Your bylaws will not. And so until that happens, we really don't have a permanent restriction on that property. And to say that to you, to someone who's put in so much work in it, has got to be, a horrible thing to hear. But it's my job just to explain the legal foundation on which I'm advising the board. So
yes, may I speak?
Sure.
Yeah. So Karen and Laura sent me an email today asking whether our attorney, if you want to call Bob Fisher our attorney, if Bob Fisher would be attending this call. And I responded that he would not be attending this call because it was my interest to simply have a conversation with the select board about these matters. And I find it very interesting that not only is Mr. Slayson on this call, but that Mr. Slayson was given the opportunity to define, in a sense, the entire issue at length before any discussion of the 8-page letter that we sent, which concluded with the statement, we would appreciate the select board explaining to us why there has been such a dramatic change in tone from the 4 years that we've been working on this issue. As Josh mentioned earlier, we were virtually at the point of signing the contract when this happened. And the town manager said in the beginning of the discussion prior to your vote to unanimously go forward with signing the deed, the town manager stated that the town attorney was on board. And all of a sudden, we are somewhere else entirely. And to expect us, the Force for Learning Board, who have worked so hard and have been completely transparent in all of our dealings with the town, to suddenly just be expected to be told what to do after we've been discussing this transparently with you for years is just amazing. It feels surreal to me. So I'm sorry, Laura, if you feel it's inappropriate for us to have this level of discussion, but there's been reference made to emotions being raised, and this is why emotions are raised, because there appears to be no connection between what we've been trying to communicate with you all along, what you yourselves have done by publishing the letter, by doing everything by the book. And Mr. Slayson sent me questions in January, which I answered, which he never responded to. And now he's had a conversation with Bob Fisher in private about this issue without our knowledge. We supposedly have an attorney. We did not intend to retain an attorney for the purposes of arbitration. We only asked for Bob Fisher to help us out to get the 501c3 set up. Well, Mr. Slayson has offered to donate his services to the town of Putney, but because Mr. Fisher is not on the call, we have no idea if Bob Fisher will also follow suit and kindly enter into a bona fide situation of donating his services so that the two lawyers can have free discussions for months on end. Forgive me.
Lionel, I have to stop you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So
please.
Don Sprague has a question. Don, would you like to ask your question?
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my brain right now around, we've had all these board meetings as Force for Learning and talked about so much of this over the past couple of years. And I'm wondering, my understanding was that a lot of this, not just like our bylaws as a 501c3, but that the conservation easement would include a lot of these same legal things in it, where it goes back to the town. And in fact, it's in our bylaws that like if Forest for Learning at some point dissolves, that it goes back to the town. And so I'm trying to figure out why we can't accomplish this with the conservation easement. Like, does the town trust us to, and I'm happy to work with select board members, like as we go through this. I don't want to speak for the entire board, but why can we not include some of these legal protections for the in perpetuity, like 100 years from now, in the conservation easement?
Don, I want to, we definitely want to work with you on this. It's not, when our attorney raises issues to us, we do have a duty to respond to them. And that's all that's happening here.
No.
And my concern, and honestly, I see what Larry is saying in your documentation, is that if for some reason something were to go really wrong and you weren't able to get a conservation easement, this document actually can put it back to the state or the federal government. It doesn't automatically put it back to the town. And that's really concerning to me.
Yeah, no, I hear that. I get that. But so it's just so the question is like, do we chance not getting protection through a conservation easement because we're putting more stipulations in a deed transfer? I don't know. I just wanted to ask that question.
Larry, do you have any feedback? Or Josh, were you trying to?
My opinion would be that the concern is, Dawn, and I agree with you, and I think if we can figure out a way to do that so that we guarantee those aspects in a conservation easement, which as per your bylaws are required, et cetera, it's the window between now and a conservation easement being issued that I think is of concern, because if, for example, you were to go to get a conservation easement and right now, things are not going well for conservation folks, et cetera, if that window extends and extends and extends and for some reason doesn't happen easily, I think that's the vacuum that Larry's concerned about and that he is voicing that we need to be concerned about, is that once we transfer this land, and I want to ask a follow-up question to Larry, but once we transfer this land to you, it's in that no man's land between being protected and not. And we all totally understand that the best of intentions are there. Larry, can you answer for me, if we voted to approve this, are we bound to, we all want to approve this. And we all want to make this, we all want to expedite it in the best way possible, but we also are charged as the select board with protecting the best interests of the town. And that's where it suddenly flared up, was when there was this sense that we had gone and we had signed this, and then there was further question from Larry, and I'm not sure how that miscommunication. But Larry, are we at a point where we have, for all practical purposes, already signed that document by voting unanimously to do so?
No, no transfer is effective until the deed is executed and delivered. And you voted to transfer it, but the circumstances under which the transfer occur still haven't been articulated with finality. There's a couple of ways to approach this, I think, in terms of meeting the concerns. One would be to have the deed include some of the reversionary language or the restrictions on transfer that we've talked about in terms of concerns. But it may be possible, if indeed Forest and Learning does have counsel, but it may be possible to prepare a document which survives closing. In other words, a document that would be binding on both parties that survives the closing on the sale, that allows the town or requires, if you will, Forest and Learning, when it negotiates the restrictive covenant, to ensure that the restricted covenants include a right of reverter to the town of Putney and a right of first refusal and those sorts of things, so that the Forest and Learning would have, those obligations in negotiating, and maybe that's practical, maybe it isn't. The other thing that could be done to further help would be to amend the bylaws of Forest for Learning to make it clear and provide specifically that in the event of dissolution of the organization and in the event that it ever ceases to be used for public educational purposes, that the land would revert to the town of Putney specifically. So there's multiple things that could be done, I think, to further address the concerns that have been raised. And I don't want to sit here and suggest that there's only one avenue. I think, frankly, a multiple prong approach would be the best result for everyone. And there may even be other ideas out there by Attorney Fisher or others, in addition to the two or three that I've just suggested. So again, we got to come back to the premise that a 501c3 bylaw does not run with the land. It's not whether it's binding or anything else or legal. It does not run with the land. We need a document of record that runs with the land in perpetuity, that guarantees public use, and provides for a reverter to the town of Putney in the event that public use is not fulfilled. That's the ultimate objective, and how we achieve that. I think if we all focus on that, we should be able to achieve that in a multiple of ways.
Is that something that you could work on with Bob, and the Forest for Learning could approve, and we could get back to very quickly, like within a week?
Well, I don't know about a week. It's going to take a little bit of thought, both in terms of the amendment of the bylaws and the document that survives closing. I mean, what we'd have to hear from Forest and Learning is their feeling. Have they started conversations with the land trust, and how would the land trust that they're negotiating with feel about a right of reverter, a right of first refusal to the town of Putney? I just don't know how that would affect their negotiations. And I think we would need some further input from Forest and Learning so that we don't undermine the good work that they're trying to do. So there's got to be multiple layers of input here. I wouldn't want to force it to occur within a week or two. I think this is something that needs to be resolved, over a couple of more weeks with some careful thought.
And I really come back to reading number 6 in the purchase and sale contract. I come back to, like, is this our conversation to even be having? It was very clear from the school board what they intended. It was to be deeded over to a nonprofit, and they didn't build those protections in to this. And so while I feel it's important for us to have this conversation, I think that the select board has to consider if we are overstepping in this conversation.
The only thing I'd say to that, remember, a purchase and sale agreement does not run with the land and does not survive a closing. A purchase and sale agreement serves as a tool to illustrate the types of protections that should appear in the deed.
And that's why you're the attorney. So,
Yeah, the other thing I would say, Laura, is, it was clearly, it's everybody's intention, including the school board who initially transferred this, that this should be protected in perpetuity. And I think that's what Larry is, that's this, again, this sort of window of possibility where that we lose that. I think that would be a failing on the select board's part if that was brought to our attention as a possibility. Just because it was overlooked by those who came before us doesn't mean, and it's clearly not being overlooked by Forest for Learning, but if it doesn't have the legal teeth that our council tells us it needs, then we wouldn't be doing justice. But
okay.
So I don't know what our willingness is to, Larry has generously offered to do this free of charge on his part. I don't know whether Bob would be willing to do that. My guess is that Bob and Larry could figure this out pretty quickly, that there wouldn't have to be a huge number of hours. I don't know whether we feel any obligation, because we stumbled on this a little bit, to support that financially if there are costs incurred in the process. And I personally, I think we could ask Bob to be as generous as he could, but if there were some fees involved, I wouldn't be totally opposed to trying to help with that, but I don't know.
I wouldn't either. Emily has asked Lionel, would putting any right of refusal, etc., in the deed reduce conservation value? And that was one of my questions as well. A right of reversion, a right of refusal. can we have those put into the deed and solve this issue? Yes, Lionel.
Hang on.
Oh, we're getting there.
There we are. It might be all right. One thing to keep in mind with regard to the reverter clause would be that the Forest for Learning has a vested obligation to maintain the property as an educational resource for kids and adults. And we would need to have confidence that the town of Putney would honor that themselves. And if the town of Putney is strapped financially, I hope that this situation that's going on now does not result in the need to cut back on things. That could be a concern for us. That if we were to, we do take our bylaws very seriously, and we wrote them ourselves. So we want to see them actually done in perpetuity. And so the reverter clause would need to work in both directions. We would need to have confidence that Putney would not only honor our bylaws, the specific and general purposes of our bylaws, but also that it would be prepared to honor whatever covenants the conservation easement included. So as long as we had that confidence in Putney, then yes, we'd be open to that. And as far as would it diminish the value of the easement? That's something I would need to look into. I wouldn't think so, as long as the terms of the easement, the reason the organization would take on an easement would be to protect certain natural resource values indefinitely. And so as long as the organization had confidence that the town of Putney was able and willing to adhere itself to the terms of the easement, and they might not have a problem with the reverter clause. That was one of the questions. What was the other? One was reverter, and the other was right of refusal.
Right of refusal, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about right of refusal. I'm okay with that, but again, the same issues would apply. Putney would have the right of refusal, but recognize that it wouldn't, because we are protecting the land. It will severely limit what Putney can and can't do with that land later. And so that may be an issue for townspeople. They may say, what business does the town of Putney have taking on this 170-acre property that's got hundreds of people visiting it all the time, and has invasive species issues, has rare wildlife species management requirements, has eroding trails, has issues from climate change, and so on. So if Putney feels sincerely that it really wants that, then I personally don't have an issue with it, and we could discuss it. Our board could discuss it.
Larry, do you have any opinion on the reverse of that, as Lionel's saying?
Well, I don't right now. I think it would be helpful to know whether or not there's any ongoing conversations with the land trust entity, and the land trust entity could be a third party to this conversation as to what, for example, a right of reverter to the town of Putney. Remember, these would only take place in the event that the land was no longer being used for public educational purposes. So I'm less concerned about the town taking on those obligations. The right of reversion only occurs if those obligations have failed, or if the entity becomes dissolved. And so if the entity becomes dissolved or those obligations aren't being fulfilled, I don't want it to end up with some other organization that the town of Putney has no control over. This was town of Putney land, and I think the select board has a legislative obligation, if you will, to make sure that it's perpetually preserved for Putney residents and not come into the hands of some other federal or state organization.
Larry, would striking the state and federal language from the purchase and from the quick claim be helpful?
No, the profit. No, it would not. It would have to be something again. The bylaws have to be amended. I don't mean to sound dogmatic. I would suggest that the bylaws be amended to address the concerns that have been raised. That's the first point. That's easy. Secondly, I would feel much better as town council if some of those restrictions at least appear in the deed or with some language stating that in the event the property is further subject to restrictive covenants, that if those covenants are not, for educational purposes, in the event that those covenants are not fulfilled, the property shall revert to the town of Putney. I mean, we could create some fairly succinct language that would address our concerns. What I don't know is whether or not the land trust has a different vision. In some of the deals I've negotiated with the Vermont Land Trust is the repository. If the owner and user of the property violates it, in some cases there's enforcement provisions and the property goes to the land trust. And so the land trust might want to take this in the event that there was some breach in the future. And that's where having a land trust party to this conversation might be of help to all of us.
Lionel, is there a land trust involved? Is the land trust involved? Are you in conversation with them?
I've been unable. This is a very sensitive, strategic process. It's not something you want to kind of come in on and go back out on. You don't want to sort of own land before you start talking about easements. You really need to come in ready to go. The narrative, the complete package of what is it that is being offered. And so I have had to hold my tongue and wait until the land comes to us before seriously engaging in this discussion. But that said, I have mentioned to a board member of the Northeast Wilderness Trust that we have this property, that it's a remarkable property, and that we might be interested in talking to them. I've also put out a call to the Upper Valley Land Trust, but I haven't spoken back. They haven't replied to my call yet. I am not comfortable at all with Larry Slayton or the select board joining me for discussions of this nature. I'm not interested in that. I don't think I would like to do that. What I would be comfortable to do would be to do the work that I've intended to do and come back and report on a very regular basis to the select board. I'd be more than happy to share status updates every 2 weeks, every week, or even more often via email, if that would be of interest, so that the select board is fully informed as to what's going on. And if the select board's council then has follow-up questions based on the reports that I'm sharing, those questions could be brought to me by the select board, and I would be more than happy to answer those questions. But I do not want some sort of a group exercise at this point when it comes to trying to find the best easement possible for this land. And if there are any doubts or questions about my qualifications in this work, I would be more than happy to share my resume. I can even produce references if that's of interest to the select board. I assure you at this time that I'm fully qualified for this work. And
Lionel,
I believe my board would say
yeah.
as well.
I
think it's relevant, Laura. I think it's relevant. I'm not suggesting that I'm taking this personally or that this is an emotional thing. I'm simply trying to remind the board that it has the best forest for learning it could possibly imagine having. We have an incredible board of trustees that are remarkably qualified and fired up. We are fired up to do our work, and our first order of business is to get the conservation easement. It's why we made it number one of our purposes. So that's exactly what we're going to do. And if there's any doubt, then I must say there's been talk from Mr. Slayson about the PSNA not having any legal basis. Well, holy cow. Was Alice Laughlin aware of that when she wrote the PSNA on behalf of the school board? What was the school board? Emily, you're here on the call. You were on the school board at the time. Were you aware that had no legal standing? Did you know that the town could simply ignore that part?
Lionel, I'm sorry, I have to stop you again. I can see your passion and I greatly appreciate it. And I don't believe that anybody on the select board is questioning your qualifications. I believe that we all have an enormous amount of confidence in your qualifications, in the qualifications of the many experienced people on your board, and in the passion and commitment you have to protecting this land. I think our concern is if anything goes wrong in this process, what protects this land down the road, and would it come back to the town? And so how do we navigate that? You seem to have time constraints here and time concerns. Can you tell us what they are so that as we're going forward through this, we can hopefully support and respect them?
Yes, I'd be glad to. First of all, we have developed a logo for Forest for Learning, which is connected to a website, which we have ready to go. We've been in touch with Chris Mitch, who wrote Learning on the Land. He wrote that 150-page dissertation on the property. We have permission from him to reprint his work on our website. So we are eager to get going with our website. We have an issue with invasive species that is ongoing, particularly wild parsnip, which requires mechanical work, and it may have costs associated with it as well. We have the kiosk, which is at the pool, which currently says school forest and is completely confusing to the public. The public is unaware who owns the land now. Through the coronavirus, we've been unsure what to do as far as whether or not to ask people not to use the trails. And so we have the public use is ongoing. We're in negotiation with an insurance company regarding the liability insurance. I have a 30-day quote from the insurance company that will give us a volunteer liability protection as well as general public liability protection. That will expire in 2 weeks. And we have, am I missing anything else, folks? Could you please share?
If anybody has anything else, would you add it to the chat or raise your hand? Okay. So are all of these things contingent on us signing this quit sale?
Well, no, not necessarily. We've been doing a lot of work with the assumption that we were going to have an amicable and happy transfer of the land. We've all been thrown frankly by what's happened most recently, and it's got us uncertain whether we should continue to put this much effort into the property if the outcome is going to be something troubling. Mr. Slace,
I just want to again assure you.
Off my property! Get it off of here! I'll write a post, please.
Well, that leads into our next meeting topic. But
I'm gonna
love a little levity. So I guess, we've spent an hour plus on this, and this is an important topic. And I feel like it's really important that we are able to get to where we need to be, but I'm not sure that we're going to get there tonight. And there is nothing that our intention is for this to happen. So I want to, as far as Josh and David chime in if I'm misrepresenting anybody here, but it is our full intention that this land will be transferred. But we need to have the assurances that our lawyer is comfortable with this. Don Zwig is asking, Lionel, has Bob done relevant work on easements with land trusts? I've been trying to learn as much as possible about this over the last couple of days and wonder about some of what's written in this. And she sent a link to deed restrictions. So I'm just not sure that we're going to be able to finish this tonight. And we're committed to finishing this. So I'm curious, like, how we can get to a place where everybody can leave at this moment comfortable and confident in that fact, and that your needs are being met as far as going forward with the things that you're doing.
Can I suggest that perhaps we ask Larry to be in touch with Bob Fisher as soon as possible? And Lionel, I don't, if you're not comfortable with Larry and Bob talking about this amongst themselves, then that's that's a problem. But if everybody on the call is comfortable with Larry and Bob having a conversation in order to try and come to as simple and clean a resolution to this as possible at as low a cost as possible, that would be my feeling. I've seen Bob and Larry work together before. They work really well together. They're very capable. They both have a lot of experience in this realm. And I would think they could come up with a good solution for us pretty quickly and effectively. But if you all aren't interested in that, then we won't ask them to do.
Am I muted right now?
No, please.
I'm not,
Go ahead.
can't tell. I don't understand. I'm deeply concerned. Larry Slayson has brought up a great many issues. He mentioned the email that he sent to Bob, which he did not include me on. He communicated with Bob privately, and Bob chose to share that email with me, which I have shared with my board for information purposes. I would have embedded the entire text of Larry's email in the 8-page letter that we sent you, but because there was confidentiality clauses written on it, I was not sure whether it was okay for me to do so. But since Larry has made reference on this call to his email of April 30th, I could tell you that there are a number of issues that he's raised, which in my mind are completely addressed by the bylaws. I take his point that you can't trust anybody, but that's not how Putney works. This is not Putney's culture. And if it were Putney's culture, the school board would never have given the property to the town to hold for the past 2 years. The school board trusted the town of Putney to hold the land. And now I ask the select board to trust Forest for Learning to take the land and do what it is that we've always said we were going to do. The mistrust that Mr. Slayson talks about, to me, is unfounded. And if we are forced to continue down this road to come up with some sort of legal codicil that will provide assurance to the select board, we will do so. But if it becomes increasingly painful, I, for one, will not be interested in continuing my work with Forest for Learning.
I'm sorry to hear that, Lionel, and I'm sorry also to hear it seems like you're implying that Larry has been trying to do things in a way that's not productive. And there may have been things that Larry did that were not productive for you, but I hear a sense of sort of intentionality. And I would certainly, I've worked with Larry for 15 years now, and I have found him always to be honest and above board and working for the best interests of the town. So I just want to make clear that I'm finding the way you are using a somewhat accusatory tone towards Larry, I find it personally offensive. So I made a suggestion that perhaps Larry and Bob could do something quickly and effectively, but if we are trying to be pushed around in the process of doing our legal due diligence, then I'm going to take real issue with that. So I'm going to put it back on you, Lionel, as far as that's concerned, and say we have an obligation to the townspeople. Yes, we're a pass-through, and maybe the P&S didn't have teeth. I don't know for sure. I'm not a lawyer, but we have the obligation to do the right thing by the townspeople. That's why we're elected to this job. It's not a mistrust issue with Larry and you, and between Larry and the Forest for Learning. It's a fact that he feels there are parts that are missing, and that's not because of mistrust. It's because they're missing. So I just have to be clear that I don't like the tone of what's being said, and I object to it. So,
I'm going to add too that things happen in the world, things that none of us plan to have happen, things that and we're living through that right now, and we have to do our due diligence. And so I recognize how inconvenient this is and how hard you all have worked. And I see your hand. We will. I'll take one more comment on this, and then we really do have to wrap it up. But as you know, I appreciate everything you do. I also we can't be emotionally blackmailed through this, and we also have nothing but good intentions and want to do this the Putney way. But we have to think of the future, and we have to think of what happens to that forest in perpetuity. And so if that means that we have to take a few more weeks with this, we have to take a few more weeks with this. And what I'm asking you is, how can we be as supportive as we can through that process to make sure that it's not damaging to your cause? So I'm sorry. Go ahead and speak. I see your hand. I'm not remembering your name. I'm sorry. Dawn, thank you.
I mean, I think right now my biggest concern as a board member is that our lawyer, who we did not hire for this kind of work, so I don't know what his ability is in working with Larry on this, because obviously we want to fast track so we don't lose some of those things that Lionel was talking about, like our insurance quote and all these other pieces that are very time sensitive that we've worked for a year and a half on now. So I feel like I just need to know that this is an area of expertise for our lawyer going into this, so that it can go as quickly as possible if these things have to happen for the town to feel comfortable with the land transfer. And I just feel like we don't know that. And if I know for sure that Bob can do this work and that he and Larry can work together, I just feel like that's a huge unknown right now with this ending of this conversation for me.
So just to clarify, are you referring to Bob as your lawyer or not?
Yeah, well, yes, but we only hired him to help us become a 501c3, which he's done. And so this is all new and out of the blue. This was very unexpected. And so we've done all of this other legwork, assuming based on other communications and votes that this transfer was not going to be an issue. So this is all, it's just all very new, and trying to figure out, okay, so what are our next steps as a board? And does Bob have the expertise to take on this next level of negotiation? I don't know.
I believe he does.
Okay. So Larry believes he does.
I do.
Okay. Karen, did you had something to add?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to comment that this whole process for the land transfer has been unconventional. And Lionel, you've done a lot of work, and you and Larry went back and forth for a long time. The town has spent some funds too, just trying to get to this point. Our intent is to transfer the property. And like everyone said here, we support you, Lionel, and Forest for Learning. We know your mission, and I'll take full responsibility and accountability for the disconnect that got us to here. Okay. I know it was brought up in January, and it was brought up in a few meetings with the select board regarding the deed, but Larry and I, we talked about it. I spoke to Laura about it. So this is why we're here, and we need to protect this property for everyone, for the children, for the next generation. And so I hope we can work together, Lionel. And if there's an issue about the finances, I can look at the budget, okay? We need to be a team and get this completed.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Karen. So I think that next steps are, if you're all amenable, is for Larry and Bob to have a conversation, see if there's some simple things that we can do to bring this back to a place where we all feel comfortable. And speaking for myself, I would be happy to do a special meeting to make this happen faster if it came up at a non-regular meeting time. Josh, David, how do you feel about that?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we want to keep this ball rolling for you. And it is 7:03, and the sheriff has been waiting exceptionally patiently. And so I really think that we need to close this out, and I hope that we can close it out on a good note with, I know that it's not exactly where you want it to be, but I hope that you have confidence in us that we're going to get there.
Oh, sorry, Lionel, hang on a minute. Okay.
I just said thank you very much. Thank you for your time tonight. We're just, I apologize for being emotional tonight. It's been very stressful for me. It's something that I've really put a lot of time into, hundreds of hours, and I was feeling so good about everything, and I thought we were done. And it's just taking me a little time to get used to the fact that we're not quite done yet. So thank you for all your, thank you for this good conversation, and we'll continue.
Okay. Thanks, Lionel. And we really do appreciate all you've done and recognize. And we're in a COVID crisis. I mean, everybody go a little gentle on themselves right now, okay? So, all right. So we are going to close this conversation out for now and move on to the animal control conversation, which was so nicely alluded to earlier. So, thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay. Is caller 5 a ghost?
Potentially. I don't know. Things are moving really fast right now.
I know, because we had somebody else on the phone, Luann Wilson.
Oh, is Larry still with us?
No, I think Larry's gone.
Okay, good.
But yeah, Luann Wilson was in the background yelling at the dog.
Oh,
I'm here.
All right. Hello, Luann.
Hey, Luann.
Hello. So,
Hi, Luann.
Yes.
Can we hear that? So I think that we were going to hear from Sheriff Anderson first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were calling.
That's okay.
Fine.
Were you trying to? Did you want Luann to speak, Karen, or were you just trying to check in to see if she was here?
No, she's going to speak. She has a dog complaint.
Oh, okay. All right. My apologies, Luann. I guess you're up.
No problem. Oh, right now?
Yes.
Oh, fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
Go ahead, Luann.
Okay, fine. Well, I've typed some things up just so that I hopefully get everything in. So I'm just going to read this to you folks. For a considerable time now, I've been harassed by noise from my neighbor's dogs. A young man named Aaron Pierce lives behind me in the house his grandmother occupied when I bought my house. She lived there a few years and with her little dachshunds, and then her health failed, and she had to move to the Midwest and let her daughter take care of her. And a couple of years ago, her grandson moved in, and he brought with him a big German Shepherd, which barks a great deal of the time, and which he never brings in at night, so that, I mean, it's in a screen porch. the entire, and as far as I knew, all through the winter, it was in a screen porch, which seemed inappropriate to me. And he absolutely refuses to bring the dog in to spare me being awakened at night frequently by this animal. Okay, the other issue with this is I have been in touch with law enforcement at one point, and this fellow was put in jail for a few days for whatever all, I don't even know. But he continues to pursue noise in the night, especially Saturday evening just a few weeks ago, having a huge blowout barbecue party in the yard with very loud noise going till, I don't know, 10 or 11 at night or later. And this guy he is just a total scofflaw, and it's driving me crazy having to deal with him. I've never lived where I couldn't get help from the police because there doesn't seem to be police available here. And when I've been told to call this place or call that place, hopefully somebody will be available, 99% of the time nobody's available. So I'm really quite disturbed, and I want to know what can be done.
Sorry. Luann, can I ask just for clarification this is Josh Laughlin, where your house is and what, are you in the village or?
No, I'm up on East Town Farm Road.
Okay.
Up the hill.
Thank you.
And a left turn, yeah. So, I mean, I could go into more detail about some of this stuff, but I know you folks have a lot of other stuff to do. I really need help about getting this guy to toe the line. He's just a scofflaw from the get-go.
Luann?
Yes.
Luann, this is Karen.
Hi, Karen.
So can you explain to the select board too that it's not just one house?
It's not
with
just
barking
one house.
dog?
Oh, well, yeah.
You have issues with.
I've got issues with the dog across the road too. It's not as bad as the dog out and back, but yeah, the people across the road who years back had dogs that they kept in, they had containments for them out in their backyard, and it was never an issue. But now they have a dog that is in the front yard, and it is barking its head off a good portion of the day. And they won't do anything about it. I've called over there, I've asked, I've threatened to call the authorities. She just laughs. And the other night, when I told her husband that I was going to have to call the authorities, he just started cursing and yelling and jumping up and down. It was like, God, what is with these people? So, I mean, I'm getting no help here with dealing with dog issues and dog noise.
So that's Luann's concern, are the barking dogs. So there's 3 properties around her house. They all have dogs. One
I've never lived
dog
someplace
owner
where there weren't dog officers to just come around and help you.
Well, we had a dog officer. I explained that, and now we don't. But
well, but he never came out. He never came out. He always would tell me he was taking care of his baby.
It's a perpetual problem in this area, Luann. We have tried for years to have a successful animal control officer, and we have been in conversation with the sheriff's department about that for a long time, and we hope that might help over time, but it's a remarkably hard position to fill for a whole bunch of different reasons. Karen, do you know whether these dogs are all registered?
They're not all registered, Josh. So Aaron Pierce, who Luann mentioned, his dog is licensed. There's Kennett. Their dogs are not licensed. And then is it Vasquez?
I don't know the last name of the folks across the road, but it's Aaron and Rhiannon.
Yeah. So their dogs are not licensed, Josh.
Oh, I'm sure they're not.
So what is our recourse without a dog officer at this time and unregistered
We have
dogs that
Sheriff
are,
Anderson on the line with us.
that's, yes.
You know, unless somebody is up there physically sitting there timing the dogs barking for 15 minutes, there's really nothing we can do. I've asked Luann to make a journal and start writing, you know, when the dogs start barking, when they stop. We have to have the burden of proof. So we don't have an animal control officer or a constable that can do that.
The thing is, if I did not remember you telling me to keep a journal, but even if I kept a journal, I mean, they're just gonna say I'm lying.
So Luann, I'm gonna ask that you wait to speak until I call
sorry.
on you. Thank you. No, it's okay. I totally understand. It's harder over this medium too. Sheriff Anderson, is a journal enough to support what you need in order to follow up? Is a recording better? Like what do you need in order to be able to follow up on this?
I'm not sure I can answer that question without setting a couple foundational pieces to this. So with some latitude, I would like to explain the laws and the relationship my department has with the town, things that we've considered, and how we can, in the future, try to work to help resolve this. But I echo what the town manager has said. So first off, and I apologize if it looks like I'm looking off screen. I have another monitor over here where I'm referencing the law.
I can't see you. Don't worry about it.
First off, which I believe was mentioned by Luann, was noise in the nighttime. The problem with noise in the nighttime, and certainly I would have to defer to my state's attorney for a legal opinion, but the problem with it is the first words are a person who. Dogs aren't people, so I'm not entirely sure, given the owner relationship of a dog, that this law applies. And so the noise in the nighttime essentially says between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., people need to be quiet. I'm oversimplifying, but from a law enforcement standpoint, that would be the main thing that would really apply here. So the next section of law is actually the entire chapter, Chapter 8, which is the humane and proper treatment of animals. That's found in Title 13 of the Vermont statutes. And that goes on to talk about animal abuse, neglect, and issues of those nature. I won't go into the entirety of it, but this is where we handle our cruelty to animals. It's where we handle animals not having access to water. So by the very nature of an animal being left outside, we don't necessarily have a neglect issue, though there's a potential for one, and those are things that we do look into. But access to food and water, an appropriate length tether, those are often sufficient enough. And specific to the area of East Town Farm Road, my office has responded to several complaints between the hours of 5 p.m. and a little after midnight, it looks like, over the few years, regarding noise complaints and barking dogs, animal issues. So we've responded there. I lost my screen a few times. In one investigation, my deputy remained there for a period of time, I think it was about 20 minutes, and heard no barking dogs. So Karen mentioned we need a burden of proof, a recording, a sworn statement, something that we can take to court that says this is not only the complaint that we have, but because we did not witness it or observe it, this is what we're basing our finding on. That also often requires, if it's not something we've observed, it requires the person who did witness it to come to court and testify in support of it. Now, when we're discussing testifying in support of it, what we're talking about right now would be a town ordinance that says you can't have sustained barking of an animal for X period of time, whatever that number may be. And as Mr. Laughlin pointed out, We don't currently provide animal control services to the town of Putney. That was something that my predecessor exited because of some of the issues that animal control officers currently have, and so this is kind of the ongoing problem. That being said, this Friday I have a meeting with the town manager as well as another town manager to discuss how we can potentially find a solution to animal control issues where this conversation was intended to occur a while ago. COVID-19 had other plans for us. There has been a delay. It's a delay because honestly, I haven't even had time. I can't speak for Karen or anyone else, but I haven't had time to even consider animal control until I think it was Monday that we just picked this torch back up. Now, when we talk about sustained barking, one of the issues that we have with that is that sustained barking then becomes a subjective matter. And this was an issue that I believe we mentioned to the Animal Control Committee, is barking nonstop versus barking for nonstop for 30 seconds, followed by a period of a minute where they're not barking, followed by another minute of barking, followed by 10 seconds of not barking. At what point have we crossed that threshold? I'm not sure that the Vermont statutes are clear. It's been a while since we've handled animal control, and I would like to, were we to take on animal control for the town, certainly that would be a question that we would want town legal counsel to give an opinion on, because ultimately it's the town's ordinance, it's the town's legal counsel who's going to have to make the defense for the town, saying that it was in fact a legal ordinance.
Karen, I mean, our animal control ordinance is in a little bit of limbo at the moment, but even in the old ordinance, there was language about dogs barking. But we also have a noise ordinance. Is there a reference to dogs in the noise ordinance? Do you know offhand? And
if I'm remembering correctly, there is, but
you're
I
on
could
mute.
be. Karen, we don't have audio for Karen again. I'll send her a message. So if I remember correctly, and I can try and look it up real quick, it does reference dog barking.
I think it do, but you know, it's the same conversation we always have. Enforcement is the problem, and I'm not, Mark. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. It's just amazing how frustrating it is to have all these things sort of circle around, and we have no ability to do them. And I'm not pointing a finger at you by any stretch, but that's what we need to work on. Karen,
yeah. I just sent her a message, so it's gonna.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, good. Technical difficulties tonight. So Josh, the answer to your question is we do have a draft revised ordinance that needs to go to public hearing.
Yeah.
And with the COVID, that's not going to happen. So our current animal ordinance does state a domestic pet, domestic animal, or wolf hybrid is barking, whining, calling, or howling for a continuous period of 15 minutes or more. So the exception to that rule is a kennel.
And Josh was asking about the noise ordinance as well. I'm trying to find it right now.
I mean, or the other.
Yeah.
I mean, I think either way, we would have sort of legal standing to do something about it, but we don't have the ability to do something about it. So
I just pulled up the noise ordinance. Exhaust, excessive vehicle noise, loudspeakers, horns, signaling, radios, and other sound producing devices, construction noise, noise in general. I guess it would fall under noise in general.
But like Josh said, without enforcement, I wanted Mark to explain the civil citations too.
Okay.
So
if we were to write a civil citation, how does that work? Can you explain the process?
I can. I'm going to talk about the state process very quickly. I know that you're pressed for time. Anything that's written under state statute, and I'm going to use speeding tickets, for example, the town's adopted an ordinance adopting speed limits in the town, so you receive funding from the state for that. Same thing for stop signs and other types of violations. The difference is that those are all written under the state statute. If a person contests it, it goes to the state court, where the prosecutor is the officer who, or the person who issued the violation, and the defendant is the defendant. And were that to end up with a appeal, either by the state or by the defendant, the state's attorney would handle that violation on behalf of the state, and the defendant has the opportunity to represent themselves, hire legal counsel, however they want to deal with it. Municipal ordinances that aren't part of state statute is really what we're talking about. And so there's a process that the select board is required to go through to designate who the people who can issue those violations are, often constables, maybe your town manager, the fire chief, health officer. And so those people have to be specifically designated. I'm not sure if we currently are a designee for Putney. Many years ago when we were doing animal control, we were, but those are things that need to be updated. Those people are allowed to write, forgive me if I'm getting the name wrong, but I believe it's a municipal civil complaint or something to that effect. It looks very similar to the citation with some minor differences. That process, whoever is an authorized issuer of those violations, they have to obtain the specific book. The town has a specific book, and so there's only, I think you only have one book. Everybody has to write off the same ticket book. And so one of the difficulties that we found many years ago when we were doing animal control is, how do we keep track of this one book? That process may have improved. We're doing electronic citations now with the state, so there might be some improvements that we don't know yet. And those are things I'm going to look into. When we issue that violation, and this is where we're talking outside of my role, but leagues of cities and towns, or town manager or your legal counsel can explain it. The select board can hold a quasi-judicial standing to hear the violations. Some towns and cities do choose to do that. Some defer to the State Judicial Bureau. What you do, I don't know. I'm going to talk about the Judicial Bureau side, which is that the tickets issued, somebody files for a hearing. The defendant will be the defendant. The officer, whoever the issuing officer was, or the town manager, the health officer, whatever, they would then be the prosecutor. What I just learned in a conversation earlier this week, which was news to me, is that if somebody does not pay the ticket, if they do nothing, there's no penalty. If you don't pay a ticket, a speeding ticket, a stop sign ticket, anything like that, what happens is your driver's license will go under suspension. If you don't pay the municipal complaint, nothing happens. And we dealt with this issue several years ago with a couple other criminal as well as civil state statutes, where we found that as people became aware of an opportunity where they don't need to pay, they just quit paying. Their license would go under suspension. They'd have the inconvenience of meeting one of my deputies, and 15 minutes later, they're on their way. Maybe with the cost of a tow bill, maybe not. So I reached out to Representative Maricki. I understand he was looking at this beforehand. I also understand that all of the representatives are incredibly busy right now with the speed of legislation, and now on top of that, trying to handle the pandemic insurance, trying to help people get paid. So I haven't heard back from him yet, but I don't hold that against him. But I want to see what the status of it is, and if that is the case, try and see how we can, if nothing else, help the towns get some teeth to their ordinances, because I really don't want to recommend that the town move to a criminal complaint. I think that that's not conducive to what we're trying to accomplish. At one point when we talked about animal control, I also mentioned the possibility of doing something like restorative justice, but I don't know if that's going to fit in this, and it'd have to be entirely voluntary at this point, which is usually what restorative justice wants anyways. So I'm happy to get information for either the Greater Falls Restorative Justice Group or the Brattleboro, I forget if it's the Brattleboro Justice Center or if there's another restorative justice group in Brattleboro.
They work under youth services. It's the Brattleboro Restorative Justice, I believe.
And try and gain voluntary compliance. I'm not sure if the parties in this instance are interested in participating, and writing those civil violations also becomes problematic in enforcement when, I'll say it simply, if you're not a police officer, following up on these things and dealing with the ongoing prosecutions. We receive annual training on legal updates. We submit our staff to training for testifying. It's not something you just walk in off the street and you're ready to go. And so to put other people, elected officials and or town health officers who often deal with that type of thing in that position, it's often overwhelming for them. And for us, it's Tuesday. So it makes sense for us to be able to try and help with this, but at this point, I do not believe we were designated, and that would need to be an action that the board would make to designate us.
And it sounds like even if you were designated, anything much more than a conversation really might not lead anywhere. A lot of expended energy, possibly no results. It sounds like going the legislative direction and trying to get legislative support in changing some of the rules would be helpful. Would you be willing to, since you're meeting with another town manager this week, would the three of you be willing to draft some kind of letter to our senators and representatives asking for support in this? I mean, I realize obviously, as you said, they have their hands full right now and the session is moving along really quickly, but this is an important and ongoing issue, and it's been unresolved for many communities for a long time. So
before committing to writing a letter, I think it's important to talk to Representative Marucki to find out what's happening. There might be something that's on the way already. There might be, so I don't know the status. I'm also, the information on the lack of teeth is based on conversations I've had with other town managers and with Karen as well. I have no experience with it because we just haven't had to issue the municipal violations since we left animal control back in, I think, 2012. So I'm happy to look into it. There might be things that we know about that are simply because we're used to getting these types of legal updates. There's a few people I can call, and so I'd like to collect more information to be able to know what we're actually trying to commit to before we write a letter without an idea of what the proposed language would be. But I mean, personally, if we could get a state statute for animal control type issues, which the town could then adopt, then you can take advantage of the teeth of the Judicial Bureau system, which comes with the license suspension should you not comply with it. So that system operates very well. There's been a lot of leniency committed as well to ensure that people who are just so far deep into they can't pay the ticket debt because of all the things that have gone on in life. And it's like, look, we're going to get them back. They'll forgive those loans or those debts and get people back on the right track by following through with various programs that have happened over the years. So it might be wise that we get a state statute that helps support these types of initiatives. It might be wise that we try and reinforce the municipality's ability to have some form of teeth to this. And it might be wise to do both.
yeah. And I don't know that maybe I jumped to a letter too soon. I just think that bringing them into the conversation, making sure we're all in the conversation together is important. So, but I really appreciate your sense of social justice in your approach to this.
Mark, can you elaborate any more on, you said you're meeting with Karen and another manager. Do you have a sense that there, beyond those two, there's a wider appetite for animal? I mean, I know a bunch of towns need it. Are you getting people? Are people interested in working with you on it, or?
Tentatively, yes, but so there's one of the hard things in building up what I'm going to refer to as a county animal control officer or a regionalized animal control officer. Pick your words. Is right now it's going to be the cost and the geography, and so there's some towns that are in different valleys that have a desire for it, and it just financially it doesn't make sense trying to get it off the ground to try and tie a framework of towns together, as opposed to if I had Westminster, Putney, Dummerston say we want to commit to a position. So we're trying to build on the geographical needs, and right now that is where we're probably going to be investing the most energy. I'm aware that including Putney, 3 towns are definitely 100% interested. That'd be Westminster and Windham. There's a couple other towns who right now it's not an issue, but it's kind of like, well, we have our animal control officer, so it's working for us right now, but we might call you back next week. Because everybody's been having the cycle of every 3 to 9 months, they have to find a new animal control officer. So I'm just trying to find the right timing to approach towns and say, hey, this is something we're looking at. And if we can build a model with Putney and Westminster that really works and we can demonstrate that success, I know that it's a headache for the various boards as well as the various administrators for the towns when they say we have this problem and we're being told that we're doing nothing about it, but what can we do? That's hard. I feel for Luann because she has a problem that she needs solved, which is why I'm also saying we need resources in Windham County. I mean, we have public safety has been severely undermanned forever in Windham County, and that's not the fault. It's a very realistic fact that there's a cost that's associated with public safety. But there's also a cost on the resident when it isn't here, and this is just one example.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything aside from asking Luann to document or record that we can do to be supportive of her at this time?
Recordings are ideal because we can say this is timestamped. Civil violations, the burden of proof of them is more likely than not. And so what that means is that we essentially have to show that there's a 51% chance that whatever happened. So having a log is useful in terms, or a journal, as Karen mentioned, is useful for us in terms of an investigatory capacity. Like, hey, it's every Friday night the dog's barking. We now know Friday nights, this is maybe something between these times we can look at. We do the same thing for suspicious vehicles. There's 15 cars that come in and out of that driveway Tuesday at 2 a.m. and it's really weird. Well, write down the plates or the times or description of the vehicle, and we can use that information to develop patterns. Recordings are ideal. A journal certainly will help us get to a point where we could be physically present to witness it ourselves, which then minimizes some of the burden on trying to prove the case. Again, the hard part is a continuous 15 minutes of barking. If I hear bark, bark, bark for the next 5 minutes and then silence for 30 seconds, now has that burden not been met? And again, I need to reach that 51% line. It's tough. In my experience, we have been, in the time that we did animal control, we're very rarely successful in successfully prosecuting a sustained barking complaint because that's what would happen.
Is it helpful if there's more than one person in the neighborhood that's being annoyed by it and they're keeping multiple logs? And does that support you in trying to prosecute this? And I want to ask Luann after this, is there anybody else in your community, your neighborhood there that's bothered by this that could either help you in the community or help Sheriff Anderson if he had to do something about it or could do something about it?
Are you asking me that now?
I'm asking both of you, 2 questions to each of you.
Oh.
So, Mark, you go.
Why don't you go, Luann, why don't you go first?
Okay.
No, somebody else.
there is no one else within, sound range here. The only other people near me are a bit of a ways downhill from me, and then quite a ways on the other end. Okay. And so that, yeah, I'm kind of stuck here with somebody behind me and across the street, and it's very frustrating. I mean, I was planning on selling the house anyway, but I was hoping maybe there was some kind of help while I have to, get the place ready to put on the market. So I guess there isn't.
So it seems like it's a moot point for Luann, but would it help, Mark, Sheriff Anderson?
So potentially, having 6 people say the dog's been barking for 15 minutes is far better than me saying, well, I have the testimony of one person who says the dog's barking for 15 minutes and have the testimony of the defendant saying, no, it barked like twice, and then 10 minutes later it saw a squirrel, and that's how they're calling it 15 minutes. So sometimes having people, multiple people support with what I'll refer to as a similar narrative, doesn't have to be the exact same experience, but a similar narrative of like, this is the pattern that they're seeing is useful. The other problem, very specific to the context of Luann's case, is that if there's, I think she said 3 houses where there's a barking dog, well, now we have to identify which dog is barking, and it might be the dueling banjos effect, so to speak, that dog 1 barks, that causes dog 2 to bark, that causes dog 3 to bark, and we don't have sustained barking from the animal. It's round robin. Now, I don't know that that's the case. I personally haven't heard it. And certainly I can understand the frustration that Luann would have from that amount of time, but this is where we come into a difficulty of me having to witness the dog barking, and looking at the geographic nature, that could be hard for me to prove which dog it is without having a task force of deputies up there to figure out which dog's barking at which point. So this becomes quickly resource intensive because while sound is considered witnessing of an act, we have to be able to affirm that it was dog A or dog B or dog C that was in fact the one that was barking. And we don't even know if it could be dog A and dog B at house 1 that are.
I mean, I can tell the difference between the dog that's behind me and the one that's across the street. It's quite dear. I mean, they sound very different. And the one across the street is brought in at night, whereas the one behind me is not brought in at night, which is when I have the majority of my problem with it.
So it's the way I explain this is that what we know and what we can prove. And so while we can know that it's the dog across the street, and we know that because we heard it barking from across the street, and we know that it's the dog barking behind your house, and we know it's the dog 3 that's then barking. My staff would have to be able to testify that they are 100% confident that it was dog 3 that was barking, and then defendant comes with a recording of their 2 dogs that are going back and forth, and now we can't. We have an issue where we would be considered perjuring ourselves. So deputies don't want to be put in a position where they're potentially at risk of losing their job for lying under oath. They don't want to affirm that, well, I know it was dog 3, not dog 2. And that's where proof becomes even harder, especially if dogs are inside and we don't know how many dogs an owner has. So these noise or barking dog ordinances are incredibly fickle. They are hard to enforce, they are hard to investigate, and they're very easy to witness. That's the difficulty.
I've lived a lot of
Luann, I'm sorry. Luann, I have to interrupt you. We do have to end this portion of the meeting. Does anybody, Karen, do you have any further questions for Sheriff Anderson regarding enforcement or lack thereof? Does anybody else on the select board have any questions?
I just want to make sure, Karen, when you meet with Sheriff Anderson on Friday, he was referring to us giving the authority to have them follow up on things. Can we make sure we've done that if we haven't? I mean, I don't think it'll do us any good in this instance, but it would be too bad if it was an instance where it would do us good and we hadn't granted the authority. So let's just make sure we do.
And I want to add, Luann, I'm sure sorry for the problems that you're having and that we can't be more supportive at this time, but we just don't have the law really behind our back on this one at this time, and that's it's just the way it is, unfortunately. So
thank you for listening.
No problem. Sheriff Anderson, before you take off, I just wanted to ask if you would reiterate we were in a phone conversation with legislators on Saturday, and the question came up, and this is a little off topic, I apologize to everybody, but I think it's important that it goes out publicly. The question came up regarding if people believe that people are congregating in a way that they shouldn't be at this time, or they're breaking social distancing orders, what should they do, and what is it that you would do? And I felt like you gave a really great explanation on that. And if you could just repeat that.
I'd be happy to, and I need to caveat that today is a perfect example of why I gave the answer I gave on Saturday, because today Executive Order 13 came out. And so what people can do, to cut to the chase real quick, the Department of Public Safety on their website, I believe it's dps.vermont.gov, they have a reporting tool. The point of that is not, some states have been calling them the rat line, so to speak. It's not that, it's to try and reduce resources to answer the abundant flow of complaints about people violating social distancing. What that form does in its entirety, it collects data so that the governor can make actionable efforts with information that he's receiving, similar to the AOT worker sitting on the state lines, just counting cars. But that information goes from the Department of Public Safety to the responsible law enforcement agency for that area to determine how to respond with it. So that's method number one. Method number two, call my office. What we're not out trying to write everybody a ticket when they're inadvertently violating an executive order. It's an incredibly fluid situation, and so what our goal is to try and educate and gain voluntary compliance with the executive orders as they come out. It's hard for people to stay on top of it if they're not employed to stay on top of it. And some people don't even know where to look. So our goal is to try and educate people. Our experience has been that a majority of Vermonters are law-abiding. They are trying to follow the executive orders. There's confusion, there's misinformation. Social media has been both good and bad things in terms of communicating what's going on. And so we're trying to communicate with authority that, hey, this is what the current executive order is. Now, today, for people who haven't read Executive Order 13, there is an additional loosening of restrictions. And so now play dates with a trusted home. And so what a trusted home is a home that you know that people are following the social distancing guidelines. It's basically, let's try and have a little social interaction. Let's start relieving some of the burden on families, but let's not go to every single person's home. Let's pick a family that's, I call my quarantine family. Pick a family that you can be exposed to each other, have that social aspect. We still encourage maintaining the or not encourage, people are still needing to maintain the 6 feet distance, but we're trying to help people see that we can start to pick back some normality of life while still maintaining a healthy distance from each other, because we don't know who carries the virus and we don't know what 10 people they're going to see next that could cause somebody to get horribly sick and or kill them. So when we explain that our goal is that, and we explain that you could be the person killing someone else's grandmother, and this is why it just makes sense, and we explain the science behind it, we find compliance. So There is a process in terms of enforcement, and I do like to make clear that if somebody calls my office and one of my deputies responds and then they see us just drive away, it's not that we're doing nothing, it's that we're responding to things that are violations in mere seconds that have a multi-day process behind how we deal with what I'll refer to as the enforcement component. Education is the first step, and trying to gain that compliance. Sometimes people just made a mistake because they weren't thinking. If we find willful or malicious violations of it, we contact the Attorney General's office. They have a process which includes both civil and criminal penalties. Their goal is to not do this. We all want to support people's constitutional rights to do things. We just want to do it in a way that doesn't get a lot of people sick.
Uh-oh, Laura. I don't know what happened. Okay.
Hold
It
on.
should be good now. There you
Okay.
go.
The one, yeah, the one that keeps coming up for me is Airbnbs. I mean, and I have any authority, but folks keep reaching out to me to let me know that like I saw a Massachusetts plate at an Airbnb, and then I try to walk them through, well, so that could be a essential personnel coming in from another state. Like there are reasons that Airbnbs can be occupied right now. And so let's not jump to conclusions. And if you have concerns, reach out to local law enforcement. But
another thing on Airbnbs, the DPS reporting link specifically has an area that deals with reporting those things. So I would encourage you to focus people towards those. The Department of Public Safety, as well as local law enforcement, has processes for not only speaking with Airbnb directly to say, like, you can't do this, but there's always a way around various restrictions. And some people resorted to other websites to try and continue pushing their vacation rentals. So we are investigating those. We are dealing with those. And the other thing with those, with Airbnbs and VRBOs and whatnot, is I'm not sure if this has actually been effectuated yet. However, I believe the governor's administration was actually looking at using Airbnbs for not only essential personnel, but also as relief for homeless. As shelters and hotels fill up with homeless populations, utilizing Airbnb capacity to help the vacation home industry be able to support themselves, but also help our homeless communities to be safe. One of the biggest struggles at the very beginning of this was how do we keep people who don't have the luxury of a home to maintain social distance when they need to rely on each other to survive. So right now, the Brattleboro, I say the Brattleboro district office has over 100 people that are currently housed in hotels. There's vouchers available, general assistance vouchers. If your communities are aware of people that need some sort of assistance, I don't know who the designee for that is, but certainly I'd be happy to help connect them.
they should go through, this is actually my day job. They should go through 211 and they will get help that way. They'll get an intake through 211. So
I learned something.
Oh, I just lost you all on the screen. Oh, now you're back. Okay. Karen, did you want Sheriff Anderson in for the rest of this conversation, or do you feel like the only other thing that we had in here that I feel like we didn't cover was dog licensing, and that's really just going over. What's that?
Right. No, I think we're good with him.
Okay. Does anybody else?
We can release him now.
Yeah. Thank you for your exceptional patience through this.
Yeah.
It's not a problem. I'm happy to help.
All right. It was really appreciated. So take care. Stay safe.
You as well. Take care.
All right.
All right. Let me get him. Okay, he's gone. Oh.
All right. I will, we had dog licensing on here. It came up recently through a community forum that folks were feeling, or some folks were feeling a little perturbed that they're paying licensing fees and that we have no enforcement. And so I just wanted to point out that of the licensing fees that we collect, $5 of every fee goes to the state. And then I'm sorry, I've lost my paperwork because we've talked so much. Bear with me. Anybody want to take a stretching break while I
mean, I think one of the values of licensing is the fact that there's a registry of dogs that have had rabies, which
right.
Yeah. So
there's
that's
value in that alone.
absolutely. But you know, in paying that licensing fee, 300 of what we collect goes right into the cost of tags. We have to maintain an annual contract with the Windham County, not with the Windham County Humane Society, but that is who we choose, and that's $831 a year. And I'm sorry, that's 786. And then we also contribute to them through social services. They're a third tier in our social services. So we contribute 831 to them. By the time it's all said and done, between the contract to them, the cost of tags, and the social services, we as a town are already paying out more towards supporting the animals in our community than we're getting back in licensing fees. So just so everybody understands, we're not like making bank off these licensing fees and not doing anything with it. Anything that goes beyond to an animal control officer is really beyond that. It's not, they're not linked together.
Yeah. We might be able to, in fact, close that gap if everybody who had a dog licensed them.
Maybe.
Yeah. So just to comment on that, so back on April 9th, I had reports from Jonathan, and there were 121 dogs that are unlicensed. We don't know how many dogs that were never licensed in town. And we have 168 dogs that are licensed.
Yeah. And of the licensed ones, we're not covering our needs as far as supporting animals. Oh, but Josh, you make a good point. If every single dog that lived in town was licensed, we probably could go
maybe break even anyway.
Yeah, right. So, I think the animal ordinance public hearing, Karen, that was already covered in the conversation, wasn't it? Or did you have more on
because
that?
of COVID, we can't really have a public hearing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it would have to be like outdoors. I would imagine there would be quite a few people there. So, given we already have an ordinance intact, but the Animal Advisory Board did spend a lot of time on revising the ordinance. You know, it was well over a year, and we'd like to see it, you know, brought to the people and get comment on it. And given what Mark Anderson just spoke about, you know, does it make sense that we, you know, go by a state regulation, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because with a town ordinance, our town ordinance would be in effect first, and then the state, anything that we don't have in the regulation, the state, you know, would cover. But
it's still, you know, broken record. It's still an enforcement issue. It doesn't, you know, I mean, not that we shouldn't have the ordinance. We absolutely should, and I very much appreciate the work that's gone into it, and I would love to something sooner rather than later, but it really doesn't mean squat without being able to enforce it, unfortunately.
And I actually think it has a lot more teeth in the revised version, and I'd like to see it, you know, get adopted.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I'm excited to see about the direction that you and Sheriff Anderson are taking, Karen, and hopefully something comes of that. We're able to get legislative support going down the road.
Yeah.
All right.
Comment about that, if I could, just really quickly. It seems like, and I have very little experience at this. You know, I've luckily never had neighbors I couldn't work things out with, and ultimately, it. From my experience in youth, when Bill Graham was sheriff, the thing that was most effective was a visit from somebody who had teeth in their personality and came into the situation and basically said, look, you need to do something about this. And in no way am I saying let's not have an ordinance. Yes, let's have an ordinance. Yes, let's have rules. Yes, let's try to figure out some kind of ticketing and enforceability, but let's have somebody when they step on the property and say, look, you need to quiet your dog down. Whoever has the dog listens to it.
Yeah.
Because that is going to be the thing that actually gets the job done.
Yeah.
I don't know how we get that. We can't even get anybody to take the job, say nothing about the right person to take the job.
Right.
Well, hopefully the conversations that Karen's having with Sheriff Anderson, we can end up doing something as a group of towns together. That's, I think, possibly our best direction, but
yeah.
All right, moving on. Emergency management preparedness update, farmers market discussion guidance. Do we have anybody on the call for this, Karen?
No, we do not.
Okay. Do you
want to wait till next week?
Just thinking in terms of time, I'm thinking, I think that these are important conversations to have. What is the timeline on the farmers market opening, our outdoor business concerns? I think the outdoor business maybe we should address right now, at least minimally.
Yeah, because it may cover the other two.
Okay. All right, so maybe let's talk about the outdoor business. It was brought up this week that, as businesses are reopening and starting to serve the public, that people are traveling to Putney again to partake, and that's wonderful. We want that on so many levels, and at the same time, we want to be sure that it's done safely, and that people are educated when they're coming into our town as to how to do that safely. So Karen and I were talking about how do we help support safest practices within the community and support our businesses at the same time. And is that a matter of some signage that reminds people of what safe practices are, and what is needed when you're coming into the town of Putney? What does that look like for us? Do we do some kind of town educational campaign to both support our businesses in functioning and ensure that folks coming into town and folks coming out of their homes that already live in town are encouraged to practice best precautions?
Do we need to buy a bunch of sandwich boards?
All the sandwich boards, David. I think I said this at another meeting. We need all the sandwich boards.
I wonder, I mean, I think we need to be doing this as much as we can. As I've expressed before with things along these lines, our ability to message significant numbers of people is limited. And I wonder actually whether Putney Mutual Aid might be almost better equipped for this than we are.
It's a piece of why the conversation's coming up.
Yeah. I saw somewhere the other day, and this may be cliche at this point, I don't know, but I really like the image of staying one cow's length apart.
Yeah.
And I don't know whose image that is and who's using it and whether we can, but a creative sign with a cow's length, is humorous and friendly, and might be worth doing. Exactly.
Yeah,
So,
it is all over Vermont right now. I believe it's a Vermont thing.
I
So,
don't know where origin was, but I think we could adopt it.
yeah. So, and in thinking about that, I agree that Putney Mutual Aid maybe are working with them to try and implement something that is around different areas in the town, like different entrances. So, thinking in terms of like at the community garden and coming south on Route 5, and maybe Harlow's would be willing to work with us to put something up there. So it was just a conversation that Karen and I felt was important to have. As regulations are loosening and spring is really springing, and
yeah.
So I like the idea of cow signs. Josh, do you have plywood, and are you artistic?
He's a builder.
Yes. Time.
You don't have time. Do your kids have time? Would they?
I wouldn't mind. I'm trying to think. I wonder. Putney School might have some cow things around. I can explore that a little bit.
Okay, cool. Do you want to cover the farmers market discussion? I think it's important too to have the farmers market in on this. I would love to hear what they're doing before we dive into like what our concerns are.
I agree with you, and given that, I think they need to be in the conversation as well.
And I may be off, but it's my assumption that there isn't a farmer's market scheduled for probably at least several weeks. Is there?
Yeah. I don't believe so. I think we can safely put this conversation off and ask for them to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's table that.
I mean, the state has come up with clear guidelines, so I don't know whether we would just adopt those or how we would work it. I also, just from hearing farmer friends talking about it, they are definitely working on protocols. It's just going to really change the nature of a farmer's market. So
yeah, I have faith in them to.
I do too, definitely.
But Karen, I thought you brought it to me that we actually have to approve something. Was that correct, or am I mistaken?
No, it just states that in the governor's executive order, addendum 11, regarding farmers market, it states effective May 1st, 2020, farmers markets may open using limited in-person operations to ensure consumer access to quality, healthy food. Farmers markets must adhere to all municipal ordinances and regulatory and permitting requirements prior to opening. So we do not have an ordinance on farmers market, but Josh, being that it's private property, would the landowner be responsible?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Give guidance?
I'll find out. I don't know. They carry insurance, but I'm given pandemic, who knows? Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. I would also guess, and I don't think we in any way want to go down this route, but I would guess that if we chose as a municipality to not allow a farmer's market this year, we probably could do that. I don't think we should do that, but I do think we encourage it to be as, sort of well organized as it can be.
Yeah. And I think because we have a platform and having that conversation with them would be helpful for them as well, because we have a platform. So it would get the word out on what they're doing. So David, I'm sorry, you were going to say.
Totally fine. It strikes me that these are the kind of people that will be so good at being compliant.
Yeah.
That this is, I'm sure they've already thought of this.
Yeah.
You know, because of the risk of not being able and the financial detriment of not being able to have the farmers market, I guarantee you they've thought about it.
Yeah.
I haven't talked to Marissa. I haven't talked to Howie. I haven't talked to, Linda, in a week, so I don't know. But they were talking about this 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they've worked really hard to do as much order and pickup as possible and as much PSA as possible. So if it isn't people coming in from out of town, chances are good it's going to be pretty orderly and not too much to worry about. And I'm not saying don't have the conversation. Of course, have the conversation.
Yeah.
Maybe they'd want to help with the cow signs. So,
maybe.
I'm really loving those cow signs.
I think
so.
I think the governor's guidelines for farmers markets are pretty clear and detailed, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And I would almost like adopt them, but I don't think we need to. I think we should have the conversation with the farmers market and see how they're going to proceed. And again, it's like the sheriff said. I mean, somebody may not be 6 feet apart, but they're not going to write a ticket to each person. So I think as we come out too, people aren't going to be thinking about distance right off, and
I will,
after a while it'll become normal.
I will say I did get off the mountain here for today for the first time in a very long time and drove to Brattleboro. I had to get some medicine for my mom, and there was an outdoor food cart truck, and there was a dozen people lined up elbow to elbow in line.
Oh, that's
to
too
get in
bad.
there. Only one of them had a mask on. And this was in Brattleboro. And I won't say any names. And I just thought, the first thought I had was, oh boy, I wouldn't want to be in that line. And, I thought, I get the feeling there's some combination of, people being so starving for socialization and just feeling like because we've done a reasonably good job at distancing and keeping our numbers low compared to other places, they're not taking it seriously. So with that said, on the heels of me saying that I think we have a pretty educated group of people that would be running farmers markets, who knows, maybe we would have a problem. I don't, what would we do with that besides educate people? So,
the other thing that we're definitely witnessing around the country, and I haven't heard of anything locally, but these disagreements about this kind of stuff are becoming pretty explosive. So we want to be
try
and keep people as level-headed as possible as well.
Yeah. I will say that as someone that's navigating the human-y world an awful lot right now, maybe a little bit more than I want to be some days, most days, I see very different levels of respect and in surprising places. So it's varied. There are times that I'm in a grocery store and I would say 98% of the people have masks on. And then there are times when it's more like 15%. And so it's just where you are and when, and who the people you happen to be around, how they feel about it. And, I've heard a lot of different feedback on the way the governor is rolling this out. And I think that we have to try and hold all of it together. Like, yes, the economy is important, and so is people's health. And the best that we can do is take care of ourselves well and encourage everybody to do the same without getting overly heated about it, because that doesn't help anything. All right, library protocol curbside service. That's exciting.
I spoke to Emily to see what her plan is, and she met with the board. So they're going to open just for curbside service starting Wednesday next week. And Emily will be the only one at the library. For right now, they're going to loan books out with, no date for return. And then, as the restrictions are lifted, they'll figure out a protocol. She's still a little nervous. She's going to work with Tom too about how to open, how many people. She's working with the state libraries too. So they all seem to be accumulating steps to put in place so they can, stay safe and healthy, but also sanitize. Because no one knows how long this is going to last.
Yeah.
And, as we know, there's probably more people walking around with the virus that don't know it. So, so she's working on that, and she'll keep us posted too. And I've invited her to, come into an emergency preparedness meeting at any point if she wanted to update the board.
Great. Are they considering an ultraviolet light for the books? Do you know?
No, and Jonathan looked into that for the land records. And so basically you got to have, for paper, like his book, 40 minutes.
Oh,
the book would have to be under the ultraviolet for like 40 minutes. And that might damage the pages. So for the land records, it's not going to work. Emily hasn't mentioned, ultraviolet, but, she also stated that it hasn't been proven that, the virus will live on paper.
Even if it lives, its degradation matters. So you can find live virus, and that doesn't mean it's contagious to you any longer.
It also, my understanding is with paper in particular that timeline is relatively short. I mean, it's, somewhere in the range of 24 to 48 hours. So I would think, given that, and I'm certainly no expert, but that if she had books coming in, they could be put in a certain place for, 3 days or 4 days, and they'd be safe.
Right.
Book quarantine.
I'm sure the librarians, the state librarian group is looking into it, but
no, talk about thorough people, and people that are good at research.
Right.
All right. Any other questions about that? Great.
Nope.
Highway Department dump out.
Oh, I hope we don't lose you,
Karen,
Laura.
is this?
Laura, look at us.
Laura?
Are you losing me? Oh, I have a.
You were breaking up.
I had poor quality for a second there. So, or am I still gone?
No, you're back.
What was your question?
I can hear you. No, the Highway Department dump truck with dump body quote. We're moving on.
Right. So in your packet, I sent you the quotes for the 2021 dump truck that was voted on at town meeting. Now, if you like, I can get Brian on the phone, or we can just discuss it.
Is this,
we
get that.
Go ahead, Laura.
So I feel like at our last meeting, we had discussed the potential of of putting these things off for a time while we take a look at the books. Is this something that we're still moving forward on business as usual, or are we going to take a beat?
So I know we talked about the fire engine and the dump truck, but I had asked both Tom and Brian to continue with the process to get the bids. We would look at the interest rate, and then we would decide. Okay. So for the dump truck, for the truck and the dump body. The total price is $192,055, and there's a trade-in value of $23,500, which brings the financing down to $168,555. So I reached out to the bank today, just one bank, People's, and I said, hypothetically speaking, I said, we want to borrow this much money for 5 years, starting, fiscal year 21 in the fall. What is the interest rate on the loan? She came back with a 2.5% interest rate, which that's not bad. Anything under 3 is really good. So I'm surprised that it's still that low. I also spoke to Brian, and I said, Brian, is there any way we could keep this truck another year or two? And he's like, probably not this particular one, because they use it as a chloride truck during the summer. So the chloride goes in, they put it on the roads for dust. And of course, it's corrosive, the metal. So I asked Brian, I said, okay, so if you look at the truck, can you tell me specifically what it would need and possibly what the cost would be? So he gave me a list. He said the dump body is very rusty from years of being the chloride truck. It needs a new conveyor chain. It's about $1,800 plus or minus. We'll need new front and rear springs, $5,000. Needs new tires, $3,500. Last winter we put new steering linkage in it, and we were told that it needs new kingpins on front end, $3,000 plus or minus. Fuel tank brackets are bad. Tank doesn't look great. We are getting very good value for this truck, and I think paying less money than last year for a 10-wheeler. So the total cost right now is about $20,100 to put in to maintain it.
So I'm sorry. Are you still going, Karen? I'm sorry.
No, you can go ahead, David.
So in light of the fact that uncertain future financially, considering the crisis, and we don't know what funding would dry up and where we're going to land, have we asked Brian, is there any way he can function without this truck for a year? And is there a way to use another truck to do the chloride? What else does he use this truck for? Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you, David. Yes. And I want to add to that. This may be a somewhat ignorant question, but do we have to do chloride? I mean, how dusty does dusty get? Like,
it gets pretty bad. We haven't always done chloride. There have been times when we haven't. Back in the good old days, we just used old motor oil.
Let's not do that.
No, that's what I will tell you. So,
yeah. It's pretty darn useful as a tool in their box, definitely. I think that along the lines of sort of David's questioning, I mean, well, I don't know where David was headed with that, but if we have a designated chloride truck per se, that's probably not the one to choose to hang on to in general.
Right.
And if it is really sort of the chloride truck and it is really rusty, I'm surprised they're offering us $23,500 in trade-in on it. But how does that 20,000-ish you said that it needs, Karen, compared to the annual payments on it?
Well, so the payments, oh, I wish I didn't have my phone being used like this. Can somebody take 168,555 and divide it by 5?
Are you on that, Josh?
I had
see
the
you.
numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
32,000.
That'll be the yearly payment.
Not including interest.
Right, it's 2.5% interest.
Right?
Yeah, 33.7 is what it comes to, or
Yeah,
30.
that sounds about right.
And then interest. I mean, 2.5% interest is low. But the other thing I would be really interested to know, and I mean, my feeling is we should table this decision. The other thing I would be really interested to know is if somebody could give us a reasonably accurate estimate of what that truck will be worth in a year, or maybe even 2 years.
On what Josh is saying, I wanted this afternoon, and I planned on actually going over to the highway department and looking at it myself and get a look for it, and actually talk to Brian for a second and see if thinking along your lines or part of the way we think about how we can cut back, multiple uses for a truck so that one can be taken, not used so much, and postpone spending anything, on a new truck for at least a year until we see how this falls out.
Can I just make a comment?
Yeah.
There's no vote on this. This is just information for the select board.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So maybe David does his research and has a conversation, and we come back to this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I certainly want it to be clear that we aren't, or I'm not trying to second guess Brian's judgment.
Right.
I just think we all have to look at things differently in light of where we are. And I think Brian has excellent judgment about this kind of stuff. But maybe this is a year in which you say, you know what, this is what I really would love to do, but maybe we're just not going to do it this year. And I think we all have in that way. So.
Yep, I agree with that, Josh. I love that line of thinking.
And I think Brian's
right now. Yep.
Yeah. Brian's judgment is also framed in a different place than maybe, like, historically as a town we've been very supportive of this. So it's a different conversation now and a different framework. And
and I think part of that framework needs to be that it's teamwork, that it's not us not getting him the truck that he thinks that he should have now, even if that's the financial best decision if things were in a normal place. This is teamwork, because we're all going to have to start thinking differently about how to support the system as things change. And we need to get him and Tom in on that so that there's no adversarial position here. That's not what this is. So
I can get him on the phone if that's what you would like me to do.
I think we can hold off on that tonight. I have confidence in David approaching him, and I think everybody's on the same page on this.
Yep.
Yeah, and I trust Brian too. I mean,
he knows,
of course.
And and he was willing to call in tonight anyway if there was any questions for him.
Well, that's sure appreciated. But
I think it's great. I think it's great that David will talk to him one-on-one. And I think that's the way the select board should be, we're a team, like you said, David.
The only caveat to that would be if there's a timeline on either the bid or the borrowing, we should pay attention to that. And I'm guessing neither of those are going to shift dramatically quickly, but it is something we should just have in the back of our mind if they exist.
September, Josh, is usually when we get a new truck.
Can I ask another question? Do we know that there's any resources that won't be coming our way do we already know that as states and the feds get challenged, do we know funding that we're used to getting is already drying up? Is there any information? Do we have any?
It's starting to come down, David.
It'd be nice to know that kind of stuff.
My guess about that would be that largely what that would be grant money.
It is grant money.
That, those are the first things to go because they're voluntary programs. So, I'm sure there will be more than that. The other area I know they're looking hard at, but we have no control over it, is education.
Yeah. And Karen already mentioned in a previous conversation that the sidewalk funding, the bicycles and pathways.
Yeah. The V-Trans bicycle and pedestrian grant program has been put on hold.
I'm sure.
State of Vermont.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean,
yeah. It has. So
it already has happened.
I would guess along with that, if they haven't yet, all the sort of typical, whether it's VHCB or I'm blanking on the Vermont downtowns. There's a lot of them that rely almost entirely on federal pass-through grant money for distribution of funds, but again, they're voluntary. So I don't think there will be, other than education, which again we have no control over. I don't think there will be specifics. Probably, maybe highway money. I don't know, but that's pretty stable. That's typically pretty stable money, though. I mean, the
not now.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I know. I'm saying typically it is, but maybe not.
Because the state is going to lose revenue. They're already losing revenue.
Yeah.
So those funds, they're not going to come down to the municipalities.
Right.
And that's what's going to impact us.
Yeah.
And while we're having this conversation, let's put another plug in for people to do the census. Our census numbers are still abysmally low, and census is a big part of how we receive funding. Yeah. So please go online if you're able to and fill out the census. It's so easy.
So I just want to end this by saying, because I'm new at this, it sounds like it behooves us to be careful and not make commitments until we have as much information as possible, keeping in mind what Josh was saying about deadlines, trying to learn what we can learn before we make any commitments.
Agreed.
So
I totally agree with that.
From what I've been reading in the last 2 weeks on studies of the financial health of towns in the state of Vermont over the last 5 years, and what I've been reading about survivability and thriving for businesses during and after financial downturns, that the best thing you can do is keep your assets as liquid as possible, and to not to have as little, be leveraged as little as possible, so that your options to spend in the way that benefits, your organization as much as possible is the best thing to do. So with that in mind, I'll have the conversation with Brian and do my best.
We've certainly, whether we've directly said it or not, we're all aware that there's a likelihood that our tax receipts are going to be challenged at a minimum this year. How dramatic that is and how long it plays out for, who knows? But it's going to be a reality. I think we all are aware.
Absolutely. No. All right. Well, on that note, the 2020 final cash flow report, Wyndham Southeast School District overpayments.
In your packet, I had sent you the final cash flow report for 2020, and the town of Putney has overpaid the school district. Overpaid them by $76,827.71. So meaning to get a hold of Frank Rucker or Laura Barkham, who has now taken Ike's place, to see when we will get the refund, because that's important to have in our account before the end of the fiscal year. And it's going to help our cash flow too. So my question is, and Maura, you might be able to answer this because you were on the school board, but it is state education. The fact that we overpaid by $76,000, which is taxpayers' money, I don't know how that's a big number to me.
That's a big number.
How did they figure their formulas? Because that's $76,000 that the taxpayers would have had in their pocket, you know? So how do we tighten that gap?
Oh, I wasn't on the school board long enough to explain that to you.
No.
I'm not sure that I could be on the
shaking
school
my
board for
head.
10 years and explain that to you.
You know,
It's a pretty convoluted process, Karen.
Yeah.
But if it was $20,000, I could see that. But
Yeah.
$76,000 is a big number.
That
And
is a
you
big
My
know,
good, we overpaid.
Yeah.
Better than underpaid.
and maybe
Yeah.
right. I don't really want to pay the school district, but you know,
So
I mean,
I think it's a small number, but percentage-wise, it's not massive. But also, it seems to me that a lot of stuff from the state education funding aspects sort of became revealed in the last year that question how all of this stuff works. And I think we're seeing an example of, well, maybe it's not quite an exact science as they might like it to be. Some years you do better and some years you do worse. This year, thankfully, we did better. The other thing I would ask, and it makes no difference to me, I mean, it sounds like a check would be great because it would help us with cash flow. Is there any rationale for just rolling it over towards next year's?
That's a good question.
well, we don't even have a budget yet. So, I mean, I would rather not do that. I just soon wait. We can also, when it comes to our tax rate, so Frank had a number that he had put in the school report of 1.77. And I'm willing to use that number, knowing that the state will come down with a different number, but it's going to be close. So I would rather have our money back, and I don't know if we can actually just roll it into next year's. I have no idea how that would work, or if it can even be done.
Yeah.
Are we any closer to, I'm sorry, David, are we any closer to having a school budget? Like that's,
No.
how are they going to resolve that?
I don't know. I've been having Jonathan contact the district, but they still don't have a plan yet.
Yikes.
Well, the comment I was going to make is, being a cheap Yankee, I'm always happier when it's in my account than when it's in somebody else's. Always.
Right.
And considering the way of the world right now, I'm even happier in our account. So
yeah, no, I wasn't advocating for that necessarily. I just didn't know. You know, sometimes they will encourage that, and in fact. But, well, I don't know in this realm, but, you know, sometimes there's a carrot attached to it if you.
Oh, well, that's different. That's different.
I don't know, you know, but.
Oh.
But I agree. I'd rather have the carrot than the stick if that's what it boils down to. So.
Yeah.
The fixed amount, if it's a known amount right now that seems like a good amount to us, and if we get it and then something changes, and it turns out, oh, we didn't overpay by 76, we overpaid by 46. Oh, whoops. Wouldn't it have been great to get the check for 76? And
right.
Even if we owe the 30, you know.
All right, well, how about we get a town
So I'm
clerk's
gonna
office
ask for
update?
feedback.
Oh, sorry, were you not done?
No,
I'm hitting my witching hour.
I know, right?
I did it an hour ago.
8:30.
It's 8:37, Karen.
Is Alyssa still with us?
I see her. I see her A.
Yeah.
I'm sure,
Yeah.
sure she's not pleasantly surprised by all this.
Mm.
No. So moving on.
Moving on, town clerk's office update.
So I asked Jonathan for an update from the town clerk's office, and we already spoke about the elections and how people can go online and request an absentee ballot. And we're trying to encourage, he's trying to encourage everyone to please vote, because we don't know what it's going to look like in August. So go online, get registered. If you need an absentee, just contact the office. You can email Jonathan or call him, and he will get them out to you. Let's see. He's working with Tom, too, about a location for August. So it might be the park and ride. So that's in the works, too. Digital land records. So
are we considering drive-through voting?
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Yep. Drive-through voting with a couple tents. Hopefully it'll be nice. We'll have to make it work. You know, the school is another option for August, because the parking lot's going to be empty and it'll be large enough where you could actually have circular motion up there.
Yeah, and they have a horseshoe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that might be more realistic right there. So we'll keep you guys posted on that. Digitizing the land records, as we all know through this crisis, it is very important to start researching that. Jonathan's made some phone calls. He's got a couple companies, no prices yet confirmed. He also had a company come in to look at the surveys, all the plans that are in the land records, to have them scanned as well and digitized, you know, so people can go online and get them if they need to. They haven't come back with any information, so he's going to follow up with them. So between digitizing the land records and the surveys and getting them online, I think that's a first step. And he does have that restoration fund, too, that he can use that money to do both of these projects.
Great. All right. Allocation of sewer and water for Mockingbird Tavern?
Yeah. So I know this came up and it didn't get on the agenda because I just got the information on Monday. So JD McClemont's old place has a new owner. So they converted the shed into a dwelling, and they were going to hook the water and sewer up to that building, municipal water and sewer. They have a well on the property, and the restaurant was never hooked up to water. It's just hooked up to sewer. So in talking with the engineer and Chris Hayes with Simon's Operations, they've decided to hook the restaurant up to municipal water and take the dwelling and put it on the well.
So little history here. We'd have to, I don't know exactly how we would do this, but it was a complicated discussion clarifying to them when they didn't hook up to water that did not then keep their reservation, because they haven't been making bond payment, I don't believe. So
you're absolutely correct on that.
So, you know, in theory, there's a pretty good whack attached to that, because this was the whole reason that the system was figured the way it was. So I just want to, however we choose to do it is fine. But there were many hours of discussion related to them getting off of the water system or never connecting to it when they had agreed, or when somebody had agreed previously to attach to it. So,
okay, can I just state that I did find the legal documentation when the select board decided to release them from the reservation. And I forget what year it was. It was a while ago.
yeah, 2011
And
probably.
it might have been earlier than that.
Somewhere in
I'm
there, right?
thinking 2009-ish. But
Maybe.
anyway, so
Jess, you've been on the board
given-
forever.
I want to say thank you right there. I want
Thank
to say
you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for that
Nice
enormous amount of knowledge.
to show a little bit.
Josh, given that the select board released the restaurant from that reservation, right? Why would the new owner have to pay all that back? It's not the new owner's fault that the select board chose to release them.
Yeah, I don't know, but this is the reason. Yeah, I'm not sure they should have to pay that. It should have perhaps been a lien on the property or something. I don't know. I mean, they were released from it, so I guess it's like a new request. Basically, I just, you know, it's the whole reason the system was designed the way it was, and we, you know, anyway.
Is there an
Yeah,
opening?
Go ahead.
Is there a what do you call it, a slot available for them to hook up? Is there?
Yeah.
There is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, they're going to require 1,350 gallons per day, which would be 5 equivalent residential units, basically. So.
So I guess, yeah, different question, but since we're having the same conversation with the co-op and others at the same time, is that the state mandated, or is that a metered use that they're aware of, or who came up with that number? Because I don't.
Michael Marquis.
What's that?
Michael Marquis. He does the engineering on the municipal to determine how many gallons per day. So he's based it on a 50-seat tavern restaurant at 27 gallons per day for up to 2 meals per day. So the proposed flows, so that's existing flows, and proposed flows are not going to change. So there's no change in existing and no change for the proposed.
I think we just, again, I think we just have to revisit policy as far as commercial entities are concerned, because, you know, if they're going to sign up for 5 ERUs and come back to us in a year and say, oh, we only use 1.5, we want to pay a fraction of the cost.
Right.
That doesn't really work. I mean, if somebody's basing this stuff on a formula that somebody is telling them that it has to be based on, then I feel like metering, like, what's in it for us if we let everybody do that? And I know, whenever something like that occurs, that expense is getting transferred to somewhere, because the system isn't cheaper to run regardless of how much water they're taking. So I just think we have to be, and I'm not arguing against this allocation. I have no problem with it at all. I just think we have to be really thoughtful about how we enter into these agreements with commercial entities, because it seems to be coming back to bite us. So.
Right. And I think you're right. We definitely need to come up to date with the policy. And if the commercial units end up being metered, the metered rate is going to go up.
Should be adjusted. Exactly. Something like that. And there's got to be a happy medium here. I don't want to take advantage of anybody, but I also don't want to be taken advantage of. I mean, if these engineers are saying this is what it is and then it's not, I don't know. I think sometime that's going to turn into a problem for us. But
now the thing too, Josh, so Michael, he does his design based on the information he has, right? Then it goes up to Ron.
Right.
And they issue the permit. So
yeah, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not second guessing anybody's ability I mean, I have full confidence in Michael's ability to do this properly. I just, I mean, the co-op being a pretty blatant example of somebody did the engineering on that really recently, and now we're being told that it's something completely different. I don't really understand how that occurs. So, if either the state formula is wrong, and maybe that's what it is, and we just take the hit for that. But again, we got to figure out where we make that up for if we're allocating these and then turning around and rescinding them, So.
And we have to be fair. We have to be fair to all the users, across the board.
That's it, and it has. And if you're a commercial entity, and I know these commercial entities, most people are not they're not lining their pockets heavily. So I want to encourage. We obviously want to be supportive of the businesses in town as well, but it has to be equitable distribution of the costs, because otherwise it's, if the co-op is running at the same cost as, a two-family residence, that doesn't feel quite right to me.
Right. Yeah. So in my spare time, I'll start that project.
Yeah. So could you, like by lunch tomorrow, could we have some data, please?
Yeah, I'll get right on it.
So,
oh gosh,
are we needing to approve this, or are you just putting on this our radar for tonight, or are they in a hurry?
They're in a hurry, but I want to talk to Betsy first, because I want her to understand that they're going to get charged for 5 units.
Right. But in saying that, you also, that puts the onus on us to be able to say, okay, well, if it's not 5 units in 2 years, what does that mean for us?
Right.
The formulas just don't seem to add up, so I'm not sure how that works. But yeah, I don't want to spend any more time on it tonight than we need to, but if we're holding them up, I don't want to do that either. But we are meeting next week anyway, right? So if we had to do we could.
Right. Yeah, because I just got this on Monday, and I'm like, it didn't make the agenda, and I needed to look at it too. I'm just not comfortable throwing stuff at you guys if I don't have all the information. So we'll table that until next week.
Yeah, and I think generally speaking, we're supposed to avoid making decisions on things that weren't warned, but whenever possible. Okay, so moving on to the town manager's report, tax sale procedure and process.
So I'm going to move ahead with that.
What was that?
What, John?
Nice, simple topic.
I know, right? She's going to give us the abridged version, the Cliff Notes.
Yeah. So I am going to continue with the tax sale process. And the first letter is going to go out this week. We have approximately, I think it was $123,000 in delinquency. This includes water and sewer. So 2 years in arrears. You know, February 21st was the last payment. So anybody 2 years in arrears. What I expect will happen is most of those names will come off the list. If they currently have a mortgage, usually what happens is the banks will pay the delinquent taxes, and then they'll, you know, coordinate with the homeowner, and it goes in the mortgage somehow. So banks are really good about paying delinquent taxes. So there will be a couple, you know, the same ones that were on the list last year that'll go up for tax sale again. The good thing is, you know, 1 or 2, there are people interested in them already, so they might get sold. I think it's prudent for us to continue this process because it's going to help with our cash flow. I know the timing's not good, but 2 years previous COVID, and people have the opportunity to call and make tax payments.
Yeah.
So, and some people may try to abate, but I'm not sure if they're going to be successful with that. But just letting you know that I will proceed with the tax sale. And I'm hoping by July, probably August, early August, we'll see a tax sale date.
And just to remind folks, if they do call in and make arrangements with you, that they won't go to tax sale. They can make arrangements with you. There are options, but they have to.
There are options to avoid tax sale.
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So when they get the letter, go ahead.
Well, just the main thing, I mean, I agree with you 100%, Laura, but the way you stated it was that if they call in and make arrangements, that's great, but then they have to stick to the arrangement in order to not go to tax sale, because that historically that's a, you know, oh yeah, no, we'll make a monthly payment and then you don't see anything. So, you know, make an arrangement and make the payments, and we're very receptive to goodwill as far as this is concerned. We're not receptive to deceptive use of the tools that are in the.
And we do have people on tax payments who are not active, who are on the tax sale list.
That's a bummer.
And once you miss a payment, and it's usually more than one, unfortunately.
Yeah. It just takes it really takes goodwill on the person's part in order to stay off that tax sale list at the stage that it's gotten to the point.
Yeah.
And it's not because
so 100,000.
But
so we'll see what happens. The next on my list is the bottle redemption, you know, for the pool. So we lost our person who comes and picks up the bottle. So we were the only town that he was picking bottles up for.
Just to clarify that it's not the person that sorts. We still have this person that comes and sorts everything. It's the service that was coming out and towing it for us.
Yeah. So Jules is still with us sorting bottles. Comes on Thursdays. It takes him about 2 hours. And so they go in the barn. He's got like 28 big bags of cans right now. And a few boxes, but so the driver that comes up to get the bottles sold his trailer, so there's no means right now to get the bottles to redemption. Jules sent me an email on Sunday, and he loves doing the bottles, sorting the bottles. And it's a nice program, and it benefits the pool. And he's taken it on as his baby, and he's actually pretty proud of it. And so Jonathan, I had Jonathan working and just kind of coordinating with Jules, you know, with the bottles. And we ran into this problem, no way to get the bottles to Brattleboro. So Jules emailed me, and I talked to him on Monday, and I said, okay, Jules, what are your ideas? And he let me know, and I said, yeah, go ahead and call Ryan down at Brattleboro Redemption Center and see if he has any options. So Ryan is willing to use one of the U-Haul trucks, and he has a couple drivers willing to come up and get our bottles and cans once a month if needed for like $50. Now, mind you, we probably make about maybe $250 on a trip with the bottles. So in my mind, the liability is off of the town. Now, Jules was going to do it, but he was a little nervous about, you know, using his own truck. And as a volunteer, we would have to put something in place, like a waiver. So if anything happened, you know, he wouldn't come after the town. So I like the idea of the U-Haul. It gets, you know, they have the liability, they have the insurance. They come get the bottles, they bring them back, they sort them. We end up with a check. We're cleaning out the barn. Jules said if we store more bottles and cans in there, maybe we can have a trip, you know, somebody come up every 3 months to get them. So right now we have all the bikes in there, and the same day I talked to Jules, Dan Homus called me. I'm like, oh, I said, hey, Dan. I go, by the way, I said, you have all your bikes still in the barn? And he goes, yeah. He goes, I really would like to come and get them. And I'm like, yeah, we really need the storage now. And so within the next 2 weeks, he stated that he will have the bikes out of the barn. So that frees up space for storing cans and bottles. And then we can maybe do a quarterly pickup, you know, through Brattleboro Redemption Center. Jules wants to continue. He asked if I would get another tote for outside, because he said if we had a 5th tote, then there would be no bottles on the ground. And the other thing too is we need signage for educational purposes. He is getting like bags. He gets grain bags, because people come and they drop their stuff off and they don't dump them into the totes. They just put it in the bag and put it right in the tote. So Brian just cleaned out a ton of cardboard, like 4 containers of trash. There's certain bottles that, you know, we can't take to the redemption. So Jules wants to manage the whole program. And I let him know that he and I would be working together to find a solution that works. I think it's important that we continue doing the redemption for the pool. It's a little bit of money and it's a little bit of work, and Jules enjoys doing it. And he also stated that the co-op, all of their redemptions are actually going in the trash right now. So he's willing to set something up there. Not that he really wants to expand this program, because he's just one person, but he would be willing to take the co-op's redemptions and put them in with ours.
Maybe this is how we could get our dump truck.
There you go. And then we could use it to take the bottle down.
It's a cycle of life.
So I'm gonna try to negotiate, a solution that there's no liability on the town.
Sounds good. Good plan.
Good. So town business protocol for soft opening. Starting Monday, I'm going to have Jonathan and Alyssa back in the office. And I'm still waiting on supplies. I have Fletcher Proctor coming in this Friday because he needs to go through some zoning files. But I'll be the only one in the office. But we are getting ready to take appointment only. And it's going to be a case-by-case basis. And it'll probably only be one person at a time in the office. So I'll let you know how that turns out.
Karen, when you put a protocol in place, could you forward it so that we could get it? I think it would be good to publicize it.
Yeah.
Just to let the community know what's going on, what they can expect.
Right. And I've been looking at other towns too and seeing what other towns are doing.
Yeah.
Some are, we have masks in the office. We have sanitizer in the office. We have signage and we, so we're almost ready.
Yeah.
We just need more gloves. We don't have enough gloves, but we'll work through that.
All right. Talk to me offline about that. I might be able to help.
Yeah, I might have those around too.
Okay.
All right. So mowing contract and cemetery mowing contract. I made a mistake, and I want to correct that from our last regular meeting. So the mowing contract for public buildings and the cemetery mowing contract are actually not up until next year. Okay, so my mind was thinking fiscal year, and the contract with McGowan are actually annual. But his goes from spring to fall on an annual basis. So it's kind of like in 2 different fiscal years. So that was my mistake. So he still has another year of mowing with the town for both the cemetery and the public buildings. So I want to make that clear because I did misstate myself. It was an honest mistake. So the other thing too, I spoke to him because we had mentioned some damaged headstones. And I explained to him, anytime we get phone calls, they go to the cemetery commissioners. So I will follow up with them to make sure if in the future there's any other calls that the cemetery commissioners reach out to the mowing company, the mowing contractor, and try to work that out. But headstones get damaged from different things. It could be a tree that fell, it could be a car that hit it, it could be, kids that vandalize it. It's not necessarily, a lawnmower or a trimmer, but things happen. Stones break down sometimes too.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to make it clear that there was no intent to blame anybody. So, and certain people do take pride in their work.
Yeah. Knowing Eric and having spoken to him a little bit about this, I will say that knowing him, he takes an enormous amount of pride in his work. And having spoken to him about this a little bit, he really does want the feedback and would like to be able to address it in the moment. So I think it's great that you're putting a system in place so that that will happen in the future.
Yeah.
And it may not be on him, but he wants the feedback.
Right. And I don't always pay attention because the cemetery commissioners are elected. So that's not even in my purview to even But if I take a call and I know there's damage somewhere, then I pass it along, but I don't make sure that there's follow through on it, you know? So I presume that it's being taken care of, but maybe that's something we got to talk about. But I'll talk to the cemetery commissioners first and see if they have a policy or something in place to handle this type of phone call or complaints. One other thing I have on my report, ACH payments are now active. So people can pay with a credit card, debit card, I believe it was, and now ACH. There's a form that people have to fill out. So basically it's allowing us to go into somebody's account and take a payment out. And it can be for taxes and it can be for water or sewer. So that is now online and active. So if anybody's interested in paying through ACH, we have the ability to do that.
Wonderful. All right.
Let me see what else is going on here. Okay. We have plenty of gloves according to Lista.
Oh, okay, good.
We have more coming next week. So that's it for me.
Great. All right, warrants. Warrants. Can you hear me? No sound from me?
Motion.
All right. No, I was on mute. Sorry. I'll make a motion to approve and execute the warrants as presented upon completion of review.
And I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
No.
Hearing no discussion. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay. So,
Oh, no.
oh, no, what?
Hang on a minute. All right, so accounts payable. We're going to start with that one. April 25th through May 8th, 2020, in the amount of $41,148.78.
Are we just looking? Okay.
If anybody has any questions, I have the actual invoices with me.
Seemed pretty straightforward to me,
Yeah, I agree.
especially at 9:10 at night.
I know. Like the words are blurring.
I'm sorry. I knew this was going to be a long meeting. David, you're all set?
I'm all set.
Okay. So payroll warrant dated May 8th, 2020 in the amount of $14,170.92.
Are we all pretending to sign?
I'm all good.
I'm all good.
Good. All set.
All right. Other business?
No.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I really am like, phew, going out of this. Karen's review, I sent out an email and we can respond just about scheduling. So if you guys, just a gentle nudge that we should keep that ball rolling.
Yeah.
And then adopting the VLCT guidelines for our meetings. Maybe do that next meeting. This was such a jam full.
Right.
I didn't want to I didn't want to push any more on our plates tonight, as I recognize when Karen and I talked about this agenda that it was going to be a doozy. I had no idea it would be a 9/12 doozy, but so yeah, that's it.
Glad I'm not doing minutes.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, Alyssa. And we need an executive session?
No.
Thank goodness. All right, our next regular
Oh, go ahead.
our next regular meeting date is May 20th, 2020, and we are still doing a special meeting next Wednesday on the 13th at 5 o'clock. And Karen and I were talking about during this kind of lull while we're going into response of maybe taking a week off from that in the near future. So I think we'll talk about that next week when we all have our wits about us again.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
So we will meet next week, though.
We will meet next week. Yeah.
At 5.
At 5.
Yep.
5. That many? No, not that many. Don't confuse us.
All right. So I'll move to adjourn.
And I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Oh, thank goodness. Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, so I'm going to call this meeting to order, and we have the minutes of April 22nd. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of April 22nd.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, then we have review and approve bills for payment, and the warrants 23 and 23P. And before we do that, we had a request for us to consider town employees, if because of the virus, they're not able to work their full week, would we consider paying them the balance so they get a full week's pay?
Well,
Would you like a
I'm
motion
wondering,
so that we can discuss it? Oh, Zeke froze up
He
again.
froze again.
oh, okay, yeah.
There you go. You're there.
All right. So I'm not sure where I got frozen, but so there was a request that because of the virus, some employees are just having to work shorter work weeks. Would we go ahead and pay them for the full work week?
Would you like a motion so that we can discuss it?
Sure. Yeah.
I'd like to move that even if town employees cannot work their full hours because of COVID-19, that for the period through this fiscal year, June 30th, we agree to give them their full week's salaries or pay.
Okay. Have a second?
I guess not. So is there another motion that we'd like? Terry, do you have something else in mind?
I would change that from the rest of the fiscal year to go just for this month of May. So that way, as things are changing on the day on this stuff, as to what's being allowed and what's not being allowed and what's going to be open, should we just try it for this month of May until we can see where this is going forward?
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah. So why don't you make a motion, Terry?
I'll make a motion that we, for the month of May, we will pay the town employees, officials, their full salary, and then take it up at a later meeting as to what we do past that.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, I was just wondering if there is under the pandemic assistance programs, is there a mechanism that would address this issue when town employees have to miss hours? Is there anything at the state level, for example, that you're aware of? No.
I'm not. I have to do some research, I guess.
David, do you mean protocols or do you mean financial support?
I mean financial support. I mean, there's like some variation of unemployment. I mean, I'm not sure what the extent of the reduced hours are, but when I guess we don't pay unemployment insurance, right?
Yeah,
we do. Yeah. So.
But they're just working less hours. So is what you're asking that if they work less hours and we pay them for just the hours they work, there would be compensation from the state for the extra hours that they weren't able to work because of COVID-19?
Yeah, that's my question. I mean, that's just I'm wondering about that.
Well, I think that the scale is an important question. So, when you talk to Charlotte about it, was there a sense of, are we talking, 5 hours or are we talking 15 hours?
Yeah, my sense was it's closer to that 5.
Oh, okay. So it's a small
the payroll warrants that we're going to look at. The payroll warrants that we're going to look at, the entire road crew had their full 40 hours. So are we just talking the office staff? And is it because they're working from home? So obviously they're going to be more efficient at home because they're not being interrupted with phone calls and visitors and, people coming into what would be normally be the office. So we're not talking a lot of hours because I don't see where the road crew is being affected by that.
Right. The road crew hasn't been affected.
Right.
I think Lee was concerned, okay, if for some reason they get 3 days of rain and he's not able to maintain the social distance or something, and he sent them home early, just for their safeties, would that apply? And I would think it would, but
Okay.
they haven't got a problem yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'd have to furlough the employees in order for them to get any type of
Yes.
benefit.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Yep.
But
Okay.
I do agree with Maria. I think what's going on is they're not in the office, so there's not somebody coming in asking them questions. They're not taking 3 phone calls and bang, wow, you can sit down on a computer and get it all done.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of chatting that happens in the town office that's important. I'm not saying that's not important. It is important, but it's not happening right now,
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So motion has been made. Are you ready to vote?
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Then we'll move on to warrants 23 and the payroll 23P.
I'll make a motion to approve bill for payments warrants 23 and 23P.
Second that.
Okay. Any discussion? Warrant 23 is for a total of $9,698.75, and most of that going to Highway Department for supplies and repairs, our Rescue Inc. monthly payment, and payroll transfers. So, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. We don't have any visitors or public comments. Maybe under the road foreman's report, we did get an email. And who'd like to bring that up? Terry, you spoke with Lee.
Right. I spoke with Lee earlier today. We got an email from concerned residents regarding Lee's work that he'd done on North Hollow Road, putting under road drainage in, and it affected I believe this salamander area that was growing salamanders or whatever. So what he did actually worked, so it drained the water off, and so the question is, they were upset because of what happened. Lee is very sorry that he did the work on the road when he did. He didn't even think that there was any issue because the water was in the road. It's swampy up there, and he's very apologetic. He had worked on North Hollow Road, working on that same type of drainage on a lower portion. So he was just trying to clear up. That is a class 3 road, so we do get state aid for it, so he has to do maintenance on it. But he wishes now he should have probably just waited a few more weeks and done it.
So I think that we want to respond to the person who wrote the letter, and we also would probably do well to bring the Conservation Commission into the dialogue so that in the future we can all be abreast of this kind of situation so that it's less likely to happen again.
Mhm. Yep, I agree. I'd be happy to coordinate that effort, actually.
Okay.
If you want somebody to.
That would be great. I mean, I would support that.
Sure.
You mean coordinate with the Conservation Commission?
Yeah, talk with the Conservation Commission and with Lee, and then have a full response. And I would even go and talk with Claudia. I mean, I would call Claudia if that's what the board wants.
Everyone okay with that?
Sure. Yeah, and David, if you need more information or repeated information from Terry, don't hesitate to ask her for, more information relative
Yeah,
to
I
Lee.
will.
And
Absolutely.
I would say this, if even if you can't give Claudia a full response, in the next 24 hours, at least respond in some way to say that we brought it up at this meeting and,
we're looking into it further. We're further looking into it, and we'll get back.
We'll respond in more detail.
Yeah.
Right, and she also did mention that the brush cutting on the side, that was done last fall too. And again, I know it was with, I can't remember, Maria could tell me what type of mower they use, and it makes a rough cut instead of like a little flail mower. Go ahead,
It's
Maria.
a flail mower, yeah.
It's a flail mower,
Yeah,
okay.
But it's actually it's a head that's on the boom of an excavator.
Okay, there we go. Well, that was done last fall. She's got a better take on that. That was done last fall, and that's for the same reason, for the maintenance, because it is a class 3. I mean, down the line, if somebody like Lee said, we could get around a table sometime, and it something to talk about is, do we want it still a class 3, or would we want it a trail? But that's for another time, and when we can get around a real table and have a good discussion with Lee,
right.
if we chose to.
Yeah.
We chose to.
I think that involves a public hearing also, I think.
Exactly, yeah. So,
road class, yeah.
But it is a class 3, even though it's a pent road, so we are getting money for it. So it's not like you can just leave it.
Right. Right. Okay, so David's going to look and take care of that.
Right. And the other thing if the road foreman's, besides, we know he was on North Hollow this week, but they have been installing some culverts. He's working with Sand with Putney, and he's just finishing up or any kind of grading that needs to be in patches is what Lee's and the boys have been working at. And they all took the tests. The boys, I don't know if you've got the email, that all the highway crew took that little VOSHA test too. So they were doing that.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. Great. Okay. Under correspondence for information, is there anything you'd like to discuss there?
The Mike Maricki on that provisions for the property tax, that S344 has passed the House and the Senate, and it is on the governor's desk. So we're waiting to see if he signs it. And I'm not sure if anybody really, if you guys read what 344 is. S344. That would allow us as a municipality, as the board, to alleviate or change the date of when taxes are due, for one. 2, it would allow us up till January 1st to waive the penalties and all that with taxes. And the 3rd one would allow us to go back through the municipal budget and to reduce it, okay, without a special town meeting. So that's coming up. So when, I am assuming at some point here soon, we'll either know if the governor's going to sign it or not sign it, but then it would throw it in our ballpark if it did get signed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Let's see, under new business, you're ready for that? We have a request from the listers for an extension for filing the grand list. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve and sign the lister request for the extension to filing the grand list.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
from what I've talked to Gene, they're moving quite ahead with this. This would just give them a buffer, but you know, it's going to be close to when it's actually supposed to be due anyway. But it just to make sure she would feel better to have this. I think is it August 15th? I've got too many dates in my head.
Right. Yeah, but it's not April. Okay.
No.
Okay. Any other discussion? I think we've had extensions in the past.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Ready to vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, great. Let's see. Do you want to let Jean know that, Terry?
Yes, I will, and I've got to sign, and I'll scan it in and send it out tomorrow.
Great. Good. Okay. We have the VOSHA training on our agenda.
Yep, that was the mandatory training that needed to take place, and it had to be done by Monday, by the governor's order from a week ago Friday. And all the highway crews done it. All the listers have done it. All the town office personnel has done it. And I believe Geraldine, did you do it?
I did it. Yep. I didn't.
Yep.
I sent my certificate actually to my HR person at my office, but I could send it also to the town office if that's important.
Yeah, we're putting it all in the file. So that means all the select board's done it.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's all been completed.
Great. Good. Okay. Any other business?
Well, a little bit of unfinished business. So Zeke, you were going to talk to somebody about.
Yes. And I'm going back and forth with the telephone calls.
Okay.
So that's a work in progress.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys that all just cut out. What were we discussing? I didn't hear any of it.
Oh, okay. We were discussing, I was going to get in touch with a candidate I thought would be a good animal control officer.
Okay, all right.
Process, yeah. Okay.
And while we're bringing that up, we should, it's on the town website for all the positions we need. Yeah. So if anybody's interested in animal, well, I don't know if you've got somebody for animal control, but health officer, I mean, the list is all there. So, you know.
Planning Commission, DRB. Yeah. Okay. So, any other unfinished business? Or maybe I'm frozen out again?
No, you're fine.
No, you're good.
Oh, I wasn't expecting a response.
Yeah. There's a little bit of lag time.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't know on your computer, but does yours go yellow around the box when you start talking?
Yes.
So you tend to hesitate when somebody's kind of got a little yellow going.
Oh.
So it's like,
yeah.
Right. Okay. I guess that's about it, unless anyone has anything else.
Nope.
No, that's it for me.
Okay. Oh, actually, I just before I forget it, there was another email that came through at 4:00 that Lori wrote and I'll just follow up with that with the sheriff's department, just so let you know.
That's the on Chamberlain's property.
Yes. Yeah. I'll just make a quick call so we can take care of that.
Great. Good.
Okay.
Okay. Well, anyone want to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay. All right.
There goes that yellow box again, Maria.
Right. Yeah.
Who
seconded it?
Well, thanks very much.
I'll second it. Geraldine seconds it.
Okay.
Good.
Oh.
Good. Okay. Thank you, Geraldine, for hosting this again.
Yeah, well, it's really good to see everybody and at least hear Maria. So yeah, awesome. Great. Thank you.
welcome everyone to the House Agriculture and Forestry Committee meeting this week. This is Representative Carolyn Partridge transmitting from her home in Wyndham. It looks like we have our entire crew here. Sharon has her beautiful daffodils, and we have our witnesses here. We're very thankful to be able to, of course, we're dealing with COVID-19 related issues. In a week or two, we'll be able to get on to our housekeeping bill, which is H656. But for now, we had a great conversation last week with Michael Snyder and Sam Lincoln. Sam didn't say a lot, but but he was there. But Michael, we're welcoming you. You're going to talk about forestry. Last week, you talked to us a lot about the state parks and the impact that COVID has had in some respects. But we're going to hear more about forestry, I think, this week. Or if you wanted to finish up with the parks and then move on to forestry, that would be fine too. So welcome.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you all. Good morning. Am I transmitting okay? Just to confirm.
You are. You're sounding good.
Okay, great. And I can't see. I'm assuming Sam is on as well. I can't see him.
He is
Great.
on.
Excellent, Sam. And yes, and so thanks for the chance to visit last week. And we had anticipated just giving a rundown of both kind of aspects of our work on the parks and outdoor recreation impacts as well as forestry. That there's a lot to that other one. So and that's an area where Sam doesn't focus. So you had to listen to me. But I think today unless you have follow-up questions about parks and related recreation, I think we should just dive right into the forest side because that's a pretty big part of what's going on. Sound good?
Yes. Are there any questions for Michael about the parks at this point? I don't see any hands, so go right ahead.
Okay. Well, just to close that, then I would just say, as we were indicating, there's really been no material change since we spoke last week with regard to parks. We're still in the trying to figure out if we can open, how we could open, when we could open safely and in a reasonable way. So that work continues, and we're hoping to be able to resolve that soon. And I'll leave it at that. Happy to keep you posted and let you know where that all lands. So as I teed up at the end last time, I guess our story here for COVID-19 impacts on the forest side of things. Remember, we often use the forest economy, the phrase, the forest economy, kind of like the tourism economy or the recreation economy or the agricultural economy. Ag and forestry, part of the working lands economy. When we say forest economy, we mean a supply and value chain that runs from forests and the landowners through the foresters and loggers who work in those woods, the truckers that move the material, the receiving mills and facilities that add value to harvested wood of all types. And so that is often broken into kind of primary processing, sawmilling, firewood making, pellet manufacturing, to secondary manufacturing of taking the boards that come from primary manufacturing, for example, and turn them into value-added flooring or cabinetry, et cetera. And so that's the entirety, and it's quite diverse and it's all linked. It includes energy uses for heating as well as electric. And so it's diverse, it's complex, it's connected. And I just wanted to start with, we're going to talk about the forest economy and the impacts, and just to reset what we mean by that. And where I would begin is to say that at the very beginning, I think I indicated this last time, it was, I think, great and important that we were able to establish that at least the forestry and logging, the sort of primary end of the supply chain in forestry, were deemed essential. The secondary, the far end of the supply chain, if you will, was not. And on the one hand, it's really great, I think, to have established the importance, and there's a real reason for that, the forests of Vermont were and continue to supply important, necessary, critical goods and services for the pandemic response. Everything from packaging and of medical supplies, sanitation products, food products and packaging, paper for use, but also pallets, in transportation and distribution of all kinds of goods, as well as, I mean, we even had a facility here in Vermont being asked to create wooden cribs for hospitals. Energy, sawmills and wood chip producers supplying hospitals and schools with heating fuel. It's snowing here right now, so it's still actually of interest to have this heat. And then there's all the way to sawdust as a byproduct that's used in dairy. It's a very important component. So we're connected. It was deemed, it was pretty obvious that we needed it. And that was really great, both for just sort of the morale of our folks in the forest industry. But it's also just not the end of the story. And that's really where we want to pivot to, because it is disconnected and not all elements were able to work and not all other, so you could have a facility being able to work, but the rest of their supply and their end users being disrupted, it means they couldn't really work. So we'd like to sort of unpack this a little, get into it, explain some of these impacts, and walk you through what we're seeing, that despite the good news that, well, it's essential, it doesn't just end there, it's complicated, and we can try to paint that picture for you. And so maybe at this point, I would reference that Linda told me that you have our market assessment, that we could look at that. It kind of explains sort of generally what's going on, and this is where I'll invite Sam to come in and maybe walk us through it. Before doing that, I would just say this is the result of Sam in particular leading some of our key veteran staff in listening, putting out feelers, making tons of phone calls. We developed a listserv, and we've just been very active in communicating out to Vermonters involved in the forest economy, and taking input, which is, where are you at? What is your status? What are your challenges? What are your needs? What are your successes? We've tried to compile resources and information and created a web page, a listserv. We've been holding live webinars, welcoming folks to come ask questions, give us a chance to answer them. And so we've built this background of information as a snapshot in time, and to help us think about what's needed and how we can help. So that's where we've been busy. I want to acknowledge Sam for leading that in a big way and being very thoughtful about it. And maybe, Sam, are you ready? I can turn it over to you to maybe walk us through just sort of painting the picture of where we're at now. Does that sound good?
That sounds good. And Linda is sharing the screen of that presentation.
Got it.
If you can you see that, Michael?
I can. Sam?
Oh, good. And Sam, can you see that?
I can.
Okay, excellent. So Linda's going to drive, but you can just tell her when to proceed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Again, welcome. Nice to see everybody virtually. And thanks for the intro, Mike. And I appreciate it. We have a great team to work with at FPR. So with the market assessment we performed was based on the survey. Many agencies and state government were putting out surveys of the impact. And at the time of the pandemic hit and the stay-at-home orders came, most logging contractors were shut down at that time. And it was unknown essentially what exactly might happen, because things were already seasonally on pause, but many of the sawmills had stockpiles of wood, the different plants and things like that, and so what things were going to look like was of concern on this survey that we were getting back, asking people what's going on in your world and your business, what do you need from us. What are the markets going to be after mud season was the top response we got back. So we communicated with people both in state, out of state, everything from a one-person sawmill to 500 employee paper mills, and around in 3 to 4 states here, and just building on the department's historical relationships with these enterprises and saying, essentially gathering this information, not disseminating anything that was proprietary, but just to give this snapshot, as Mike said. And in general, the forest economy has seen this double-edged impact. One is where the food and paper packaging products, some of these goods are essential. There's been strong demand for them. And some of these mills actually lacked inventory, needed loggers to keep producing wood to put into their yards, and still need that wood. Many of the mills were full of winter cut wood and had large stockpiles that they wanted to get sawed before the humidity came up and it stained or spoiled. And we saw the impacts on the paper mills of the offices shutting down across the globe, and the demand for paper products, printing paper, advertising paper, newsprint, magazines, catalogs, etc., all coming to a screeching halt. And so we're getting that all comes back all the way back to the forest, as Mike's presented, through that supply chain back through all of our rural businesses here, where they're getting calls and demand for some kinds of wood forest products, and they're being asked not to deliver other forest products, that there's no market or the prices drop significantly. And so the housing market has stopped, which again cuts off the market for stud lumber and various products used in the building markets. I think February to March saw about a 30% drop in housing starts. We haven't seen the latest updates from April yet, but it's pretty significant, and that stops a lot of the supply chain that needs to produce those goods. Furniture manufacturing, et cetera, is all impacted as you would expect. Linda, if you could scroll up through, please. One of the bright sides is the fuel price has been down so much. That is a big on and off-road diesel fuel are really the lifeblood of the working lands to keep trucks and equipment moving. The price is down and predicted to be down, but it's just like everything else that could change tomorrow. Moving along, as I said, the hardwood markets have generally were expected to be really poor because of it's more of I don't know if the disposable income is the right term, but more higher end purchases, or hardwood flooring and cabinetry and things like that and furniture are not at the essential side of a family spending power. But that's actually, we're starting to hear little trickles of positive things of both logs being exported, demand increasing for export logs, and in some places the hardwood log markets leveling out and starting to see a little bit of demand again. Moving into softwood, the stay-at-home orders drove a lot of people that went home were buying softwood lumber for projects. The do-it-yourselfers were home again. Everything from our very smallest to very largest sawmills in the region mentioned that seemed to be driving some demand. It wasn't necessarily going to sustain them all the way through this and keep them at full production by any means, but there's a lot of do-it-yourselfers that were using up a lot of 2x4s and boards and things like that as people stayed at home, and that helped. And we've also been hearing everything again from the local sawmills creating material for raised beds. There's a lot of a victory garden kind of mindset going on out there in the world, and people are buying forest products to help with that. And we have the Ames True Temper mill in Wallingford, Vermont, that has been emailing out and letting folks know that the demand for their tool handles, anything garden related, is driving. They're actually in a buying mode, again looking for ash logs to supply that market. As I mentioned, the paper mill is the paper products are on both sides of this, where we have severe demand stoppage from the offices closing and the stay-at-home orders, but on the other side, certain mills saw a great increase. We heard from mills immediately during the stay-at-home orders that are creating actual medical supplies, everything from tongue depressors to various products used in hospital setting that are coming directly out of some of the mills that buy forest products from Vermont, that they were under orders to remain in production and keep the supply chain moving, and that they were in short supply of pulpwood, and they needed loggers and truckers to continue to be able to supply them, and playing a really important role. Paper mills in Maine that have been switching away from the newsprint, catalog, and magazine paper have more to the food packaging, the brown paper as it's called, all those boxes that the FedEx and UPS drivers are tossing onto your porches are creating a lot of demand for that type of more durable paper. The mills that have switched to that have seen a steadier demand, and particularly for the grease-proof paper and packaging for takeout food and fast food meals and things like that. But in the midst of all that, on April 15th, as the assessment came out, we thought that low-grade wood was going to be where people saw their way through this. When, as in 2015 and 2016, you've heard Mike and I talk an awful lot about the collapse in the market for low-grade wood and the consolidation in the paper and pulp mills. And we thought that coming out of this, at least the next 3 to 6 months coming out of the pandemic, the low-grade wood that was being more in the paper and energy side was going to be the big driver, or at least the light at the end of the tunnel. I shouldn't say big driver, because there was still demand there. In the midst of this, on April 15th, the Pixel paper mill in Jay, Maine, which is one of the largest paper mills in the Northeast, had a massive explosion, completely unrelated to the pandemic, which tore the guts out of the mill. It was an enormous explosion. Thankfully, no injuries or loss of life there, but it put the mill out of commission. And they're a huge consumer of pulpwood from the entire Northeast, from basically I-89 to the coast of Maine, and into Quebec and down into southern New England. And this is as bigger a problem than the pandemic for Vermont's forest economy. That's cumulative right in the midst of the situation that we're dealing with. They're the largest consumer of pine low-grade wood, which is where Vermont has a lot of inventory and a lot of production of that. When you cut down a pine tree to make a nice pine board, there's also pulpwood, lots of pulpwood from pine trees created in forest management implementation, as well as the sawmills, the major sawmills that are making all our pine boards, create sawdust and pine, what they call a clean pine chip, the chip slabs coming out of those mills. And that one particular mill in this entire Northeast consumed a lot of that wood, and it is creating a huge pile up of wood that no longer has a market. The biomass plants will likely be filled very quickly by the type of production that mill took, but this is going to have a major impact on Vermont and all the states around us. They haven't announced if they're going to rebuild yet. They are buying in some what's called market pulp, which is sort of a pre-processed pulpwood that they can start making paper again. They are one of these mills that had converted to making packaging paper, brown paper. But it's unknown if, when, how long it might be before they start buying truckloads of raw pulp from suppliers in the region again. There's a lot of concern about that. And we've been trying to keep our finger on the pulse of what's going on over there. Even though it's 2 states away, it has an impact, I would say, easily from the Adirondacks all the way to the coast of Maine in terms of the markets. They're a big mill. So, and also there was a closure of a paper mill out in Nova Scotia in January that was an impact on a pollution, a wastewater situation. And that has also been sort of dominoing wood all the way back across Maine all winter that didn't have a home to the far east. And so there's a big oversupply of pulpwood again in our forest economy that we've just lost a couple of major producers and processors of that in the last couple of months. Firewood has been relatively strong with the stay-at-home orders. Like the commissioner said, people are still burning wood today and keeping their homes warm. And firewood producers in many parts of the state have reported very strong sales. And there's hope that that will consume a lot of wood in the coming months. People are buying wood in anticipation of next winter, concerned that if something happens, they might not be able to get it. But we don't, and so far, we're not hearing of the low fossil fuel price impacting demand, which has historically been a bit of a trade-off. But we're not hearing too many reports of people choosing fossil fuels over firewood, even at the lower prices, which is very good. So, excuse me. And then we also had some calls, emails requesting information about the sugaring and the maple production, and we did some research into that, and generally found that there was a very strong maple production season, but bulk pricing is likely to be affected by a few parts noted in the assessment there. So I'll stop there if you have questions or comments regarding the assessment.
Thank you very much, Sam. That's an incredible piece of work. Sharon has her hand up. Sharon?
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of echo what Sam said at the very end about the bulk maple producers. I know that at least up in these parts, one or more of our producers have experienced that, where suddenly all the sales stopped and the orders, entire truckloads, the orders were stopped, even though they'd already been made. And so we have a huge backlog of the bulk maple that people are sitting on and worried about, because they can't, if you're selling to grocery stores and restaurants, you can't really afford to sell it in bulk, because your whole setup relies on a profit being made by selling it in smaller containers.
Yeah, it is across the working lands. This is just a new challenge. The loss of the light switch being flipped to various markets, and many businesses reinventing themselves and how they're moving product has been inspiring, and I think we'll reshape a whole new business format. But without people going into restaurants and sitting down and using all these products, it's definitely going to hurt. It's going to sting for a while, but I think we'll recover. It'll take some time.
So last week we heard that sugar has been a challenge to get a hold of, in part because a manufacturing plant in Yonkers is in the middle of the COVID epidemic, and also it was a bad sugar beet year. So this would be a moment where people would be really smart to support their local maple sugarers and to stock up on syrup, which I think would be really helpful and it lasts forever as long as you don't open it. Anyway, that's my plug.
White sugar used to be the luxury item, with maple sugar for everyday use, and now we'll revert back to that.
Hey, what about our beekeepers?
That's right.
Yeah, I'm getting my bees on Saturday. Tom has his hand up. Tom, you have to unmute yourself.
Sam, it seems to me in the last week or 10 days down here, I've been seeing a lot more log loads being up and down the highways. Is that seasonal thing, or is that a market-driven thing, or am I imagining that?
Well, without knowing where they're going or what species they are, it's a little difficult to answer. But generally, the typical seasonal trend would be that there's a lot of winter wood cut and stockpiled at log concentration yards that's then rehauled during mud season. The truckers are put to work redistributing that wood to the mills it was purchased for around the entire region. You could be seeing hardwood logs going to Quebec to mills, or softwood. You could be seeing pulpwood being shuttled around to the paper mills. Generally under high production conditions in the winter, people try to what they call short haul it to a nearby, get it out to a paved road, to a concentration area as efficiently as possible during the high production season. Then that capacity is switched over to move it longer distances when the production season is down. So that could be what it is. The Canadian markets, the hardwood markets are opening up a little bit, but I don't know in terms of, typically all of you that drive south on Fridays from the State House are likely seeing all those Canadian trucks with Quebec plates going north with a lot of hardwood and softwood logs. How much that's resumed, I don't know. But I mean, where you are, Representative Bach, you could be seeing wood going to the paper mills in New York, pulpwood going over there. You've got major hardwood sawmills down your way that are, again, moving wood, winter cut wood around still.
Thank you.
Where are you seeing them? Going through Chester or on 91?
And I look at them and they seem to be predominantly hardwood. I don't look that closely, but it just seems every time I go out, there's way more trucks than there has been all winter. Maybe I'm just imagining it. But I have another question. Maybe, I don't know, for Sam or Michael. Is that all right, Madam Chair?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is it too early to ask about the emerald ash borer damage, or is what's going on there?
It's not too early. It's still here, and we're still trying to slow the spread. And we're about to enter the flight season, which is a kind of a whole different realm where we have to adjust our practices accordingly. So our team accordingly is still on it. We have our sort of a group of our staff who are forest health staff and utilization staff working together to help spread the idea of slowing the spread and being and sharing with folks that information, as well as like where it is and what you can and what you can't do. So Sam, you want to sort of give the latest? I know we're about to push out some stuff on the EAB and the slow the spread messaging. So maybe a refresher on how that works. And this is seasonally appropriate. Your question's well timed because it's about to become active again.
June 1 begins what's the flight season of the emerald ash borer, when they emerge from trees or forest products that have not been treated, and they're searching for a new host tree. And so this is when our recommendations for how wood is moved is change. And from June 1 through September 30th, it's based on growing degree days when the borer will emerge from and look for a new host. So we are right now across everything from the utility companies that are tree trimming along the right-of-ways to the sawmills, the firewood producers, everything. We have a whole network built, as the commissioner said, within our department, where we reach out to the various constituencies with messaging to remind them that the slow the spread recommendations change, that the flight season comes around as of June 1st, and that they need to be, we request that they follow the recommendations the department has developed that are the lowest risk methods for spread of emerald ash borer. So for instance, logging contractor harvesting ash products within the infested area, the mapped infested area, where there's confirmed EAB presence, that if they were going to take logs, that they would notify the mill in advance, and the mill would be ready to debark those logs and burn the bark immediately. Or if it's a firewood producer, that they would be prepared to put that ash wood in a kiln immediately, within 1 business day after they receive it. That is intended to mitigate the risk, reduce the risk of those borers emerging during the flight season from that. So the heat treatment kills them, the debarking, the grinding process kills them. If it goes through a chipper, it will essentially eliminate the EAB from being a threat. And so our first choice is that they don't move the ash out of the infested area during the flight season. That's the optimal choice. But with our diverse forests, it's very difficult to harvest any hardwood in much of Vermont without an ash component there, and so helping facilitate what our partners in the Forest Service call facilitating safe trade. We've provided recommendations and the supporting information for people that are moving ash forest products to do it in the safest manner possible. And so we're about, as the commissioner said, we're about to send out a letter to the sawmills asking them to make sure they're communicating with all their suppliers, that if they're harvesting ash within the infested area, some mills have already taken it 2 years ago, took it upon themselves to request that no one moves ash logs to their mill during the flight season, that they will not accept them. Others accept them by scheduled delivery so that they can process them immediately in parallel with our recommendations. And so there's lots of good work going on, lots of collaborative work, and we do get calls occasionally of people doing things the wrong way, and we get them the information right away. And the slow the spread effort that we're working on with COVID-19 is very similar to the emerald ash borer. We want to protect the resource and minimize where it finds a host. So
might be helpful by way of sort of reminder of background that we're calling it slow the spread. Because so what's with that? Like what that we it's here, and it's highly destructive. It's been in 30 some other states and devastating effects, and we want to minimize that. This insect, as an adult, well, as an immature, it doesn't move at all, but as an adult, it flies. It doesn't fly all that well, actually. That you can't really travel all that far, but it moves at 65 miles an hour. In loaded material. And so that's why this is so important, to keep it in the places where it is, unfortunately, minimize that spread. Why? As Sam says, it's kind of like the pandemic response, in that in a way we're slowing it so as in part to minimize spread for sure, keep it wherever it is, all towards trying to buy time for biological controls of parasitoid wasps and fungi or bacteria, that biological agents that can control this non-native pest that has no such enemies here. That's being developed. There's continuing work on genetic work to build on heritable resistance that it seems evident, at least in some populations, and also to develop new silvicultural guides for how to manage the ash that we do have. All of this is like emerging science and research and development. It's ongoing, it's somewhat hopeful, and we don't want to have things just go crazy before we've had a chance to actually put something in place that can maintain ash in our forested ecosystems for the long term. And that's our goal. So it's very similar, and it's working. I'm very proud of our team and Vermonters. As Sam said, we've had folks in the industry voluntarily trying to make this work. And just to be clear, we took a different path than many other states would have when there were quarantines, et cetera. And we said, we got this, Vermont. We're going to do this our way, locally, helping each other with a coordinated approach. Again, all towards slowing the spread, buying time for more long-term control and recovery to keep ash on the landscape.
Michael.
Thanks, Tom. You can go. You can go ahead. But we have a bunch of hands up, and I just want to acknowledge we have John O'Brien's hand up, Terry Norris, Vicky, and then John Bartholomew.
Michael, going back to last fall, I think you guys, or I saw a map of the infestation sites around the state, and I was kind of surprised myself. Are you surprised by the quickness of the spread in Vermont?
No, I mean, what's surprising is that how long it took for us to find it as present here at all. Given it was in every state and province surrounding us well before, and then because of the activity and movement, whether it's firewood, somebody coming from an infested area in southern New England coming to their summer camp, or even a state park campground in Vermont with a little bit of firewood, it moves. And so you see these isolated, it's here, and next thing you know, it shows up far away. It didn't fly there, that got moved. And so because of that dynamic, Representative Bach, it's not surprising that it would move the way it does. That's how it moves, and we've seen it elsewhere. It's really kind of surprising that we've, I think we've actually been luckier than many, and maybe it's not all luck that this approach is working, that where people are pretty vigilant, pretty on top of it. We've done a good job with information, I think. So I think the surprise would be that it hasn't gone even farther and done more damage.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is John O'Brien. John?
Hi, Sam and Michael. Just
Morning.
For our viewers at home, and because it's part of the forest economy, could you give us a tutorial on toilet paper? I'm just interested in, everything from the mills, like where it comes from and what happened to the supply chain, because like Ingrid Sechrist from the Vermont retailer said it was one of the first things to go away and will be one of the last to come back. And my sister-in-law was, trying to order it online from China, and it's, back order. So it's an interesting example of a forest economy product that's seemed to have a lot of problem with COVID.
Right. Well, it's paper, and it's a particular kind of paper. And so as Sam was getting at earlier, there's pulping facilities that take low-grade wood that turn it to pulp and then turn that to paper. And there are different processes and different approaches for different grades and uses of paper. Toilet paper is a very specific one. Sam, do you want to shed any further light on how that's where and how that's done? Where our toilet paper tends to be sourced from?
Well, I will do the best I can. I know that in the far eastern parts of Maine, there are a couple of mills that make tissue and towel paper, and that they have seen obviously strong demand. In terms of the entire supply chain of it, I don't know, because there isn't a lot of it made in our region. We're heavily based on that writing copier paper and packaging paper. So there's not a lot of, I can't provide a lot of insight into the cause and effect. Probably not much more than what you know in the media. I think just generally a concern of shortage led people early on. I mean, I think this, the media was reporting shortages, I think weeks before the State House closed, that we were hearing about this idea that it was going to be a shortage. But I don't know, our major supermarket chains and things, where it's supplied from, which brand names are packaged out of which mills, and any direct connection through the forest economy supply chain that we're all so familiar with here. But I do know that there are some mills in Maine that have invested in it in the tissue and towel production, but not a lot of. I can't give you a good clear example of the supply chain back through. I think generally a lot of the issue, what I can speak to is that some of the other mills that are creating paper products that are in high demand, the medical supplies, for example, there aren't massive stockpiles. Our economy is built a lot on just-in-time delivery of many things, and there are not a lot of just giant stockpiles of products in general in our economic model. I'm not an economist, but that's what I've seen. People don't have any more inventory in place than they need to, and what they predict that they can typically move through and things like that. And when this all happened, I think it caught an awful lot of our economy and society short, and it's having quite an effect. And I don't expect that the cause and effect of this are different than other things that we've seen happen, other than toilet paper or something people don't want to run out of. And,
Sam?
Yes, sir.
Is something like tissue or, even like N95 masks must have some sort of paper in them, I would suspect. Is it hard for these big mills to pivot to, if you made brown paper, to go to tissue all of a sudden? Is that just an impossibility?
It's the mills in Maine that have converted over to making the brown paper versus the newsprint magazine catalog paper. Those are multi-$100-million investments that take years. So it's statewide news in Maine when the Skowhegan paper mill #3 machine is back up and running. I mean, it's the state, they're that big a capacity. It's newsworthy. So there's a handful of paper machines in the region physically located here, and they're an enormous logistical mechanical challenge to change over.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Terry Norris, and then Vicky, and then John Bartholomew.
Good morning, Sam and Michael. Last week, or maybe 2 weeks ago, I had a call from a reporter for the Addison Independent, and he wanted to know pretty much everything about the tree warden bill. And my brain was a little mushy because I couldn't remember if it was still on the table or not. I told him I thought there was so much controversy that we probably wouldn't make it work. And at the time, we were going to work on just COVID-19 bills, and I didn't think that was going to surface again, but I guess it's possible that it could. But he really wanted to know if it didn't pass this year, whether you were going to bring it up next year. And I told him I thought it was important enough for forest parks and recreation that you weren't going to just let it die a slow death. You would probably bring it back next session if it didn't, see the light of day this year. I believe he lived in Ferrisburg, so he had quite a lot of information about, the guys, and I think he kind of wanted to know if we brought this bill up because of that process, but I told him I thought there was something that you really wanted to see happen anyway. But so I thought it was interesting. I didn't either. We don't get the paper anymore, or I'm not sure. I didn't see the article that he wrote, but I told him try not to make me look like a fool.
So Terry,
yeah,
I'll interject here before Michael speaks, but the tree warden bill is actually in play. It's on the calendar for second reading, where it's been there for the last month or month and a half. So it is something that I think there are those who would like to pass it. So I wouldn't make any promises one way or the other as to what happens with it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I said. I just, I knew we worked on it a lot, but I just couldn't remember where it was, and I couldn't find it in our calendar. So I just kind of ad-libbed.
It's on their second reading. Go ahead, Phil.
I was just going to note, you guys, to give me another opportunity to thank you actually for sticking with us. You guys passed out of committee a heavily modified version, not as introduced, that even had the support of VLCT. So we were thrilled, quite happy, and I'm glad to hear the chair confirm that it's in the queue when we get to some sort of normalcy and you get to it, to try to move that on. And it's still a priority for us. Very happy with the progress that's been made, because, as you say, as you wondered, it's a priority for us for a lot of reasons. And the Ferrisburg case was one of those that kind of made it real that we got to deal with this. There's too many conflicts and too much confusion for these conflicting statutes that go way back into the early part of the last century. So for all those reasons, we think it's important to move it ahead. And what you guys passed is very good. And we're hopeful that it's going to find its way, not knowing how this all works at this point. But the plan was to go to the floor and try to make it work and then get over to the Senate.
Good.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. Thank you. All right. Next up is Vicky Strong. Vicky.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. And
morning.
Thank you, Michael and Sam. I get all excited about the updates you give us. My whole house is made of wood, and my ceiling right here is made out of antique silo boards. So my husband and I have a deep appreciation for wood. And it's fun to hear how adaptable the wood industry is in Vermont, forest industry, and to hear about paper products, particularly. John O'Brien, did you not see that Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood episode about wood? I mean, about making toilet paper out of wood products. That was good. But anyway, just to hear like even tongue depressors are, you know, obviously needed. And could you just tell us a little bit about, you know, sometimes we take these wood products for granted and think they fall out of the sky. So tongue depressors and toothpicks and baseball bats, what kind of innovative wood products are being made in Vermont? Or like, are these being made in Vermont, these tongue depressors? I wasn't sure when you said that.
I don't know about wood from Vermont. Likely is being used where they're being made. I think that was the point Sam was making. Not so much that we have a tongue depressor plant here, but it's true. It's just that there is an astonishing diversity and amount of wood used by all of us every day, well beyond what we sort of can imagine immediately. And basically everything that's currently made out of plastic either once was or could be made from wood. And we would suggest probably ought to be. And it's renewable, it's local, and we can keep the money here. It's not made from dead dinosaurs. And it contributes to forests being kept as forests and all the benefits that we get from them. So that's our big story here. And I mean, I'll happily dig up some document that can show you the range of products. It'll blow your mind what is made from wood. And now what's really cool is the new things that are being developed with what's called nanocellulose, the constituent components of wood, just like when they're ground up and chemically altered in a pulping process to turn wood into paper. That sort of the constituent products of that build wood can be used to make all kinds of new products that are being developed. Things like wood is being used in food products now, in brownie recipes. There's constituent parts of wood being used as an additive to concrete. There's this nanocellulosic technology spans from construction to food and all kinds of things, which we've heard about mills being able to, what's that word, Sam, they use, like piggybacking, or when you kind of have a current facility that's made for pulp, you can actually add on to it in a new way, relatively simply, to have a whole nother output of a product line that is needed by society. So that's encouraging to us that there's these emerging products and demand for such products that contribute. They're climate smart, they're safer, they're cheaper, can be made here. There's all these reasons why it's a winning concept, and that's something we want to push for more. There's some research and development at the federal level at certain universities, and it's starting slowly to creep into actual use, which we think is exciting as well, Representative Strong. And maybe I've seen a couple of papers published that kind of describe the long history of use of wood, the variety of products that we use it for, and now this diversification of new products and new technologies using components of wood, lignin, cellulose, et cetera, for this wild, really exciting array of new products. Anything you'd add, Sam?
Just really briefly, first, the tongue depressors are made in Maine from white birch. And I think, was it popsicle sticks and things like that are white birch products too, I believe. I don't know if Mike can confirm that.
Yeah, beech and birch have been used both. We had a Scrabble tile factory here in Vermont for some time, largely using beech wood, I believe, and some birch. Those kind of specialty products have gone, but they could come back.
And I would say that back to the beginning of the pandemic, the 24 hours from when the stay-at-home orders were issued to when the guidance came out from ACCD clarifying that the forest economy was, though it was not explicitly named in the essential business list, and then it was in the clarifying guidance. The phone calls that Commissioner Snyder and I received, the text messages, the emails of things that people were doing up your way, Representative Strong, the North Country Hospital. That was one of the first phone calls we got, was the sawmill owner that said the Canadian mills can't bring wood chips down here, and we're the secondary supplier, and we have to we're being told this, we're under the impression we can't operate our sawmill. We're putting the wood chips in to heat the North Country Hospital. Again, like I talked about the paper mill producing those things. It was a 24-hour childbirth process where the outcome when the guidance came out was clear and helpful to those businesses that could stay running. But we learned an awful lot. It was incredibly informative. The interdependency, the connectivity between the businesses in our state, the products they're producing was really impressive. And we need more of them here, as the commissioner said.
I think, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say that's exciting, and I really appreciated everything you guys are doing and how much wood products are somewhat behind the scenes and yet so vital. And one vital thing I need is a comfortable kitchen chair. I'm just standing here today because my wooden kitchen chair really is too uncomfortable. So let's design a good kitchen chair. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Get right on that. Yeah, I actually heard, I've heard about this before, but I heard about it more recently, probably within the last month on VPR or NPR, about the fact that they're thinking about building skyscrapers out of wood again. So, yeah.
It's not just thinking, Madam Chair, I'm glad you raised it. It's happening. It's happening in Europe. It's happening in Australia. It's starting to happen here. There's a couple of big famous facilities in the Northwest. The federal government is investing. This is the concept of using what's known broadly as mass timbers, or cross-laminated timbers as one particular application of the mass timber concept, which is basically creating massive plywood, if you will, that is made by using small, like 2x4s or dimensional lumber, laminated, glued up crossways to make huge panels. These are structurally sound. They pass seismic code. They have actually surprisingly, astonishingly positive fire resistance. And 30-story buildings can be built from these panels as just the structure. And then there are many designs that are incorporating, that doesn't include all the other uses, the traditional uses of wood and flooring and millwork and trim, et cetera. And that's exciting. The idea that we're returning to worldwide to building with wood again after fears of fire and some real fires that, because of the different kind of construction that was dangerous. This is a whole new application. Architects are starting to come on board, and you're seeing facilities being built to create cross-laminated timbers. And that's been discussed here. It's not likely a really short-term viable opportunity for us. It requires a production softwood milling capacity that we don't have. We have the resource, but we don't necessarily have the facilities. We could contribute to it, and we're excited by the prospects, and everybody should be. And as an alternative to steel and concrete, it's cheaper, it's way more climate smart, directly and indirectly. And so there's so many good things about it that society really needs to be demanding it, asking for it. And one of the great things on top of all of that is they create nicer buildings that are just better to be in. And everyone seems to be confirming that.
Yeah. All right. I've got John Bartholomew's hand up, and John O'Brien then, and then Sharon. So John.
We're bouncing all over the place, and now I actually have a new question based on what you're just saying about using these materials for construction, the wood. What about termites? That wasn't my question. My first question. This is my second question.
Termites are amazing if you think about it.
they are, but so I mean,
we don't want them.
You don't want to have a skyscraper with its foundation eaten away.
Right. Well, the foundations wouldn't be. These buildings are not entirely made out of wood. They're predominantly made out of wood, and I think in those places where termites really are an actual, threat, there's all kinds of there are mitigating strategies that include traditional foundations and basements, et cetera. and treatment. But
because I hear people in Mexico who, if they've got big cabinets, they have to move them from time to time just so the termites don't eat the furniture.
Yeah.
Anyway, the main question I wanted to ask was going back to the emerald ash borer, and you mentioned some resistance in some individuals. Is that? Can you say more about that? Is that in individuals within a group of the same species, or are we talking resistance varying among different species of tree? Or just say a little bit more about natural resistance.
Yeah, this is the idea of a genetic heritable resistance in a population of trees. So this tends to be within a species. Now in Vermont, we have a handful of species of ash. All are vulnerable to the emerald ash borer. Predominantly, we have in the woods white ash. In certain sites, enriched seepage sites, for example, with brown ash, or sometimes called black ash. That's the basket ash that traditional pack baskets would be made from. We also have an abundance of green ash species in particularly riparian or wetland areas, and that's the species most commonly planted in street tree plantings. So we have a handful of species, and within a species, a population of any species, there is, trees are among the most genetically diverse organisms on the planet. If you think about that, they have to be. They can't move around and change environments. They live for several hundred years in one place. So they have to have that plasticity, if you will, that comes from genetic variation. Included in that genetic variation in white ash, evidently, in certain places where, like in Michigan, where the EAB first emerged, in the aftermath forest, is after the infestation and devastation, there remained what have been deemed lingering ash, living ash that seemed to survive it. That connotes at least the possibility of heritable resistance, that the genetic level that can be bred out and crossbred back and may be able to, so through a breeding program and a nursery program, we could rebuild America's ash forests with compounding this heritable genetic resistance. So that's the idea. It tends to be within a species, Representative Bartholomew, and it has been, there are early indications of this genetic resistance that we're trying to capitalize on.
So then that would raise the other question. A lot of towns are talking about how evidently they're much more difficult to bring down once they're dead. Right. And some towns are saying, well, we should just go on our right of ways and clear them all out before they get sick. But if some of them are going to survive, that approach doesn't make sense.
Right. And that's why our guidance at the department to foresters and managers and landowners is to basically says, yeah, if you've got ash trees that are are high risk for damage to people or property, that's a whole nother category to be analyzed and mitigated. Say street trees, and that's why communities are thinking this way, because it's true, once infested, they become exceptionally brittle and unpredictable and dangerous to take down. So that's worth paying attention to. But our guidance speaks to that and encourages thoughtful assessment and removal plans. But in the woods, where that sort of risk and hazard is less, our guidance is very much about doing what you can to keep ash on the landscape. So we would say things like silviculturally, if you have a woodlot and you're in current use, say, and you have a management plan that says in 2 years we're going to have a thinning or a regeneration harvest, and you were planning to take some trees, you might maybe think about taking some of the ash trees that are approaching their economic maturity, if not their biologic maturity, take those maybe a little earlier. If you've invested in managing this, the economic return is important to you, by all means, take some of that medium-sized ash, but don't take all of it. We would ask you to keep some ash in every diameter class, and in particular, think about what we can do silviculturally to open the canopy, change light and moisture conditions on the ground in a way that stimulates or provides an opportunity for new ash seedlings to emerge for the future. And maybe they're less appetizing to the insect, and they buy us some time as well. So we're simply saying salvaging the value of your ash makes sense to a landowner where it makes sense. Pre-salvaging all ash doesn't really make sense because it does fly in the face of this more hopeful concept of this possibility of genetic resistance. So we can't tell the phenotype or the outward expression of a tree tells us very little about the inside makeup of that tree. So you can't really say, we don't have a probe to plug in and say, this one's resistant. We need then to sort of keep our options open. And that's why the guidance would say, take some, leave some, keep some in each diameter class or size class. And let's try to hold on to ash. And in part to capitalize on this very hopeful, again, possibility of heritable resistance that can last for the long term.
Okay. Thanks. John, did you have anything else? Okay. All right, John O'Brien and then Sharon. John?
Last week, Ellen Kaler spoke. We were talking about food supply chain, and probably you were on, Michael, and she brought up the issue of bleach was deemed essential, but then jugs were not. And so there was this bottleneck there. So I was wondering if you had any examples in the forest economy where those sort of bottlenecks were occurring, where something was deemed essential, but some other essential piece was stopped in production. And
well,
the other question to follow up on that was, is there anything this committee can do, whether it's a letter or COVID legislation, to help out the forest economy?
Thank you. Let's get back to that one importantly. And the first one, I think what comes to mind, Sam, maybe you can help explain this even better, is right off when we had this supply chain that the early side was essential, but other parts weren't. So you've got a mill that spans all of that. They're supposed to make sawdust, which is essential, but you can't make sawdust without making some boards that isn't essential. And so we had that bottleneck right there. Sam, can you put a little color on that, a little more detail?
Yeah, I think that was had been, I think now, likely now with the governor's changes in the executive order is relaxing some, but you put that round log into the mill and there's bark mulch coming off it, there's slabs, there's the sawdust, there's different grades of boards, and all those products going to a different outcome and its essentialness being designated somewhere along there. And so we had mill owners that said, do I stack up all this lumber that needs to be graded and dried because it's not essential? Am I not allowed to have those employees in the mill? And how long do I, put that wood at risk for without further processing and things like that? So it has those kind of bottlenecks have occurred. In your lower grades, it's more traditional. All the product goes into one thing, but the higher grade, think of that round log going in, entering a mill, and all the different products that come out of that are made from that one log. And it is to some extent perishable. Some of those products, or without additional processing and things like that, their value becomes at risk. So those are the first things that come to mind in that realm.
Right. To the second question, thank you for that. Really appreciate it. What should be done? What can you do? What can we do together? I think the short answer there is please stay tuned. We're still sorting this out. What we've done, in addition to taking stock and making all this input and then trying to compile resources and information and guidance to people, whether they're forest landowners or a sawmill and everybody in between, we've been also examining what we control and what we could do to be flexible, creative, innovative, to create, just to make some allowances for how strange and difficult things are right now. For example, so what I mean by that is under my authority as commissioner without needing legislative or statutory change. So current use, there's 2 million acres, almost 16,000 landowners enrolled in the forest land category alone with requirements for plan updates, inspections, activity, and reporting on that activity. And we have said, okay, the April 1st deadline for forest management plans is a really big deal. Couple thousand of those every year coming through with 13 county foresters to handle it. In a good year, it's a bottleneck. Right now, people couldn't get to them. If you don't get your plan in on April 1st, your update, you get removed from the program. You're back to ad valorem taxation. You can't come back in for 5 years, right? It's a big deal. So I have the authority to grant extensions to that April. I can't change the deadline. That's up to you guys. That's in statute. But I do have the authority to grant extensions, and we put out a blanket statement noting that we're going to ease up on our requirements for what constitutes a good excuse for an extension. And we're basically just allowing people through accident, mistake, misfortune, which is in the statutes, related to these deadlines. We could give that blanket extension, made it very simple for people to do that. We're also asking county foresters to change the way they're operating, and we're trying to get within 3 days amendments to forest management plans approved. Very rapid approval with the consulting licensed forester to get things moving out there. Things like that. That's what we've been trying to do. Looking at state lands that we manage. What can we do for the forest economy by putting people to work, by prioritizing some timber sales and forest management, habitat improvement work, to have a pipeline of projects to put people back to work. We're very excited about thinking about investing in kind of a CCC inspired response from the Depression era to a public works program to invest in public lands in a way that puts relatively small time contractors, family operators, whether they're loggers, excavators, et cetera, to work on public lands doing timber stand improvement for the long-term quality of our timber resources, to do access improvements for recreational access and forest management access, water quality upgrades, invasive species control, emerald ash borer mitigation in campgrounds for that risk mitigation, that with some maybe federal stimulus money or otherwise, we could focus it on investing in public lands with the valuable point of putting contractors to work in the short term as a recovery, an economic recovery, but with the long-term benefit of investing in public lands to support the recreation and forest economy of the state over the long term. And so we're thinking about what can we do within our given authority, but also looking forward to, we might need to come to you to talk about statutory changes in current use over the coming year. I think Act 250 now becomes even more important to think about these changes that we've discussed with you for the forest industry and the forest economy, and how Act 250 goes about permitting facilities that add value in the forest side. I don't think either Sam or I would come and say, here, do this now, but I think that's what we're looking to do. I think there will be opportunities that we could work together for policy change that provide some nimbleness and a response, looking at it as like the immediate response, the medium-term response, and then the longer-term recovery. I do think we'll be eager to come visit with you guys when you come up for air, and can really visit some policy change that's COVID related as a response to changing the way we do things. I think we're all learning a lot of lessons. Sam hinted at a couple of these about how we're built for the just in time, and there's not this, we're relying too much on people who don't think like us from somewhere else, I guess. The globalization has been difficult. So I think this is a time for us to take stock and come forward with maybe some shifts. I would just say, I don't think there's any emergency request right now, but stay tuned. I think we probably will be coming up with some things. We're also just trying to stay out of your hair right now, given that you're focused on figuring out how to function, focused on COVID response and the sort of big bill, budget kind of stuff that you have to get through now, but we'll be ready to engage. Sam, would you add anything to that?
Only to hammer home the point of, again, the vulnerability that we have talked about together with you so many times of relying on fewer and fewer, larger and more distant businesses that add value to our forest product. The vulnerability is there. Each time we lose the last mill, the last mill that adds value to a certain species, that reverberates all the way back through to the forest land itself and puts that at risk. And so that would be to hammer home that point that
yes,
we're
it
seeing.
Really. Go, Sam. Sorry.
No, we're just seeing that again with the mill. We talked about it with the Rutland plywood and the white birch. We saw the value of the white birch drop by 40% in the southern 4 counties. That was the, quote unquote, last mill in Vermont that added value to white birch, and it devalued the balance sheet of the forest economically. And not knowing what's going to happen to this pine mill in Maine, 2 states away, is going to impact forest management in Vermont in a huge way. And we're very reliant on a few corporate, shareholders sitting around the table and the decisions they make for what they invest in for facilities and export and trade policy. That's going to shape the family land ownership of in the future of these forests, how they make their economic decisions. So it would take at least 10 pellet mills scattered around Vermont to make up the wood that one pulp mill buys in Maine. We need to create an atmosphere where people are have confidence in investing in those things. And we've talked about that a lot with you, and we welcome the opportunity to do it more. So
this idea of rebuilding our forest economy, our energy economy here locally in Vermont, to use what we have and what others have to add value, keep forests. We've been talking about it, and I just think what Sam and I are saying here now is that this circumstance we find ourselves in only underscores the importance and the urgency of doing it. We'd be better off if our planet, the role of wood in our planet and human civilization is epic. It's okay. And it's a long history that shows that the only time really anything changes is when you get scarcity. And that's a problem. We need to act before we lose our forests, for example, for productive use. And what we've also learned is that pretty much everything is better the closer the wood is used to where it grew. So Sam coined this phrase several years ago, made the point that the way we've been reliant on Maine's pulp mills as a foundation for our forest economy is tantamount to us loading all of our sap into tankers, trucking it to Maine, and letting them add value in syrup and other maple products. No right-thinking Vermonter would ever do that. Yet that is exactly what we do and continue to do with the forest economy. And we need to change that, right? We have the chance. This is underscoring it.
Thanks, Michael and Sam. Sharon's hand is up, and I'm kind of looking at the time. I know we have Jane Clifford on board here, but I want to make sure you get what you need to say in. Sharon, why don't you go ahead and ask your.
Thank you. Well, I guess my first point is that we're talking about supply chain issues. Globally, there is a shortage of sand that is the right kind of sand for making concrete. And I think we're going to see that come into play and impact us in our lifetime. It's already a topic of conversation in some circles. So I'm really glad to hear that wood is an option for building taller buildings than we've seen lately. But I guess to jump off of also John O'Brien's last question, and one of the last things you said, Michael, was that you quoted Sam, talking about how crazy it is that we send this raw product out of state to become value added. What does Maine have that allows them to do that we haven't been able to do, that we haven't been able to make it work and keep it happening here? Because I know we used to have more mills here.
Yes, we had even in my time as a forester in the state, it's amazing how many mills that I used to send wood to that no longer exist. These would be sawmills, hardwood mills in particular that I worked with. And so we've had that, and we've lost a lot of that. But what we've never really had in this state was the sort of paper industrial ownership and paper manufacturing that Maine has had. It's never been here in Vermont. And Maine has it because it's massive. It's much bigger, and it's historical. And so they've had ready access to industrial lands and industrial investment in those manufacturing facilities. It just never happened here. And I think that's really the big piece. And because of that history and that local importance, like Sam says, it's statewide news when the number 3 machine goes online or off. That's part of the culture. that I believe their policies and their sort of public response and understanding is different than ours here. Our approach, we've said this before, whether it's locally, statewide through Act 250, but permitting and regulation of these facilities, they're treated just like a box store. And they're not a box store. We've tried to say they have this conservation effect, a sawmill. And it's for every few thousand feet of wood that comes through, there's several acres being kept as forest. And we need to embrace that and celebrate that. And that's what they have more of that in Maine. I guess to answer your question is they have that history, they have the culture, and it's supported. And it's just not here. And we need to change that.
And so their paper mill industry has led to a lot of pretty good sized clear cuts and monocropping kind of trees, which is probably not something we want here.
Right.
You know, monocrops are vulnerable. As you know, you are who you are. You know, that's ecologically disastrous and not able to weather certain storms. But thank you.
And they've struggled with that. And I think that's another reason is that we still have a chance to get it right here. We have high quality, high value forests, engaged ownership of landowners, largely privately owned, family forests. We still have a chance to get it right. But there are many threats to this. Conversion to non-forest, exurbanization and development, just poor thinking. We got to make it valuable. People will make the choices right for themselves when it makes sense, and we need to make it possible for it to make sense, because we still have a chance. We do. And it doesn't have to be industrial strength, industrial size clear cutting. And even in Maine, that's really not the case anymore. I've been on some fantastic tours on industrial ownerships where modern concepts in ecological forestry are being applied. And so it doesn't have to be that way. And even there, it's changing for the better.
Thank you.
I would jump in and say that economies of scale, that mill in Jay, for example, I'm doing really quick math off the top of my head, but I think they consume annually roughly about 2 times what the state of Vermont harvests annually. That one mill in low grade wood. We have, the state of Vermont processes our sawmill capacity. The last number I have, most current number I have is 98 million board feet a year is our sawmill capacity in Vermont. All our scattered mills. You go across the border, all those trucks that you see driving up the interstate on your way home, there are individual mills in Quebec, right on our border, that process 150 million board feet annually under one roof at one facility, that are positioned to utilize our natural resource and raw materials. Their government has made favorable policy changes that keep those mills, whether it's energy costs, education of the workforce, transportation networks,
healthcare.
Pardon?
Healthcare.
Healthcare. Yes, I hear that's important. So they've made an intentional investment in those facilities. And as the commissioner said, we grow all this high quality wood here. It's being put on trucks and hauled somewhere because it's valuable. People need it. People are using it every day in every aspect of their life. And our rural economy could benefit if we did more things to stop those trucks and unload them and add value to those products at least once before they left the state in some way. But we're not low cost producers of anything in Vermont. We heard Mateo Kaler say that not long before the pandemic. In the Working Lands Day at the State House. We're not low-cost producers of anything in Vermont. So wherever we can help mitigate that in different ways in an environmentally and socially responsible way, we're going to be better for it. I think there's low-hanging fruit. We've talked about this a lot, and I think this is a whole new light to look at these things under.
Sam, did you say that that the capacity for Vermont's mills at this point is 98 million board feet?
I believe our mill capacity, that is mills over 1 million board feet annually in production. Cumulatively, they process 90 a year.
Okay.
That's essentially a mill that's in business every day. A going commercial enterprise, if you will.
Yeah, they can do 1 million board feet.
Well, a million, that when I account for that number, that's starting at that threshold and up. Mills that produce process 1 million board feet a year and up to that would be the low end of the accounting threshold.
Right. So but that doesn't take into consideration some of the smaller guys. That
That's
98 million total.
Right.
Okay.
Sort of a cutoff at which it's a commercial enterprise, roughly. I wouldn't discount anybody under that or intent at all. So.
Okay, great. All right. I think we need to kind of wrap this up because we do have Jane and we only have until 11:30. So is there anything else you, Michael, or Sam would like to add at this point? We really, really appreciate this update and staying in touch with you because we know how important our forests are to the state of Vermont.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and all of you for the time. I think we can leave it at that for now, knowing that we're counting on visiting with you again. In the meantime, we'll keep at it. We're happy to come back when you're ready for an update or status report as things move. And to Representative O'Brien's question, we'll be working on some things that might make sense to discuss with you about what can be done together, policy-wise or otherwise, to respond appropriately in the best way. We'll keep at that and alert you when we think we might have something to share. And when you're ready, let us know and we'll look forward to getting together again. Does that work for you, Sam?
Yes, thank you all. It's been a good conversation. Thanks to Jane for patience. And
yes, thank you all. Stay well.
See you all.
Guys, so much. We really appreciate everything you do.